Hi, I'm Nick, and welcome to Storytime, Alan Moore's Promethea. Long after leaving DC Comics and the established industry in general, Alan founded his own comics brand under the Wildstorm imprint, focused on creators retaining ownership of their creations, especially himself. America's Best Comics. In 1999, Alan wrote and published Promethea, an exploration of magic, art, and the imagination in a very pure form. The book is often very wordy, as it is mainly a stage for Alan to explore and dissect big ideas, but it is also the story of a superhero-like figure. Promethea is a living story, an idea form that can possess and empower human hosts if they tap into her. One thing Alan did at America's Best Comics to distinguish it from DC, Marvel, and the mainstream was to create worlds without established superhero communities, at least not in the typical sense. Promethea exists in a world which never had superheroes, but has always had science heroes instead, who do not usually wear costumes. Supervillains sort of pop up everywhere, though. Promethea is one of Alan's most ambitious and purely artistic works, and the art is astonishing. Very inventive, but it's not indicative of the brand in general. If you were to pick up and read, say, Top 10 or Tom Strong, you might find them much more entertaining in a traditional superheroic adventure sense. Promethea ran for 32 issues, and I plan to break it into 3 parts. This first part, issues 1 through 11, will show you all the various versions of Promethea, and set up the world, and she'll fight some villains, save the city, and punish evil, along with exploring the Immateria, the endless world of non-physical reality. And lots of those ideas we talked about. Part 2 is an extended journey into the Immateria, and an exploration of every realm in the Tree of Life, as Promethea searches all the way to the godhead of all existence and the highest point of self in search of someone lost, all merely to help a friend. It's Alan's guide through the higher planes of existence, and it's just phenomenal. That's the real show to see, so don't miss Part 2. Part 3 will finish up the series and deal with Alan's version of the end of this world, more a revelation than the destruction of anything, as all that's lost is a paradigm of old ideas. In real-world terms, it did reflect the end of Alan's participation in the ABC brand, however, as unbeknownst to Alan, Jim Lee had sold Wildstorm to DC, and Alan chose to walk away in 2005 to honor his principle to never work for them again, following the fallout from Watchmen. In fact, Alan had only extended the universe and tolerated the situation for a few years due to work that he had promised artist friends of his. Regarding the situation, he said it was better to go against one's own principles for a greater good than to have no principles at all. But that's all in Part 3, and I'll address it more then. Most of the book is Alan's exploration into his view of magic, which is also sort of his view of art and the imagination. It all sort of connects together, as you'll see. It might sound like heavy subject matter, but Alan has crafted some very charming, funny, and down-to-earth guides in the human hosts of Promethea. Now, let's begin. Alexandria, 411 AD.
Well then, there is nothing for it. They are coming for me, as they came for beautiful Hypatia. Let's go now, beloved daughter. All my love and all my God shall be about thee as a mantle.
Father? Father, you will be killed. I know it. Oh, Father. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Be strong, child. We shall see each other in the western lands. And go. Go now, my love, or I shall weaken. Go. Come out, devil worshipper! Come out and face us! He is playing some trick. My thoughts are all queer. No, we must ignore his bewitchments. Let's do what we came here for. He is playing some trick. My thoughts are all queer. No, we must ignore his bewitchments. Let's do what we came here for. In Christ's name, make him stop. I'm going to be sick. Take that, devil. Our thoughts are our own. In Christ's name, make him stop. I'm going to be sick. Take that, devil. Our thoughts are our own. Again. Dear God, let this be done with. See, he is yet smiling. There, time claims him. Time and the radiant heavenly city. Again! Dear God, let this be done with! See, he's yet smiling! There, time claims him. Time and the radiant heavenly city.
New York, 1999 AD.
You were dropping off where? Sophie, not another interview for your term paper. I had mine finished like weeks ago.
You're totally gay.
Yeah, well, you're fat. If my term paper was a discourse on Weeping Gorilla, I'd have finished weeks ago too. Oh, you slut. Weeping Gorilla is completely the best. I mean, what was your paper on again? Prostitutia? Prosthetica?
Promethea, the radiant heavenly city.
Promethea. The same name turns up in 18th century poems, early newspaper strips, pulp magazines, and comic books. That's interesting. Weeping Gorilla is just pointless. There is no point. That's the genius of Weeping Gorilla. So, who are you interviewing? Her name's Barbara Shelley. She's the widow of the last guy who wrote the Promethea comic book. Actually, her address is right near here if you want to drop me off. Hey, Guy, here'll be fine. Then you can run me over to St. Mark's Place. I'm going to the Limp gig, huh? You know, Stacia, this Shelley woman sounded like sort of a bitch on the phone. Given the choice, I'd rather be out with you tonight. You want my body, you homo. Admit it. Listen, I'll see you in college tomorrow. Good luck finding about prolapsia. Promethea.
This being 1999, Alan has written a few comedic moments for Sophie and Stacia where they casually use homophobic slurs, as was the style at the time. Try to see it as harmless as when Bill and Ted do it.
Miss Shelley? Hi, I'm Sophie Bangs. I called last week about my paper on Promethea.
Oh, you better come in.
Thanks for seeing me. You must get lots of people asking about your husband's work.
No, nobody. That's why I figures I better check you out.
Listen, why are you interested in Promethea? On the phone you said something about folklore? Right. See, the name Promethea goes way back. She's first mentioned in this poem, a fairy romance written by someone called Charlton Sonnet in 1780. She's not a warrior in the poem. She's a fairy handmaiden.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
Well, then in 1901, the Hearst Syndicate run this newspaper strip, Little Margie in Misty Magic Land, by Margaret Taylor Case. Margie has this sort of fairy companion named Promethea.
So there's a coincidence about the name. How's this folklore?
Yeah, but see, Little Margie ran until 1920. Now, during World War I, a popular story arose in the trenches about a warrior angel appearing to soldiers in need. She called herself Promethea.
Half those guys had shell shock.
Wait, it gets weirder. In 1924, this pulp magazine, Astonishing Stories, runs a series, Promethea, Warrior Queen of Hy Brasil. This Promethea rules a science fantasy lost continent. A woman named Grace Branna does some great covers.
Listen, where's all this going?
Astonishing Stories folds, 1938. The publisher's bought by a company who turned Promethea into a science hero comic. This guy, William Wolcott, writes it until 1970, when your late husband takes over. Meanwhile, there's all these urban legends about people meeting Promethea.
Miss Bangs. Look, I've been having second thoughts about this interview. It's late, and I'm suddenly real tired. If I was you, I'd drop this whole Promethea thing right now. It's a nothing idea, you know? Now, if you'll excuse me.
Huh? But my term paper.
Listen, kid, you take my advice. You don't want to go looking for folklore. And you especially don't want folklore to come looking for you.
I don't believe it. Just like that. Out in the cold.
Alexandria, 411 AD. The young girl walks the desert in the night, alone.
Father? Father, it's getting dark. I'm scared. Father? Father, please don't be dead. Please, please, please. I don't know where to go.
She falls down the dune and sees a lizard.
Daddy? Daddy, you said I'd be all right. I'm all on my own, Daddy. Please save me. You said there'd be gods. You said they'd look after me. You promised, Daddy. You promised.
Suddenly, a light illuminates the darkness. New York, 1999 AD.
Ow!
Sorry, we startled you there, young lady. Please don't be alarmed. This is purely routine. You may recognize us. We're New York's resident science heroes, the Five Swell Guys, and we're just out on patrol as usual.
Kenneth here had one of his psychic flashes about you. You're not being menaced by strange, overwhelming forces by any chance. No. Well, I'm having a lot of problems with completing my term paper, but, that's all.
So no extraterrestrial creatures bothering you? No government conspiracies, ancient demon cults? Nothing like that?
This interview I was doing didn't work out, so I was headed over to St. Mark's Place to see this English band, The Limp. Kenneth, you've been a little off since your divorce.
Heck,
I felt so sure. Come on, Kenneth. You were sure Betty wasn't sleeping with her aerobics instructor, too.
We're sorry to have bothered you, miss. Good luck with your term paper.
Sure. No problem. Bye. Wow. 5 swell guys. Wait till I tell Stacia. She'll hemorrhage.
A dark shape follows Sophie away from her encounter. Sophie feels a presence.
Hello?
Hello.
Ah!
A hand extends from a shadow on the wall behind her, clasping her coat.
Ah!
She runs, leaving the coat behind.
Ah! Oh, God! Jesus! Mom! Buddha! What did I do? I haven't done anything. I'm a college student. All I ever did was read books. What did I do?
The hand comes from her own shadow and grasps her leg.
What?
Wrong books.
It throws her off of the bridge, to the street far below. Sophie is rescued by a glowing woman in a sash who runs and jumps from a power line, catching her in midair.
God damn it.
Yup. You can fly.
Can I, hell?
The woman catches a lower walkway and pulls herself and Sophie up. The Smee, as she calls the dark creature, attacks again. Promethea punches a hole in its center and throws it off the walkway onto the highway below. It is smashed apart by a passing hover car.
Wow. You killed it.
The Smee? Don't be stupid. It's just winded. Come on, let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Well, I don't know. Just somewhere we can hide up and delay the inevitable. Jeez, that thing cut me good. Ow. There, that ought to do it. Okay, maybe it won't find us for a while. Christ, I must be nuts getting into this at my age.
Look, what's going on here? Who are you?
Who am I? Well, that's a good one. I'm friggin' Promethea, you idiot.
Alexandria, 411 AD. Don't be afraid. You were lost, but now you are found. Now everything is well. Thoth and Hermes have appeared to greet her.
Are you one of my father's gods? Come to keep me safe?
No, I am 2 of your father's gods. I am Thoth Hermes, and I cannot keep you safe. Not in this present world.
Why not?
Our influence here is waning, our priests slain by those of the new god. A dark age is coming. Only in my world, the Immateria, can I protect you, and there you would no longer be a little girl. You'd be a story.
Would I still be alive? Would I be able to come back and visit this world?
You would live eternally, as stories do. And as for coming back, well, sometimes, if a story is very special, it can quite take people over. We'll see. Come along.
Is your world very far?
No, it is always in the place where you are standing. Tell me, child, what is your name?
Promethea.
All 3 vanish into the night.
See, Promethea was a real little girl who lived in 5th century Roman Egypt. Her father was a Hermetic scholar, sort of like a magician. A Christian mob killed him. Not uncommon back then, but the gods intervened, taking his daughter to their world of myth and fiction, the Immateria. Promethea became a living story, growing up in the realm that all dreams and stories come from. Sometimes she'd wander into the imagination of mortals. Charlton Sennett, the poet, Margaret Case, the cartoonist, and Grace Branna, the illustrator and comics artist, William Wolcott, and writer Steve Shelley, they channeled Promethea. Some of them, taken over by this powerful living idea, even physically became Promethea. Either them or loved ones they projected her identity onto. Margaret Case, for example, became Promethea to help out in the trenches of World War I. During the 20s and 30s, Grace Branna took over. See, anyone with imagination and enough enthusiasm for the character can bring it through from the Immateria by thinking themselves or others into the role. During the 1770s, Charlton Sennett's housemaid, Anna, became his dream love of Promethea, transformed by the poet's imagination as he wrote a fairy romance for her. Steve Shelley did the same thing, only with his wife.
Oh my God. You're the woman I tried to interview. You're Barbara Shelley.
Kid, I pray to God you're not as dumb as you act. Yeah, I'm Barbara Shelley. Guess it's showing. Can't maintain the form, you know? See, it was my Steve had the imagination. He died in 91. Since then, Promethea's been getting more like me. Can't imagine her any different.
You changed back.
Boy, you're sharp as a tack, ain't you? I can't believe whoever sent that Smee thinks you're the next Promethea.
Me?
Well, ain't it obvious? They must have sensed it as soon as somebody even became interested in Promethea. Told you ought to drop it.
But I can't be Promethea.
We'd better hope otherwise. We got maybe half an hour before that Smee finds us. Do you write?
Well, essays and poetry and stuff, but...
Take this. Go find somewhere quiet and write about Promethea. A description, a poem, anything. And do it quick. A Smee is a semi-mindless elemental entity. It'll probably rape, kill, and disembowel us. Maybe even in that order. Oh, and try to relax.
Sophie goes off alone to try and write her way into the spirit and legend of Promethea. After a few false starts, she has something.
I am Promethea, the child who stands between fixed earth and insubstantial air. A dream? No, thought, who yet treads matter's rain-soaked strands. And mortals are the sandals that I wear. I am Promethea. From mind's pure light I stoop into earth's gloom. From fable's day, descending into fact's cold, waiting night. From lyric atmospheres to mammal clay. I am Promethea, the rumored one, the mythic bough that reason strains to bend. I am that voice left over once the book is done. I am the dream that waking does not end.
The Smee is reformed and asks Barbara Shelley where Sophie is, but she's not talking, claiming Sophie doesn't have the gift.
Not what I asked. Where is she? Who sent you? Is it the temple? Is it the Jack Vows of the Night Queen? Oh, God, I'm telling you, the girl's not the one. She's some useless kid. She's nobody.
I am Promethea, art's fiercest spark. I am all inspiration, all desire.
Oh, God.
Ah, jeez. Imagination's blaze and mankind's dark. I am Promethea. I bring you fire.
Sophie's Promethea burns the Smee with magical fire from her staff.
Oh. I'm too late, then?
Yes. Much too little. And much too late.
With magical lightning, Promethea eradicates the Smee.
Barbara, I must get you to a hospital.
You were incredible. You were better than I ever was.
Hell, you were better than Grace Branagh. You've lost a lot of blood. Don't try to talk. But I got so much I have to tell you. There's so much you need to know. You need to know about your predecessors, Margie Case and Borpil Woolcott and the rest. You need to know your enemies. It was probably the temple sent that Smee. And then there's the Immateria. Hush, Barbara. There'll be time to tell me later, when you're well. Now that I'm back, I have all the time that there is in the world. Time and the radiant heavenly city.
Next, the Judgement of Solomon. Judgement of Solomon. Promethea brings Barbara Shelley to the hospital, where she is quickly placed in a medical pod. Barbara is still trying to warn Promethea of the danger she is in. The Smee was the least of her problems. She is correct, because a gang lord and occult magician named Benny Solomon represents a group called the Temple, and he has called up a demonic host to attack and destroy the new incarnation of Promethea before she learns how to use her power. At the concert, Stacia receives a call.
Yeah, what? Yeah, this is she. Who's... It is not. Sophie? Well, what are you doing that voice for? What do you mean something's happened? Can you get over here? Where are you? A phone booth near the hospital? Sophie, that's miles away. Well, yeah, I can meet you out back, but you'll take forever. Yeah, okay, I'll be outside. But only because this band sucks worse than Gravity. Sophie? Sophie, don't hang up. Don't... Damn, what a bitch. Well, if she thinks I'm waiting out here longer than 10 minutes, she can smooch my butt. Who does she think she... Ah! It's She-Ra! Holy God! Save me from She-Ra! Stacia, be quiet. I'm Sophie. In a way, something's happened to me. Now, when I take my hand away, please don't make any noise. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Good. Now, I can't explain this. You'll have to trust me. I fused somehow with... I don't know. Some kind of living story. I've become the character I was writing my term paper on. I'm Promethea. And this is a problem how, exactly? I mean, you finally got boobs and you're all special effects and everything. It's like you're living in a fairy tale. Yes, but I don't know how to shut the storybook. Not before I get to the part with the wolf. So, you just wrote a poem about Promethea and you became her? That's right. Do you think if I want to be Sophie again, I should write about her? I don't know. Maybe you just acted more like Sophie. Come on, let's go watch The Limp, so you can hit on some really ugly guy then fall down drunk. Sophie doesn't act like that. Yeah, right. Look, I got a pass-out stamp on my hand. If I press it on yours, it'll look like you got one too. But what about how I'm dressed? And this caduceus? Look, everybody's gonna think you're a drug side effect, or maybe some new fad, so just relax. You can cover your magic wand thing with that cloak or whatever. Now try to act normal. Hi, fat hippie guy. You checked me and my friend out a while back, remember? Look, we got stamped.
Yeah, sure, I guess. Come on in.
Oh, great, they're still playing. Come on, you gotta see this Montelier guy. He's so lame.
Meanwhile, the demons in human form make entry into the club by walking directly through the bouncer at the door as he dissolves into melted goo.
Stacia, over by the door. Geez, what's going on over there? Who are those two men? Men? You mean you can see two men? Well, yeah. Why? What can you see?
Promethea sees the demons in their immaterial aspect, a winged bull and hawk astride gigantic beasts of war.
Listen, lady, let's not make this any messier than we have to, okay? Nobody wants a big scene.
Sophie, what do they want? Are they... Get out of here, Stacia. Get everybody out of here. They're demons. Don't even touch them. They're from a place much denser than here. You'd fly apart like steam.
Hey, what you got under that robe? Uh-oh, caduceus. She's packing heat. Screw this. Solomon said she was a walk-in. Caduceus? Hell, that's god stuff. No, maybe just a demigoddess. We can still take her if you don't lose it.
The demons attack Promethea first, knocking her into the air. She fights back, though all anyone else can see is her alone above the crowd. She burns one of the demons with holy fire from her staff.
Look what she's done to me. Ah! You're not a goddess. You're not a demi-goddess. What in all the world are you?
I'm Promethea, and there's nothing else like me. I am the holy splendor of the imagination. I cannot be destroyed.
Rah!
Those blokes, I can see sort of, well, animal shapes. There's a, what do you call a cow with wings? Tell you, that joke's in bad taste. Now, for Christ's sake, come on, the place is on fire. Sophie?
Promethea draws a glowing pentagram which begins to tear the demons apart. They are forced to open a door into the Immateria to escape with their lives.
God, Sophie, that's just so cool. How'd you know how to do that stuff? I don't know, Stacia, I thought I told you to flee this place, mortal. Why have you disobeyed me?
Solomon told us she was a walk-in, just some spirit guide or something. I tell you, he made a serious error of judgment. I'm gonna roast him on a bonfire of his own children. I mean it. Andrus, if we don't open this gate, we'll be ashes.
Mortal? Moi? Mortal, I shall not tell you twice. You must... Stacia, she's right. You have to flee this place, or... Well, you listen, Sophie Bangs. Maybe you got the worms on a stick in that stupid hat, but you're not the boss of me. Besides, this is my dream, okay? It has to be, because your dreams are all boring and about losing your address book.
Stacia, still convinced she is dreaming, is unaware of the door opening behind her.
Stacia, behind you. Huh?
The demons open the door into the Immateria, and Stacia is lost in the confusion.
Promethea, I'll make sure I carve that in foot-deep letters on the diamond gatepost of hell. We'll meet again.
They've gone. Sophie! Sophie, help me! Ah! Oh, jeez! Oh, jeez, I gotta wake up! Ah! Stacia! The cockatius! Grab the cockatius! You are kidding!
The door to the Immateria closes, taking Stacia with it. This is Texture, Digital Update, New York Tonight. This just in. The Limp U.S.'s tour ended in chaos after a fire and reported homicide at Trotsky's at St. Mark's Place. Limp frontman Montelmiar Styles is said to be distressed by the incident as to receive mental and spiritual counseling. In other news, Marv of the Five Swell Guys has been taken to South Tower Hospital after a disastrous confrontation with the painted doll. The doll himself has reportedly been killed in an explosion, the fourth such apparent demise this year. Meanwhile, one of Mayor Sonny Baskerville's multiple personalities, a shy albino named Doug, has confessed to charges of molestation. Doug maintains, however, that he himself had first been molested by another personality called Big Rudy. The case continues. Up next, Weeping Gorilla Mania. Is the popular morose monkey a cause of fan suicide? A bereaved mother speaks out. This is Texture.
Stacia?
Next, Misty Magic Land. After losing Stacia and badly in need of guidance, Sophie's Promethea seeks out Barbara Shelley in the hospital. Recognizing the woman who dropped her off, the staff welcome her in.
Hi.
Are you all right? Can you talk?
Yeah, I'm okay. They're fixing me up with that clone meat stuff. Huh. You know, it's funny, seeing you being Promethea instead of me.
I'm not finding it very funny. I don't know how to revert to Sophie, and these two things, the geisha, attacked me. Now my friend Stacia is gone, and...
Whoa, did you say geisha?
Yes, their names were Andrus and Marcosius. They said that geisha meant howling.
Dear God, someone must be real pissed at you, girl. How'd you banish him? Let me guess, you used the pentagram, right?
The five-pointed star? Yes. I just seemed to know what was needed.
Promethea knew. You'll find her and Sophie's personalities flickering back and forth at first. Just try not to go nuts, okay?
Yes, but how do I stop being Promethea? What about Sophie's friend Stacia? She just got sucked into nowhere. Wait a minute. What's this? You're saying some civilian got involved? Where'd this fight happen? At a rock concert. The demons opened this gateway to escape through. Stacia, Sophie's friend, was sucked through after them. Oh, jeez. Listen, this is very bad. Your friend, Sophie's friend, is in the Immateria. She's in Misty Magic Land. But that's where Promethea comes from. How do I get back there? Do I open a gateway like those demons did? No. That's physical magic. It's always sort of brutal and unnecessary. You ought to be able to do it in your mind. That's how you get back to being Sophie, too. Writing stuff down makes it more focused, but the imagination's the most important thing. So what? I just imagine this immaterial place, and it springs up around me? Sure, imagination is part of the immateria. It's just the part closest to the physical world. All us vessels of Promethea have had different ways of getting there. Margaret Case used to yell, "Misty Magic Land, arise." Grace Branagh had a painting of the lost land of Hy Brasil that she sort of projected herself into. So if I were to kind of imagine, say, these columns growing up through the floor, just as an example. The ones with snakes and stars on top? Yeah, you're getting it. Now the trick is, you gotta believe in the columns more than you believe in this hospital. Imagine them more solid, and this world more ghostly. Barbara? Barbara, you're fading away. Good. You are too. That's what's supposed to happen. See, as Promethea, you're made of imagination. That's why you can make this journey bodily. You are where you think you are. Now Sophie, she's flesh and blood. She could only visit the Immateria in her mind. But I don't know anything about this place. I need you to explain it to me. Can't you stay with me, Barbara? Barbara? Barbara, where am I? Oh, my soul.
Misty Magic Land.
Oh, God, I know this place. We know this place. It's like a recurring dream that Sophie had when she was like 9 or something. Or maybe she just dreamed she had that dream. Or she dreamed it once, but in the dream she remembered dreaming it before. Or, hey you! Stay focused, you stupid bitch! You're losing it. If you lose it here, well, you really lost it.
Promethea is greeted by Little Red Riding Hood.
Hell, you could even go crazy. Know what I'm saying? Oh, God. Are you? I mean, you're... Yeah. Get over it, okay? You're in Misty Magic Land now. And you gotta hang on to your clarity. You were losing it back there. But, I mean, you're exactly the way I imagined you. Well, duh. Listen, you're here looking for something, right? So, do you want me to help you? Or do you want to stand around here all day? I suppose I'm here looking for a friend of mine. She got sucked into this place by accident. Uh-huh. So it's like this perilous quest thing, yeah? I mean, you'll be wanting the dark woods right over there. I'm going that way myself. But how do you know that's where she'll be lost? Oh, come on. Where else do kids get lost in stories? You ever hear of anything titled Babes in the Supermarket? She's in the dark woods. Trust me. Well, couldn't she be in some other dark woods? There's only one dark woods. I mean, I ought to know. 500 years taking this friggin' basket to my friggin' grandma. Plus, they're a lot further away than they look. You notice that? Yes, I see what you mean. They're bigger, too. What I don't understand is why you should be the one to meet me. Because you were thinking about me, dummy. You even sort of mentioned me. But I haven't thought of you or mentioned you and... Oh, wait, yes I did. I told Stacia I was stuck in a fairy tale and wanted to get out. Before the part with the wolf. Yeah, well... So much for that, huh?
The two encounter a gigantic, terrifying wolf.
Oh, God! Oh, God, look at it! I'm frightened! Why am I so frightened? Because you're facing the unvarnished idea without any adult defenses like distance or irony or whatever. You're seeing it like a child sees it. Plus, it's a fucking big wolf. What's not to be frightened of?
Little pigs, let me come in.
Not by the fucking hair on your chinny fucking chin, you fucker.
Ho ho. Why then, I'll huff.
Fuck. Shit, where's the safety on this fucking thing? You've got a gun, but that's... Listen, Sophie drew a doodle of you just after this movie Reservoir Dogs came out. It had you holding a gun and this caption saying, "Let's go to Grandma's." Hey, I knew that. Shit.
And I'll puff.
But, I mean, the doodle wasn't really that funny, so Sophie threw it away. She threw a piece of paper away, maybe. Ideas ain't that easy to get rid of. Oh, and incidentally, you draw guns like a girl. Goddamn piece of...
And I'll blow your house in.
Ew, dog breath. Shit.
The wolf blows, and Promethea and Little Red Riding Hood are blown away.
Ow! Fuck! Oof. Oh, is he coming after us? Nah, he knows the rules. He'll wait for me over at Grandma's. I better haul the old bat out of his digestive tract. You go find your friend. She'll be somewhere nearby. These woods go on forever, but actually, they ain't that big. Listen, this gun is crap. I gotta find a kindly woodsman with an axe. You take care now. I will.
Traveling on alone, Promethea eventually hears sobbing.
Oh, God. Oh, God, I wish I was dead. Stacia, it's so sad. It's all just so sad.
She gets the kids in the house. I get the car.
Oh, God, we're all so unhappy. I understand that now. People are in so much pain. I never knew. Stacia, it's me, Sophie. Stacia, that person you're talking to. It's Weeping Gorilla. I know, and I understand what he means now. He isn't funny. He isn't funny at all. He's us. He's us, and he can't stop crying.
I guess people change.
Stacia, listen. He's an idea. It's just that you're experiencing it naked, at full strength, without any emotional filters. He's a symbol. Yes, he's a symbol of humanity. That's all we are, don't you see? We're the gorilla that weeps.
Everyone said I should get Windows 95.
Stacia, he's just a commercial icon who spouts self-pitying catchphrases. He isn't... He... Oh, God, that poor monkey.
Why do pets have to die? I like country music. It tells the truth.
You're right, Stacia. You're right. All those generations of people crushed by this terrible sadness. What's the point? What's the point of anything?
Some days are better than others.
I wanted to get you out of here, but I failed. Everything fails. We're all so useless. I just want to sit here until I die.
What do you mean? You need more space?
No, I have to get up. I know it's pointless, but...
The garage thinks it's the clutch.
No, don't leave me. Everybody I ever loved left me. They all left me. Those bastards. I have to believe there's hope. I have to believe there's happiness.
I hate my body. Can we hear that Radiohead track just once more? Promethea socks the gorilla, and while he is dazed, they escape.
Come on, Stacia. Let's get out of his range before he overwhelms us again. God, my eyes, they feel raw. My throat, I just couldn't stop crying.
If I only understood what women wanted.
This is a place where fictions and symbols are all that's real. Their intensity is undiluted. Yeah, that's prosciutto talking again, right? A minute ago you sounded like Sophie. Promethea. Sophie Bangs is my newest vessel. Our psyches will align and synchronize, given a little time. Hey, don't worry about it. Multiple personalities are real big right now. What with the mayor being like 40 different guys. So are you going to click your heels and get us out of here? I fear that it is not so simple. What Sophie must do, what I gotta do, is imagine my way back to New York. This is all so weird. When I get home, I need to find out all about Promethea and what she is. You'll help me do the research, huh, Stacia? Stacia?
The wolf returns, and now he has Stacia in his paws.
Grandma wasn't home.
Leave her alone. You're not even a real wolf. You're just a big scary blob of stuff to frighten kids with.
Promethea hits the wolf with her staff, unleashing magical fire.
Rah!
Ah!
He drops Stacia.
Rah! All the better to stop your hearts, my dears.
Stacia, get up. We have to get back to our reality right away. Oh, jeez. Can't you hail a cab or something? Stacia, I'm serious. The story about the wolf probably goes back to the Stone Age. I think he's older and stronger than Promethea. We have to concentrate on New York. Concentrate? While fleeing in terror? We have to. Just shut your eyes and think about New York. Think about the noise and the smell. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. It's not happening. All I can hear is that wolf thing panting behind us. Try to turn it into the growl of traffic or something. Come on, Stacia. Help me out here. Okay. Okay, I think maybe it's working. Good. Just a little bit further. Try and make the scent of all these flowers and blossoms smell like pizza and exhaust.
Spare change?
Oh gosh, everything's blowing like water. It's like this rushing current. Did I just say gosh? Don't let go. We're right on the shoreline of reality here, and the undertow is terrific. Ah, Prolifia, I'm slipping. Just hold tight. Hold tight, we're almost home.
Promethea and Stacia have returned from the Immateria to our reality.
We're back. You can slow down now. No, I'm not completely back. Sophie's not back. I have to find somewhere away from everybody to imagine myself back into her. Yeah, well, that makes sense. You completely rule and have boobs and tattoos and stuff, so you want to be this desperate college geek. I'm not desperate. Stacia, shut up and help me think about Sophie. Well, she's about 5'6" or something, and lives with her mom, who's this total nympho called Trish. I think Sophie maybe got laid about 4 times, if you count that thing she dated in high school. Ronald. God, I remember. She pretends she's heard of black metal bands to impress guys. She has this huge disfiguring mole on her butt. She's gay. I am not gay. Yeah, it's immense. Luckily, mostly it just looks like you're wearing giant velvet underpants. Geez, you had to tell me that diet. You're evaporating. That's supposed to happen, right? I mean, are you okay? Propania? Promethea.
Promethea disappears as Sophie returns, still holding the pad and pen she used to write herself into the role. Next, a fairy romance. The modern medicine should be healing Barbara's body, but the magical infection caused by the Smee can't even be detected by their instruments, and her health continues to fail, despite all their attempts to heal her. Barbara, in her astral form of Promethea, leaves her body behind and walks to the Immateria to confer with the other versions of Promethea who gather there.
Barbara, we were wondering when you'd show up. Do close the door. You're letting in a dreadful smell of antiseptic.
Sorry. Hi, Grace. I'm Margaret. Anna. Bill. I'm Margie.
Why, I'll tell you, have I had a rough night. Like, first there's this new teenage Promethea, then I get a slapping match with a Smee. Now I think I'm dying. You poor darling. Have Hairbill and Meadowsweet fix you a drink and then tell us all about it. What's the new girl like? Flat-chested and neurotic, I'll bet.
Promethea, a fairy romance.
Well, Yeah, pretty much. But I'll tell you, Grace, she's good when she gets into character. She just about vaporized that Smee. Thanks, girls, that's plenty. Oh, Barbara, honey, Grace is just being catty. We're sure she's fabulous. Bill, you think everything's fabulous. So, Barbara, does this new vessel have a name? Yeah, her name's Sophie Bangs, and she's a college kid. I'm just worried I'm gonna croak before I've shown her the ropes. Say, this is pretty good. What is it? It's a liqueur made from moonlight and cream of chameleon. Anna imagined it into existence the other day, didn't you, darling? That I did, Mistress Grace. This new lass sounds to be as young as I. We should look in the star pool and see how she fares. Oh, you are being nosy. This is a fine thing, I do not think. Oh! Shut up, Margie. Can you see anything, Anna? Mayhap I can, Mistress Bill. Is that the girl you spoke of, Mistress Barbara? Yeah, that's her. Last night she handled one Smee, 2 goetic demons, and a rescue from the Immateria. Guess she's sleeping it off. Only 2 goetic demons? Darling, that's nothing. Shush, Grace. Let's see what she does.
Sophie and Stacia awake in bed together.
Ah! God, you're totally an enormous lesbo. Oh, you wish. Stacia, my head's full of pop rocks. Do you remember what happened last night? Yeah, you're Promethea. Holy cow, Sophie. Promethea. But yeah, you're right. Holy cow. You know, when I woke up, I was still holding this ballpoint, the one Mrs. Shelley gave me. Come on, let's go get breakfast. Morning, Soph. Oh, and your little pal. What time did you two get in last night? About an hour before you did. Both those coffees for you? Morning, Tris. You look great. Drop dead, you little moron. And Sophie, my coffee's none of your business, okay?
Hey, Trixie, where's that coffee?
It's Trish. I gotta hear you, jerk. Jesus Christ. You know, Soph, your mom is a vast whore. I sort of admire her. Yeah, whatever. This Promethea business is scaring me, Stace. I have to find out more about it. That'll make things more, more real. We ought to just forget anything happened. There's real people trying to kill me, Stacia. Others before me have coped with this. I gotta be like them. What, you mean dead? I'm serious. We'll finish our cereal and go to the library. I can maybe find more material on Charles and Sennett and those guys. Now, eat your chocolates, Pops. Taxi! She's like a baby crab, fresh hatched upon the tide line. She has to run for the safety of the ocean before the gulls take her.
The temple already tried twice. I wonder who'll be next. I thought maybe the Night Queen. She always gave you and me a hard time, Bill.
Oh, I'll say. That sulphur slut got me killed, you know. Still, I hear she hardly leaves the underworld these days.
Sophie pulls a fairy romance off the shelf.
I do not like bad fairies. No, sir. Margie, darling, much as we all love you, if you don't keep quiet, I shall disintegrate you. Oh, look, Anna. It's your story the new girl's interested in. So it seems. I cannot say I like it when my tale is read. The pain of it is all too fresh. My baby, and how she was took from me. And him. I loved him, sisters. That I did. I loved him.
I am alone. I stare into the table's wood grain and dare not look up. I say the words once more. I am alone. My wife is gone, my Emily. So too is Anna gone, my mistress, and with her my muse likewise departed. I shall say it yet again. I am alone.
Charlton lives in the countryside with his wife, searching for inspiration in writing his latest poem. He finds it when his lovely young maid sparks a vision of herself as a fairy queen in him, and he begins to write about her as he sees her in his mind.
June 7th, 1779.
Well, Master Charlton, with Miss Emily away to see her parents in New Hampshire this next week, perhaps she'll get some work done.
Actually, Anna, I've already made great progress, and it's thanks to you.
To me? Why, sir, whatever do you mean?
Well, I've partially based the leading fairy upon you, after this sort of daydream that I had. Here, if you like, I'll read some to you. Promethea, the shepherd understood, had withered glamours captivated him, with lips, with skin like polished betelwood, with ocean eyes wherein a man might swim. Her smile ethereal, magnificent, her lyric movements, her fragility, her gentleness, her audacious scent enraptured him, enslaved him utterly. Phantasmagoria, made somehow real, yet delicate, perhaps to disappear, at his impetuous touch, his need to feel her summer jasmine breath close to his ear.
Charlton, more words. Words bring me through.
Unchained, the poet-shepherd's tongue took flight. Such verse and poesy from his lips there poured. Anna? Is it you? As night lends substance to the sylph of light, or goad the very heavens to applaud.
No.
She raised in realms of fancy, had ne'er known another's flesh, nor that warm mortal thrill of passion. How they loved! Each sigh and moan would halt the world, or bid all time stand still. Each kiss endured while mountains wore to dust. Whole lives passed twixt each measured bedboard creak. So lost were they in that transcendent lust, that they knew not the hour, nor day, nor week. Charlton's wife comes home to find him with Anna, and leaves him. Embracing heaven, earth slips through our hands, worldly affairs fragment and fall away. We reach that place which no man understands, where reason falters and blind love holds sway.
Master Charlton, was it ever me you loved? Just for a little, a little while?
Hush, Anna, the baby.
The baby's wrong. You can't make children with story. Did you love me?
Anna. Anna.
Did you?
No! Anna, it's coming. Oh, dear Lord, the baby, it's... Oh, God, Anna, the baby, it's not a baby. It's only half real, Anna. It's... Their child, such as it was, evaporates in his hands. Anna? I only made one grave, which some found queer, but there was only Anna to be buried. After all, we did not have a child. Rather, we had the dream of one. And that dream, why, it vanished, melted quite away. Save for these wretched, ill-kept journals, I have written not a word since then. My muse is gone. I see the fairies only when I drink now, which is all the time. My love is not amongst them. It was not Anna that I loved. It was the fantasy I'd spun about her. Now that fantasy had fled, I sometimes doubt it ever truly happened. And was not instead some dream of mine. But things are ever thus with fairies and romance. I am alone. After finishing the story, Sophie looks up to find herself alone in the library darkened. A voice calls to her from the shadows. Sophie.
Huh? How did it get so dark? Where did everybody...
How did it get so dark?
Who?
Where did everybody go?
Ah!
Either phrase would work nicely on a tombstone, wouldn't it?
Wait a minute. What's happening here? Who are you?
Did you ever see a dream walking? Well, I did. Did you ever hear a dream talking? Well, I did. You're Sophie Bangs, isn't it?
You're the new butaceous cutaceous with a cutius up your gluteus. I'm Jack Faust. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait a minute. I heard of you. A friend of mine. I think she mentioned you. Fat Babs? Complimentary, I hope. She's going to die, you know, in 3 days' time. Look, I don't know what's going on, okay? Oh, Sophie. And I don't know who you think I am, but this is creepy, and I'm getting out of here. Oh, Sophie. Sophie, Popopi, banana, fana, popopi, me, my, mo, mopey. Sophie, let's cut the crap. You revealed me. Clearly you have much art. I think I know you from before. You're the magician, the snake handler, the juggler. You introduced yourself to me when I was Bill, and then when I was Barbara. Yes, you know, I always like you when you're at this stage, when you're not yet clearly defined who you are. I thought I'd come and introduce myself to the new girl before she's had time to become prejudiced against me. You mean you thought you'd see how big a threat Sophie poses before she's experienced enough to spot you coming? I take it that youthful appearance is merely a glamour you molded for the occasion? Oh, allow an old man his vanities. After all, she is a very attractive young woman. And I'm Jack the Faust. I like to look my best, and I like to keep up appearances. Were you hoping to seduce her? Oh, please, give me some credit. I have succubi for that. To be honest, I just wanted to see her before she ended up insane or gutted on an altar somewhere. I mean, you do know how many enemies are gunning for her, don't you? There's a magician called Benny Solomon. I hear he's flying into New York specially to see you. You ought to watch out for him. He sent those demons. Yes, so they told me. He works for the temple. Only on a freelance basis. The temple would never admit to employing a magician. It's against their religion. Still, they want you dead. They think you're going to end the world. Why would they think that? Oh, you're so sweet when you're in this amnesia in-between state. I almost forget how much I hate you the rest of the time. They think that because you are going to end the world, dummy. But that's not true. You really can't remember anything, can you? Now, personally, I think ending the world's an excellent idea. Any real magician would agree. Promethea's father certainly did when he unleashed his dying curse upon humanity. That's you, incidentally. Ah, that's better. I see I have your attention. Stacia returns to find Sophie sitting in a trance and holding a raggedy old man's hand. Oh, for Set's sake. Huh? What? What did you do? What happened to the other guy? He was a glamour, you vacuous little bimbo. This whole thing was a waste of time. I hope Benny Solomon's boys cut you to pieces. Hey, you leave her be. Up yours, Gidget. And as for you, you're gonna get exactly what you deserve. I could have had things real sweet in that beanstalk kingdom if you hadn't bitched everything up. Screw you, lady. Screw you. Well, he sucked. God, when I walked in, he was like totally having sex with you. He was not. He was just touching my hand. It was some kind of mind thing he was doing. He said a lot of stuff. It was all sort of scary and upsetting. Everything was dark, like the library was deserted. He was just some maniac wino. Hey, look what I got. There's all kinds of stuff about Promethea I found on the net. There's this French lesbian writer to this thing, the Book of Promethea, and there's this black metal band called Hecate Enthroned. Stacia. No, but like, they have this number called Promethea, My Darkest Mask of Surreality. Stace, I just read this really sad story about the 18th century Promethea. Then that magician guy jumped me. I'm kind of shook up and Promethea'd out. Can't we just go to college and do something normal? Going into college is normal? This is Texture. Mayor Sonny Baskerville. Nuts or what? The sleaze inquiry into New York's first multiple personality disorder mayor became more complex today. A new personality called the Squealer claimed that all 42 personalities, including himself, were an elaborate sham. This is Texture. Well, she seems to have survived. Well, yes. It was a lucky break, though, her friend coming back like that.
Yeah, and Jack was only messing with her. Anyone else would have just shot her. She's helpless without guidance. Faust was right. Benny Solomon's friends from the Howling will pulverize her. God, how many lives did Promethea's dad screw up?
Barbara, honey, you're just upset. Promethea's existence is necessary.
Right. Is that what you told yourself when poor crazy Dennis Drucker blew your head off? In case it's escaped the attention of you ladies, I'm the only person here that being Promethea hasn't killed. Damn. Next, No Man's Land. Ypres, 1915.
Hello? Hello, lads. Come on, who's awake? Come on, you lazy buggers. Harry? Chalky? Come on, wake up. I'll make us all a cup of tea. How's that? Lads? Oh, God. Oh, God, sissy. God, I'm in a mess. I wish I was home with you and Mum. But I'm done for, sissy. We're all done for. No, God's universe is not itself unkind. There is love, and there is comfort, and soft, sweet wings that gather up the fallen. Your brave young friends are dead. I've come to take you home.
Promethea, No Man's Land.
I've gone already, haven't I? I'm dead, and you're an angel. I've heard of chaps who've seen him. You're not dead, but your foot is wounded and infected. We must get you to safety, swiftly. And I'm not an angel. Not exactly. My name's Promethea. Can you stand? Yes, if you'll help me. I can't place your voice. Sometimes you sound like an Arab, sometimes like a Yank. I am a little of both. Dear, gracious gods, all of these stinking holes are full of corpses. Children like you. We're men. I'm 18. Well, almost. We're doing this for our country. And God's with us. I mean, isn't he? You'd know, wouldn't you? This is what God wants, isn't it? No. This is what God's trying to help us up from. Come with me. We have long, dark miles to tread before the dawn.
As Sophie rushes to Barbara in the hospital, she is noticed and remembered by Kenneth, the psychic of the Five Swell Guys. Barbara reassures Sophie that Faust was just trying to mess with her mind about ending the world, and now Sophie has to focus and travel to the Immateria to prepare for the inevitable return of Benny's devils.
God, it's different every time. Okay, I'm imagining this. I'm sitting in the hospital, and I'm imagining this.
Debatable. Debatable? Why, it's practically intractable. She's clearly sitting here imagining a hospital, yet she claims the complete reverse. I agree. It's worse than intractable. It's unfalsifiable. In fact, it's very near ineffable.
What are you?
We are supreme deities of the cosmos. We can prove it. We have lovely numbers, and we talk back to front. Do you have anything to trade?
Trade? I don't remember. Is that why I came here?
Of course it is. You must recall we made arrangements with your aunt. All the important balloons were truncated. Hurry up and decide. It's imperative.
Vermin, be gone. I'll not have pandeliriums in this place. I think you heard me. Leave or burn. Jeez, what were they? The pandeliriums? Oh, they're just distractions. Gibberish, fluttering thoughts to lead the mind astray. You have to be stern with them. I'm Margaret, by the way. You must be Sophie. Yeah, Sophie Bangs. I guess you're here to meet me because I'm who you thought about most recently. Yes, the rules are surprisingly simple once you know them. I'm glad you came, Sophie. You need counseling. You need advice. Yeah, that's what Barbara said. Listen, first off, I am sitting in a hospital imagining this conversation, right? Well, yes. Your body is sitting in a physical location, and this is all in the imagination. Not your imagination, though. The imagination. The imagination? You make it sound like there's only one of them. There is. There's a material world, and there's an immaterial world. Both worlds exist, but in different ways. For example, chairs exist, and so does the idea of chairs. Well, yeah, but, everybody's imaginations are separate, aren't they? Everyone has their own private mental space. Of course they do, just like their house is their own private physical space. But the territory outdoors belongs to everyone. But if your mind behaved like a place, every time anyone followed a trail of thought, they'd be walking a pathway in the Immateria. Humans are amphibious, Sophie. That means they live in two worlds at once, matter and mind. Yet many people only notice the solid world they've been conditioned to think of as more real, while all about them diamond glaciers creak and star volcanoes thunder. But what about ideas? Why do some people have better ideas than others? Ideas grow like flowers here. Some are common ideas, found everywhere. But if you want the rarer ideas, the more exotic blossoms, you have to travel further. Artists, scientists, philosophers, they're the pioneers of these territories. But you're saying anybody could explore this place if they wanted to? Yes. Yes. That's why Promethea's enemies find her so threatening. It's what she represents. What do you mean? Jack Faust told you that Promethea was intended to end the world. In a way, he was right. Promethea makes people more aware of this vast immaterial realm. Maybe tempts them to explore it. Imagine if too many people followed where she led. It would be like the great Devonian leap from sea to land. Humanity slithering up the beach from one element into another. From matter to mind. We have many names for this event. We call it the rapture. We call it the opening of the 32nd path. We call it the awakening or the revelation or the apocalypse. But end of the world will do. But the end of the world, that's a bad thing, right? The world isn't the planet or the life and people on it. The world is our systems, our politics, our economies, our ideas of the world. It's our flags and our banknotes and our border wars. I was at Ypres. I was at the Somme. I say end this filthy mess now. Jack Faust, he said Promethea was her father's dying curse upon humanity. Curse? Promethea wasn't his curse upon existence. She was his gift to it. Promethea is imagination. What other comfort did those poor boys who died here have? What else except Wilfred Owen's poems, or the Angel of Mons, or Promethea? If you'd have heard them, all those boys, there was nothing I could do. They were calling for their mother. For the... Please excuse me. It's silly, really. I was just a cartoonist. My only concerns were my art, my deadlines, my paycheck. Then Promethea happened to me, and all of a sudden, I felt responsible for the problems of the world, for every avoidable disaster and plague. When the First World War erupted, it felt like a personal failure. But, wars just happen. How's that a failure on your part? Because Promethea is imagination, and because war, all war and conflict, is naught but the failure of imagination. The four horsemen don't cause the apocalypse. After all, they've been riding for centuries, hanging over our heads. They merely symbolize what life on Earth is already like. They show us why we need an apocalypse. Mankind must imagine a way to rise above the perilous material situation that it has created. That's why Promethea is necessary. But what you're saying, it's like Promethea is the human race's ticket to the Immateria, and the Immateria is like the promised land. So why is everybody, trying to kill me? Here, climb onto this. There are some people with a vested interest in keeping the world as it is, because that's the world they have power over. You see, in the Immateria, there's no rent, no tax, no property, there's no real estate, no boundary fences, no limits. It's important that you understand how measureless in power and splendor are the territories which you represent. In truth, the beauties of the solid material universe are but a part of the rich spectrum of existence, the 1/10 of an iceberg that is visible above the tide line of reality. Matter is that part of being that is crystallized, where the mind's light has petrified to concrete substance. Beyond substance is imagination, the moonlit realm of dream and fiction, sexual fantasy, and the unconscious mind. These lunar attributes, imagination and romance, are the gem-crusted gateways of the Immateria. Just the gateway? But I thought dreams and imagination were like the whole deal. No, they're just the way in. Beyond the lunosphere lies the mercurial domain of intellect and science, of magic and of language. Humankind's most precious gift, communication, has its wellspring here. Still, intellect isn't everything. So, like Immateria, it's a map of what's inside people, not just the universe beyond them? The world's inside and outside us have the same structure, the same pattern. Journeying beyond even the intellectual idea of shape or form, we next traverse the rich Venusian landscape of emotion. Passing that, still more rarefied, more tenuous even than feelings, love or joy or sorrow, lie the golden solar reaches of the human soul. This is the burnished fleck of self within each individual, the highest human plane within the Immateria. Beyond lie the transhuman realms of forces absolute and universal. Whoa, the weather feels like it's getting rougher. We're moving through the stern and martial stratospheres of universal judgment, tilting the very balance of the cosmos. Hold tight, Sophie. Hold tight. Ah, I'm slipping. Where did all these rain clouds come from? Past universal judgment are the sheltering Jupiterian skies of universal mercy, where the gods of storm and lightning play. Beyond that is the chasm at the far edge of existence where... Damn, it's no good. We're tipping over. Margaret! Margaret, we're falling! Don't worry. Remember, this whole journey is through your imagination. You can't be hurt. Your body is somewhere else.
Sophie lies unconscious at Barbara's side, and the nurses are unable to awaken her. They place her in a bed and room of her own, and Kenneth notices this as well. For a moment he sees what Sophie is experiencing inside her mind in the Immateria.
What? Margaret? Margaret, where'd you go? Margaret? Oh, crap. Look, you can get out of this. It's just imagination. You can just open your eyes, right? Okay, on 3. 1, 2... Or, of course, there's always plan B. Oof. Well, after that imaginary climb, I imagine I'm pretty exhausted. This sucks. This whole thing, it really, really sucks. It's like they said they want to teach me stuff. I mean, how to get home would be good. Ah, jeez. Okay, think. Think hard. This isn't one of the higher levels of the Immateria that Margaret talked about. Everything shifts and changes too much. I'm still in the dreamlike region. Maybe I'm in Misty Magic Land or somewhere. Oh God, what if I get lost? Maybe that's what happens to depressed people. Or crazy people. They wander out of the safe and sane areas of their minds. They wind up somewhere bad and wild and
Sophie comes to a gate which reads, Transipality of Hy Brasil, Neptura's protectorship, travelers turn back. Surrounding the signs are heads mounted on pikes. Next, Amazing Grace. Kenneth the Psychic relives the last memory of his unconscious teammate Marv in the hospital. He sees the team fighting the science villain, the painted doll, or something like him anyway, as he gives off no life signs. Rogers swings a lamppost with her super strength while the doll leaps around the team's floating platform, kicking and shooting them at will. Unable to help his teammate, Kenneth decides to check on Sophie and investigate the vision of her he received. Making physical contact, he delves into her mind. Sophie is currently running away from large birds ridden by spear-wielding lizard men as they discuss the best way to eat her. At the last moment, she hears a welcome voice.
Don't worry, darling. Everything's going to be lovely. Now, if you could just be a sweetie and step to one side.
Promethea leaps and spins, swinging her large sword and lopping the heads off both lizard men, leaving the bird mounts untouched.
Ah, yes. That's absolutely super. You're another Promethea.
No, dear. You're another Promethea. I am the Promethea. I'm Grace Brana, and I'm rather the classic model.
Now, could you be an absolute treasure and grab one of these blood roosters from me instead of just goggling? Grace Brana? You did all those Promethea pulp covers in the 1920s.
Darling, I lived all those Promethea pulp covers in the 1920s.
You've no idea how thoroughly sick one can become of torture chambers, demon altars, hunchbacks, and skeletons. Huh. Yeah, I guess. Listen, my name's Sophie Bangs. I was just with Margaret, the Promethea before you, but then I lost her and ended up here with those lizard men chasing me.
They're called man-gators, darling, not lizard men. And I'm perfectly aware who you are. Dear Barbara can't shut up about you tackling that Smee and those imps from the Howling. She's very easily impressed, poor thing.
Anyway, are you going to saddle up or not? Huh? On this thing?
Darling, if you're going to be Promethea, I'm sure you'll end up with much stranger things between your knees.
Now, I gather I'm supposed to be providing the next stage of your tuition?
What did Margaret teach you?
About war, mostly.
Boys calling for their mothers, all that stuff. Frightfully moving, isn't she? Margaret's big on compassion, as symbolized by the cup. That's what she taught you, the way of the cup. Now I'm going to teach you the way of the sword.
What, like chopping people up and stuff?
Oh dear, you're rather literal, aren't you? You see, darling, on this level, everything's symbolic. Everything stands for something else. Swords stand for reason and discrimination. Frankly, dear, they cut through bullshit.
And alligator guys. You cut through them, too. There's blood all over this saddle.
Reason slices through illusion and hallucination, darling. That's all the man-gators are. Nasty little figments dreamed up by a nasty little mind.
But even though they're figments, they're still dangerous here?
Oh, good God, yes. Eat you from the toes up as soon as look at you. I've been fighting them off for years. After all, darling, Hy Brasil is supposed to be my territory.
So, Hy Brasil, that's like an area of the Immateria, right?
Roughly speaking, it overlaps with Fairyland and Tir na Nog, places like that, but basically, it's mine. Or at least it was, until the usurper took it from me.
Usurper? But I don't remember your throne getting usurped in any of those old pulp stories.
No, this happened since then. In fact, the usurper is the being that wrote those old pulp stories. The being that created the man-gators. In the March 1927 issue of Astonishing, as I recall. His name's Marto Neptura.
Oh, God! He's so big! How can you fight anybody who's... Wait a minute. Marto Neptura? Wasn't that just a house pseudonym for any hack who wrote Promethea back in the 20s?
Exactly, darling. Nepturo's a pseudonym, a harmless fiction. Except here, where he's non-fiction, and non-harmless for that matter.
Promethea, think not that I do not see thou, little one. Neptura sees all.
Stupid man, it's thee, not thou. Hopeless without an editor. Oh well, let's go and make a few significant cuts in his major passages.
Fool, my dark power shall scorch thou.
Ah! If he's imaginary, how come this guy's so powerful?
Because he's imaginary writer, dear. Writers shape the stuff of fiction, so here, he can do anything. Follow me through those gates up ahead.
Ugh, More heads. I saw some at the kingdom's borders earlier. I said he was a writer, Poppet. I didn't say he was a good writer. He repeats himself awfully. He has very few surprises up his sleeve. And frankly, you can see them coming a mile off. Stay behind me and keep your head down.
Promethea hacks her way through the wizard's minions while complaining about the wizard's lack of diversity in her foes. She finds his adoration of her physique tiring, as well as the vampiric flying leaves he sends to slow them down. Just then, she notices Kenneth watching them from the outside, and addresses him directly.
Who do you think you're spying on, you grubby little adolescent? My God, she can see me. But how on earth can she possibly... Hey! What? That's my friend! What are you doing to my friend? You're not a doctor! Were you perving on her? Were you? No, look, I wandered into the wrong room. I'm sorry. Out! Go on, get out! Jeez, every time I leave her alone, I come back, she's unconscious, and there's some old bald guy bailing her up. But I wasn't... Oh, there's your friend now. Kenneth? Hey, you're a nurse. You get this guy out of my friend's room. But, Kenneth, you idiot. You're supposed to be watching Marv. Hey, I know you. You're that new Roger from the Five Soul Guys. So is the old Roger ever coming back? No, he isn't. Come on, Kenneth, we have to talk. Look, I just made a mistake. Sure, like when Marv got shot. Kenneth, the doll's been seen. He may intend on coming back to finish the job. Come on, let's go look at your friend, Miss Vanderveer, Stacia Vanderveer. I came straight from college when I heard Sophie collapsed. Boy, she's totally out, huh? Yes. Now, answer me honestly. Had Sophie taken anything? Is there any reason she should be like this? I really can't imagine. Well, at least whoever it was has stopped watching us. Now, if I can just kick this turret door in. Ah! There. Ow! These leaves are getting worse. Hardly surprising, dear. Neptura's planted a hell oak slap in the middle of my lovely terrace. Be careful to avoid the sap when I cut it back. Tends to blind you and send you mad. There. That's for my uprooted symphony bushes, you scab-eating brute.
Ah, Grace, what a picture you are, with thine flashing blade, thine rippling thews. It would make such a magnificent cover painting, and for a caption. Let me think. Ah, I know. Promethea and the Hand of Death.
Rippling thews? Oh, you ridiculous creature. Get back, Sophie. He's throwing glob-goblins. All right, Neptura. I've finally had about as much of your shaky grammar and leering descriptions as I can bear. Let's see how you spin words without hands or a tongue. Of the 5 writers generally thought to be behind the Neptura pseudonym, Gerald Summers had the most solid plot construction, while Ray Bennett's descriptive passages are often both distinctive and surprisingly good. Sophie, what? Lamont Davies was the most prolific of the Neptura authors, narrowly beating Bernard Haupt, who was also notable for his misogynistic bondage scenes.
Ah, what are you doing to me?
And astonishing editor Louis Werner, who seemed obsessed with medieval weaponry.
Ah, thou harlot!
Sophie, what on earth have you done to him? Well, it was just stuff from my term paper. I figure everybody treats this Neptura guy like he's one person, but really he's like all these different guys. Ha! What delightful logic! And what swordplay! Swordplay? Well, yes. The sword is reason. And you just wielded one of reason's sharpest tools, which is reductionism. That's the process of breaking down one big problem into lots of little problems.
Yeah!
Promethea easily kicks the split form of Neptura away.
You chopped him into pieces, darling. You know, I'm starting to understand what Barbara sees in you. You really are quite good. Wow, thanks. Am I as good as you?
Ah!
Ah ha ha! Don't push your luck, dear. No one's as good as me. Now come on, everything's settled, and you have a crash course to be getting on with. Hey, everything looks different. Well, yes, That's because I'm imagining it now, rather than a conglomerate of fourth-rate hacks, and I'm an artist. We have a better eye than writers. So is that it? Have I learned everything? Of course not. There are 4 magical weapons. You've yet to master the wand or the pentacle. Bill will help you. Just take the highway east from Hy Brasil, and you'll find her. Good luck, darling. And from what I've heard, you're almost certainly going to need it.
Benny Solomon has called every demon he can name to destroy Promethea.
Let's finish this.
Next, rocks and hard places. Protesters have gathered at the hospital to support and oppose the mayor's impending visit, with the currently 4 swell guys keeping the peace. Inside, Trish has arrived to see how Sophie is doing. Stacia knows more than she can tell Sophie's mom about her condition. Promethea. Rocks and hard places.
So, you're Sophie. Oh, you are just the most adorable little thing. I'm Bill. Well, actually, I'm Big Bill at the moment. I'm not as deep or Margaret or witty Grace, but I wanted you to notice me. Bill? You mean like William? William Wolcott, the comics artist? Oh, bless you. You remember. Strictly speaking, I was the artist writer. But yes, I worked on and was Promethea longer than anyone, 39 through 69. My Promethea wasn't the wisest or the strongest, but I like to think she was the nicest. Yeah, but, I mean, well, no offense, but, well, it's like, you're a guy. How does that work? Not very well a lot of the time, to tell the truth. And I'm not a guy. William Wolcott was a guy. If anything, I'm his imagination. And Bill's imagination was... Well, to be honest, Bill was as gay as a spring lamb. Of course, the expression at the time was confirmed bachelor, and Bill was certainly that. You, Sophie, I'm over here now. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you are. How do you do that with the size and the 2 places at once and everything? Oh, well, mine was also sort of the silliest Promethea, always grown to giant or visiting Toy Town. Actually, I didn't think it was silly. I thought it was playful. It was meant for children. Well, you know, I read a couple of issues for my college term paper. I really liked them. Big Bill's still back there behind us. Oh, she'll fade away eventually. So how are you finding the Immateria? It's scary, but I sort of like it. I met Margaret, then Grace. They taught me about stuff like the importance of being compassionate, the importance of being smart. The cup and the sword. Good. So what do you know about coins? What, you mean like money? Well, not exactly. You could call them coins, or pentacles, or discs. They're one of the 4 magical weapons. Wands, cups, swords, and coins. Fire, water, air, and earth. You're going to need all 4 elements. Elements? But you said I needed 4 weapons. 4 elements, 4 magical weapons, 4 essential human qualities. They're all the same thing in a way. Spirit, compassion, intellect, and physical existence. You need them all to be Promethea, or to be human. I was the most human, the most earthly of all the Prometheas, all the girls. Actually, that was always my biggest problem. Must be why they've chosen me to teach you about earthly matters, about discs, about coins. Because you were the most involved with the physical world? Honey, involved isn't the word. I was in love with the physical world. All that flesh and sensation. To me, it was like an irresistible fun fair. A carnival. A roadside attraction.
Sophie and Bill approach the Mortal Coil Bar and Grill.
So, like, what is this place? Well, we're pretty far along the road that leads down into matter. And this is kind of a drive-through allegory along the way. It's how material existence looks from up here. This looks more like a theme park than a diner. Don't they do any food here? Well, they have various kinds of sustenance on display. All the things that keep people going on the way through life. All the things we have a taste for. Life's a running buffet, and honey, I do mean running. So come on, what does Sophie Bangs want on a platter? Maybe a husband? Somebody to love? Perhaps kids one day? It's a very popular choice. Maybe a family would give you the purpose you were looking for. Or maybe money would help make sense of things. Or sex. Lose yourself in pleasure and forget everything else. That was always the big one with me. You could be an intellectual and join the literati. You could be a drunk and join the obliterati. Well, what if you don't choose any of the dishes? Why then, child, you will be hungry. And you'll be hungry for the longest time. Its mortal existence is fast food, Sophie. It's comfort eating, with love and wealth and fame and happiness all no more than a sugar rush. It's life, Sophie. To go. Wow. Listen, that was kind of intense. Can we stop this thing for a while and walk? I'm getting motion sickness. Well, life will do that. We can go the rest of the distance on foot. The material world isn't far from here. If the wind's right, you can almost smell the sulfur.
As the mayor arrives at the hospital, the painted doll surveys the area with binoculars. And he sees Benny Solomon arrive. Huh? Oh my. This ought to be good.
Yeah, I keep noticing that Route 32 sign. What is that? There's 32 points in the whole system. 10 spheres, 22 paths. Route 32 is the path connecting matter and imagination. In some ways, it's the most important path. Like I say, you should find a magician to help with this stuff. Or failing that, I suppose you could always ask the snakes. The snakes? What, you mean the ones on the Caduceus? Or, wait a minute, what's going on with the landscape? It's all getting sort of hyper-real. And so are we. God, what's happening? Everything has this diamond clarity. Grace and Barbara say it's like drugs. But I never took drugs, so I wouldn't know. It's just the 32nd path, taking us closer to material reality, so everything sort of crystallizes. It's beautiful. I guess this 32nd path is the scenic route? What things look like isn't as important here as what they symbolize. As for what this path symbolizes, well, it has a name, as well as a route number. Some traditions call this path the world.
In the sky, surrounded by 4 godlike figures, Sophie sees a nude woman and a gigantic snake coiled together.
Some call it the universe. Wow. What are they? The snake is the spiraling DNA. It represents all earthly life. The moonlit woman is all dream and fantasy. Do you see, Sophie? It's a wonderful dance between the flesh and the imagination. And some call it the universe. Let's move on. Ahead are more earthly visions, earthly ideas, earthly memories. Who is he? He's nobody from my earthly memories. No, he's one of mine. This is Bill Wolcott when he was a young man. He's drawing Promethea with so much passion that, to his surprise, he can physically become Promethea. Bill hadn't necessarily ever wanted to be a woman, but I guess he'd always wanted to be a goddess. It was so much fun, helping people, having adventures, falling in love. Plus, it gave him great material for his comic book. Can't argue with that. There was this FBI man who knew about Promethea's existence. More than that, he fell in love with her. The affair is very passionate. You have no idea. The toned-down comic book version, Bill called his FBI agent Dirk Dangerfield. His real name was Dennis Drucker. Dennis Drucker? Wasn't he the guy who killed... Oh, hush. I'll be getting to that part soon enough. Let me enjoy telling you our fairy tale love story first. It was just so perfect. Dennis was decent, handsome, and straight. That was a decider, if I'm honest. Dennis couldn't believe his luck. He loved the perfect woman, and the sex was fantastic. I mean, sex with Promethea, and there really are fireworks. hundreds of little blue stars. But the love was better than the sex. It's like a human man in love with a goddess. Every moment we spent together seemed mythical. Every word shivered like starlight. Every kiss was timeless. God, Sophie, he was great. He was so great. So anyway, guess what happened? The business about Bill being a guy. Dennis found out? Well, you better look inside here and see for yourself, but basically, yeah. Dennis found out.
Sophie sees Dennis shooting Bill Wolcott in the head at his drawing table. Tears in his eyes.
Oh, God. God, that's so awful. Yes. And what's most awful is that it came out of nothing except our love. That wonderful, burning, holy thing. It destroyed both of us. Both of you? What happened to Dennis? Take a look and see. It's like Charlton Sennett's affair with Promethea when she was Anna. These things never end well. Oh, that's terrible. How long has he been? Nearly 30 years. 30 years bound and pecked at, eaten by his memories. Promethea was everything to him, and he killed her. He loved me, Sophie. He really, really loved me.
Sophie sees Dennis Drucker sitting catatonic in an asylum.
That poor man. If he hadn't been so bigoted about... No, don't blame Dennis. I'd never told him about Bill. I was being dishonest, and I knew it. It just... We were so happy. Oh, come on. Let's get out of here. You know, you didn't need to show me that. I mean, if it was going to upset you. Oh, but it was important you should see. You have to understand the dangers of the earthly realm, of getting too attached to it, of loving it too much. Is that possible? To love the world and people too much? Well, perhaps not. After all, you're Promethea now. You're supposed to bring the light of pure spirit down to free earthbound humanity. To do that, I guess you have to love humanity first. But remember, you're not the first to try touching the mortal clay with the flame of the immortal soul. You're not the first fire bringer. Do you ever wonder why our heroine's father chose that particular name for his only daughter? Promethea? Well, I looked it up, and all I found was the name of this species, the Promethea moth. And the feminized name of another great storybook figure who tried bringing heavenly fire to illuminate mankind's dark earth. All I'm saying is, Sophie, my child, please be careful. Be careful, and be warned.
Sophie sees Prometheus, huge in the sky, chained to a rock and eaten by birds.
Jeez, then the myth about the chains, and the rock, and the feasting bird, it's all true. All myths are true, Sophie. Given that they last longer, they're even truer than the so-called real world. Speaking of which, seems we're finally here. Isn't this your hospital? I guess so. Sorta looks like it. Who is that crowd of people over there? They're all unreal looking like us. I don't know. They look like human personalities, but why there should be such a crowd of them here, I can't imagine. There must be 40 at least. Well, we got this multiple personality mayor in New York, but he wouldn't be anywhere around this hospital. Oh, hey, I think that's Marv from the Five Swell Guys. They're like these science heroes? He must be very ill. His spirit looks as if he's wondering whether to leave. Come along. This is where I have to say goodbye. Your body's right through that wall. Take care, Sophie. They got a lot of trouble lined up for you. I will. Hey, everything's changing again, the way it looks. Thanks for everything, Bill. I'll see you soon. Saying I'm a bad mother? Listen, raising Sophie without a dad, you have no idea what it was like. Trish, neither have you. Sophie had a new dad every other Friday. Actually, me and the other kids used to envy her.
Sophie finally wakes up and stops her mother and best friend from arguing. Stacia hugs her, and her mom wants to know if she's on drugs, but before any answers can be given, a loud explosion rocks the hospital. A blasted Roger says the painted doll tossed a bomb into the crowd, which she luckily took the brunt of. The mayor's team move him to safety as Benny Solomon watches the sky. Promethea maimed two of his best and made him look bad to his bosses. The sky is filled with Benny's demon army coming for Promethea.
I'm sending all of them.
Next, Guys and Dolls. The demons arrive in the hospital lobby and very quickly drop any attempt at disguise. People begin to panic at the sight of them, and the five swell guys debate whether magic is their concern or not, afraid of diverting any focus from the painted doll's attack on the mayor.
Your pen? Did that Comey give you brain damage? She said there's monsters. What, are you going to write a poem about it? Yes, Mom. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Now shut up, okay? Yes, Mom. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Now shut up, okay? Here's the pen, so... You're useless. You kids, you're useless in an emergency. We should barricade the door. That's no good. They were walking through things. Sophie, is this going to work? I don't know, Stace. Just let me think. 4 women, and all hell was at the door, and so I thought where none had thought before. My plan was sound. There was no holy writ, no predetermined rule forbidding it. Oh, God, I hear something in the corridor. They're howling. Sophie, they're howling. Had not past writers made their loved ones be a vessel for their muse's majesty? Yet it occurred to me to do still more. For if one, why not with 3 or 4? Ah, I can smell them. It's horrible. I feel funny. That doctor, such compassion in her face, who seemed to me not unlike Margaret Case, might thus provide a fleshly chariot for that loving seraph from the fields of war. Or might my mother's life contain less harm if she possessed Bill Wolcott's female charm? What's happening to me? Oh, God! Jesus! Sophie! Is it you doing that? Oh, God, Sophie, look! Really! Don't do this! Sophie! Sophie, help me! Everything's changing! Would my companion Stacia's caustic wit, together with Grace Branna's, make a fit? That fortunate eventuality would leave nobody untransformed, save me. As for myself, I'll conjure with a single line the fiction of a mortal made divine. Eyes dark with kohl, her breath like ocean breeze. There in her hand, the wand of swift Hermes. Sophie Bangs, you total bitch! Don't you dare! Winged god of scribes, who writes the fates of men, with the Arcadia as his wand, his pen. By his art, let her blazing form descend on me alike with mother, stranger, friend. And in each soul let burn a single star, whose light is all mankind's. Promethea.
Guys and Dolls.
My dear girl, you've manifested us, and all at once. I can't say I like the material you had to work with, but I'm terribly impressed, darling. Sophie, nobody's ever thought of doing this before. Sophie was desperate. That nurse I used to bring Margaret through said there were demons all over the hospital. Yes, it's the entire geisha. What puzzles me is which of us is Promethea now? The original little girl Promethea. All of us are.
The 4 Prometheas stride out into the hallway to face the demonic horde.
And what in bloody screaming heaven are you supposed to be?
We are love. We are beauty. We are art, and we are mind. We are Promethea. I'm rather afraid you're all going to die, puppets.
They have the smell of myrrh and womanhood. Do you recognize the rank and order of them, princely Stolas? Aelstad, Earl Renove. Saturn is strong behind them. This is high, black, female power. I do not like it. No, nor I.
These bugs are all over this hospice. We'd best go in separate directions. Sophie, Are you okay alone? We taught you cups, swords, and coins, but not wands. We didn't teach you will. Then I'll improvise. That's Sophie's specialty. Let's take them.
Wow. Margaret, Jesus' teeth. She's hurt me. She's got a cockadius. Fall back, good dukes and princes. Leave the kings to settle with her, Baal or Asmodee. Marcosia said she was strong, but he did not say there were 4 of her.
Actually, there's at least 6 of it, you little smear of celestial crap, even if Anna here's a non-combatant. But since Sophie left me out of her girls' outing, I guess I have to make my own arrangements. Okay, here goes. God, Steve, baby, I wish you were here. It was you had the imagination. You imagined I was beautiful, for God's sake. Okay, let's do this. Hold on, Sophie. This ain't over till the fat lady sings. You want wands? I'll show you wands. You want will? I'll show you will.
Despite being on the edge of death, Barbara transforms, and her Promethea leaps into action, defending the South Tower from the demonic horde in one final blaze of glory. Siege of South Tower, Incident 1. The Fat Lady Sings. The 5 swell guys do their best to fight back the demons, who read as condensed energy to their instruments. Bill's Promethea comes to their rescue, and then moves to give Margaret's Promethea backup against the King Demon after the area is secure. Siege of South Tower, Incident 2. Bill and Margaret, Jumping Bail. Sounds noisier than I was expecting out there tonight. I heard the mayor was in. You hear that? No? Oh well. Wish me luck, loves. My public awaits. Oh, now this is new. I don't think I've killed any of those before. The painted doll flips through the air, shooting at the arrayed demons. Siege of South Tower, Incident 3. Doll time.
No, look. They've sent in the clowns. What are you shooting at, you ludicrous creature? We're from the Howling. We can't be killed.
Really? Now there's a challenge. Back! Back, or bear the scars of me forever!
You see? I told you she was some sort of monster.
Barbara, what are you doing here? I didn't have enough bodies to bring you through.
I've still got a body, remember? Should last long enough to do what's necessary. How about you? Holding up?
I think so. I still feel like there's part of me I'm not using.
It's the soul, Sophie. The higher self. The wind. The wand. Just let it come. Let it open its wings. Back. Fall back. Rah! She burns. What is this lovely thing that burns, Asmodee? Walk in, Your Highness, as we reported. She's something unfamiliar. It's all right, we can retreat. The path behind us is clear.
Darlings.
The demons turn to retreat, only to find that Stacia's Promethea is awaiting them. Promethea unleashes blue fire against the demons. Siege of South Tower, Incident 4. Sophie earns her wings.
What's happening in there? What are those blue fire bursts? This is taking my guys way too long.
Whatever you say, Mr. Solomon.
I mean, it felt wrong from the start. Too much unexpected stuff. That nutcase mayor visiting, those protesters, that bomb, and now this.
With his binoculars, Benny watches the chaos from afar. He sees the painted doll as well, though, who has picked Benny out of the crowd as the master of the demons and has brought the chaos to his front door, unveiling a grenade.
There, I thought you were the one who brought this Halloween parade along. Well, everybody, don't just stand there. How was I? Huh? Come on, what did you think? No, honestly.
Siege of South Tower, Incident 5. Blow-up doll. The doll explodes, his entire body being the bomb, and Benny Solomon is killed instantly. Leaderless, the demons are now soldiers stranded in enemy territory, and they seek refuge. Siege of South Tower, Incident 6. The Temptation of Saint Sunny. They find it, every one of them, in the already crowded mayor with his multiple personalities. No one is even sure what they saw was real, and the mayor's outward life goes on as normal, only with someone else in the driver's seat. In the interest of lives going on as normal, the Prometheas all let go of their earthly selves, taking care to wipe their borrowed bodies' memories on the way out as they return to the Immateria. Barbara is the last to go, making sure Sophie does the same before the police arrive.
I can do that. I know how to let go of being Promethea. But what about you? Oh, don't worry about me. I can let go and be Promethea just fine. See? There she goes, boiling away into the blue. Okay, I'm doing it too. I'm thinking about Sophie, about her jeans leaving marks around her belly, about her goddamn term paper. That's good. No. Barbara, I'm... Shh. Just let it go. It's easy. Letting go is easy. We let go of being children. We let go of being young and pretty. We let go of being Promethea. We let go of everything. Barbara? Barbara?
Next, bringing down the temple. Promethea attacks Benny's club and casino, terrifying his underlings. Promethea, bringing down the temple.
Holy God! Holy God! Kill it! Sal, I don't know. Ah! Oh God! Ah! Ah! What do you want?
Your master is killed, his creatures in hiding. Regrettably, one of my kind is also no more.
Oh God, her voice. I'm gonna pee.
So tell me, do you value your souls? New York, Monday.
I'm really sorry. Would you like to see her? Yeah. Yeah, I think I would. Oh God, when did she, She hung on a day or so after we found her out of bed during that stuff that happened at the hospital. They pronounced her dead early this morning. Look, you'll probably want a few minutes alone with her. I'll be right outside. Soph, you want me to stay here, or... This is screwed, Stace. This is so screwed. I mean, look at her. They haven't even closed her eyes. They haven't even... Oh, God, Stace. Oh, God. So, it's okay. Really, it's okay. No. This is not okay. She helped me fight those demons, and it killed her. Oh, God, her face. It's all cold. It's like marble. I was going to ask you about the demons. I just remembered little flashes. Yeah, well, Grace wiped your memory. My mom doesn't remember anything past that first explosion. Oh, God. Barbara. She was so nice, Stace. She really looked out for me. Nobody's getting away with this. I mean it. Nobody.
Los Angeles, Tuesday.
So, once more, your souls, do you value them? Yes, yes. Oh, God, Vince, tell her what she wants. Look, we value our souls, okay? We value our souls. We don't know anything. Your employer was contracted to kill me. His clients were a group called the Temple. Where are they? That was all on the computer. Sal wiped the drive. I see. And this is the device here? Yeah. But, Sal wiped it clean. Retrieving the information, it's like you need to be a computer expert.
Promethea's staff connects to the computer on a level of pure information.
There's no address filed under Temple. No contact information. Just a name. Who's Henry Royce? He must be Benny's Temple contact. Look, I promise, we never heard of the guy. It doesn't matter. I'll find him. I am grateful for your help. Change your lives. Oh God, please. Oh no, oh no.
Promethea leaves them unharmed. Sophie travels to the Immateria to find Barbara's spirit, only to be told by the other Prometheas that she isn't there.
What do you mean she's gone? We mean that Mistress Barbara has chosen not to tarry with us now that her mortal round is done. She wished us all farewell. Darling, her actual words were, "Damned if I'm spending eternity with a bunch of dried-up has-been bitches like you." But then, that's Barbara. But, I mean, where did she go? She went on. She said she wanted to find Steve, her husband. She went beyond, Sophie. She said to say goodbye. You have to let her go. She's gone into the magic where people can't follow. Forget her, honey. I can't do that, Bill. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Next, Sophie goes to Jack Faust and asks him to teach her magic now that Barbara's gone. He says he liked Barbara, and he agrees to help Sophie, in exchange for sex with Promethea. It's mostly a magical act, more a congress of souls than of bodies, and Jack happens to believe that his soul is beautiful. Promethea comes to Henry Royce, an elder of the temple, in his dreams. She appears in a dream of his mother's funeral, replacing her in the casket. He warns the others of his order. Promethea is on to them. New York, Saturday, 2:16 p.m.
But, I mean, how did you find this Royce guy? Promethea searched the Immateria and happened on one of his dreams. It was easy. Hey, taxi! Oh, right, and just like that, you know his address. You know he's part of this temple thing. Stace, Promethea knows, okay? Yeah, hi, we're going to Burley Drive out in Forest Hills? Burley Drive? So, that's where all the millionaires live. It can't be where this temple is. Look, you asked to come along, okay? Anyway, maybe the temple's underground or something. Now let me concentrate, huh? Wow, I guess this must be the place. What are you going to do? You just gonna zap everybody or whatever? I don't know what I'm going to do. They're probably expecting me. I mean, they're this ancient occult organization. I think they may even be the ones who killed the original Promethea's dad. Probably it's this huge cult of assassins. They have to be expecting me. So, listen, this decisive action stuff, it's not like you. It's like I don't know you anymore. You wouldn't tell me what that creepy Faust guy said, and... Are you getting bigger? Yes, Stacia, listen. I'm still me, but I'm her too now. Everyone's just going to have to get over that. As for Jack Faust, I'm still considering what he said. Ah, that must be the mansion gates ahead. Look, all this stuff, it just scares me, yeah? I mean, it's not even funny. Can't you do this whole big stupid revenge thing some other time? It isn't revenge, and it isn't stupid. Grace was right. I have to strike back immediately. I can end them now, or let them keep hurting people by sparring with them forever. Besides, today is some big temple feast or celebration. But doesn't that mean they'll all be there? Yes. Stacia, this is as far as you go. Call a cab back to town or wait here. It's up to you. I'll handle things from here.
I'm sorry, miss. I can see you're one of the performers for Mr. Royce's celebration, but you'll have to show ID before I can let... The guard and gate both fall easily before Promethea as she approaches the house.
She's coming.
Oh, God.
Don't worry, Prue. Don't worry, sweetheart. We've got the weapon.
You know who I am. You're Henry Royce. Where is the temple?
Yes, harlot of revelations. We know who you are. Just as you surely know us. We are the temple.
She reminds me of my baby sister. Emily's dead, Teddy. That demon's enchanting you.
I mean, the temple hasn't numbered above a dozen since the 20s. Now there's 3, and our heirs.
Teddy, get the weapon. 3 of you? Persecuting me across decades?
3 of us protecting mankind from you, devil. Behold, we guard the sacred spear. Tremble, creature. This is the very weapon that killed your father centuries ago. His demon blood stains it. Its touch can shrivel you.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Emily,
The look of infinite sadness on her face, Promethea throws the useless weapon away.
Dear gods, how many lives wasted in this idiocy. Henry, I'm sorry,
Shut up. We must defend our inheritors. Their celebration.
No, your tragic, bloody inheritance goes no further. Your followers and their occult rituals shall be finally silenced.
Promethea throws wide the door they are guarding to find a children's birthday party, and banners reading Happy Birthday Simon and Jenny.
Children?
They are the temple's future, witch, raised to guard the world from the coming apocalypse, and from the whore clad in scarlet and gold who is its harbinger.
They're children. In Christ's name, don't harm them. You dare? You dare invoke the name of Christ when you have murdered, when you have made compact with hell? The Lord Christ is more kin to me than you could ever comprehend. We are both sacred. We are both stories. And we were only ever meant to let more light in. You misunderstand. And you kill. And you kill. And you. I'm sorry. I've come crashing in and spoiled your birthday party, haven't I? I didn't mean for that to happen. I'll go away now.
What? What's she doing? Don't trust her, children.
I'll tell you what. To make up for being rude and coming here uninvited, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you where I come from and what I stand for. Watch carefully now. Goodbye. Enjoy that cake.
On the lawn, Promethea manifests a wide array of fantasy creatures and characters, just for a few moments making real the world of the imagination. The children look on in wonder and fascination, but with no fear.
Don't look! Children, don't look! They're things from hell!
Grandpa, don't! You're spoiling it! Oh, look! Oh, look! They're going!
The children begin to follow her into the yard. Then the Pied Piper of Hamelin turns and delivers a grave warning to the elders of the temple.
Oh, by the by, I leave yon good wife be in future. She's got friends, that one has. Keep off, or I'll come calling. And nobody wants that. Cheerio for now.
They all vanish, leaving nothing but the smiles on the children's faces. New York, Sunday.
Okay.
Sophie seeks out Jack and agrees to his proposal. Next, sex, stars, and serpents.
This is really horrible. And, this is where you'd bring a goddess?
Oh, please. Demigoddess at best. Look, you want me to teach you magic or not? You don't like this place? You can split. Anyway, I thought you were supposed to be changing into somebody more comfortable.
I am. Listen, I'm doing this because the Promethea bit of me says it's all right. But, I'm gonna be sort of present too, you know? So don't be gross, okay? Now, I just have to finish this couplet.
Yeah, well, finish it already and get lost. If I gotta look at some skinny kid, I might have trouble summoning my magical will, so to speak. Okay, I'm all robed up. Ready or not, here I come.
Promethea, sex, stars, and serpents.
Oh, this is awkward. I hadn't expected you to be so wonderful. Would you rather I wore glamour?
No, I prefer to see the truth. Truth is beauty. I believe Einstein said that. To be honest, I'd rather you wore a condom.
That won't be necessary. I practice a tantric discipline, so there's no emission. Actually, our first act should be striptease.
Striptease? Isn't that rather worldly?
Not at all. Here, let's sit on the bed, and I'll tell you about striptease. I'll tell you about Inanna.
Jack explains what each piece of Promethea's armor represents as she removes them, for Sophie's benefit, who is more like an audience member for the moment. He explains the significance of Promethea's breasts as symbols of nourishment and life, but when it's time to explain the significance beneath her girdle, he falls speechless in awe. In the magical view of sex, the woman represents the cup and the man represents the wand. These are spiritual icons and forms more than body parts, so the last thing Alan wants to do is try and box anyone into traditional gender roles. I try to only see the magical meaning of these things. The wand is the will to penetrate the mystery that is the cup, or, as the magician himself penetrates the mystery that is magic. Jack charts their spiritual energy as it rises through the body's chakras during the act. Here, Alan provides a basic breakdown of tantric sex, which I welcome you to look into on your own, if you wish. I don't want to get too deep into magical sex on YouTube. The basics are all the story needs. At the moment of climax, time seems to stop as Jack and Promethea feel a sense of unity with lovers throughout all of history and across reality in the Immateria.
Hi.
Hi. This is, sort of embarrassing. When did I change back?
I don't know. I was kind of drifting myself. When I opened my eyes, there you were. That was, pretty good, huh?
Yeah. Yes, it was. I guess you're not bad for a creepy old perverted guy. You want to hook me up?
Sure. Over a know-nothing devil-dodging mall rat, you're almost bearable. Still want me to teach you magic?
You mean there's more?
Well, yeah. You got about 1,000 years of books to read just for homework. I mean, this ain't college. You don't graduate just because you screwed the tutor. I'm kidding. Come here. You're okay, Sophie. If you don't go nuts, you might make a halfway decent magician. Here, I'm gonna give you Crowley's Magic Without Tears and 777, plus some other stuff. Fias Levy, like that.
Wasn't Crowley sort of evil?
Nah, I don't think so. I think at worst he was selfish and maybe silly sometimes. But he knew a lot about magic. Take these and judge for yourself.
Thanks. When should I bring him back?
When you've read them, or if you need help with anything. And listen, if you're studying magic for the reason I think, then be careful, okay? Sorta like you. Don't get hurt, huh?
I like you too. Take care, Jack. So what time do you call this?
It isn't what you think.
Oh, well, thank goodness for that. See, I thought you'd been humping some hippie while I stood out here for like 2 hours to make sure you were okay. You didn't, right? Have sex with him? I was interested in learning about magic. All these great books, he loaned them to me. You did. You totally humped a hippie. Tell me you used a rubber.
This is texture. Sonny Baskerville's ratings rocket.
I was Promethea, okay? She's disease-proof. She can get pregnant, but Jack does this tantric stuff where there's no climax. You were promiscua? So this was a threesome?
Liberals today applauded the mayor's decision to abolish religious instruction in the city's schools.
Stacia, it wasn't like... You are just such a degenerate. They ought to study you and your mom. They could isolate the slut gene. So, how far did you go?
While ethnic groups approved his plans for a new aeon of blackness.
Only to just above the crown of my head. Geez, what do you think I am?
Meanwhile, in other news, Elastigel manufacturers insist their tangible techno-goop is Y2K compliant. Are they stretching the truth? This is texture. Next, Pseunami. New Year's Eve, 1999, and the 5 swell guys express worry over the Elastigel products serving all over society not being Y2K compliant. There are Elastipets, Elastigel clothing, a sexual form known as Joy Gel, all of them composed of networks of tiny, flexible computers. Trophies of the 5 swell guys' adventures around their base give a hint of their history.
So, all this magic stuff you're learning? What is that? It's since Barbara died. See, she's not even in the Immateria anymore. I guess I just want to know where she went. Bill once said I should ask the snakes about stuff like that, but I don't know. Incidentally, Stace, that is a cool jacket.
We're just 12 seconds from midnight. 10, 9, 8,
So, you're an unfortunate ghetto kid whose mom spent all the Christmas money on pina colada flavor condoms. I was tactless even mentioning my jacket. Can we still be pals despite the social gulf dividing us? Stacia, there's a species gulf dividing us. Now shut up and let's watch everything millenniate or whatever. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Millennium, everyone. Brought to you by Texture. Hey! It's 2000! We're futuristic! Happy New Year, Sophie! Yeah, okay. Happy New Year, Stace. Stace, you can let go now. Actually, I totally can't. It's a jacket. It feels all wriggly. Stacia, I know that. I know it feels wriggly. It's crawling inside my shirt. Happy New Year, everybody. Hey, wait a minute. What's up with all the balloons and shit? So, get it off me. It's crawling up. Stacia, oh, Jesus. Oh, God, the blimps. Look at the blimps. What the fuck are they doing? It's like they're melting or boiling or something. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it off. Stamping it or something. Oh, like I'm gonna do that? That's my Christmas present. Christ.
Get these pants off me. Oh, God, they're grabbing me. Get them off. It's the elastigel. It's the fucking elastigel. It's all gone wrong.
It's the end? It's the end of the world. Oh, God, I'm sorry. So, this is really scary. It's just running all over the place like soup. Oh, Jesus. Everybody's going nuts. We're gonna get trampled. Let none be harmed, none slain in the affray. Away, okay. Let me be she, that she might succor they. Ah! Oh, God! Oh, please! We gotta get out of here. We really gotta get out of here. Sophie, look! It's all running together! Let mortal form be done with, folded, furled, and let and let Promethea walk in the world. Sophie?
Sophie is transformed and now flies into the air to survey the scene. She sees all the elastigel in the city pooling together into one monstrous entity, moving as if it is conscious. Promethea, Pseunami.
Oh, jeez! It's the Millennium Slug! Ah! Please, everyone, try to stay calm. You know me in your hearts. You know me. I'm Promethea. I'm here to help.
The slug flails a massive tentacle at a police ship, and Promethea comes to the rescue. She flies into the falling ship and asks the terrified pilots to hold on to her. She flies with them across the carnage as the elastigel creature flails wildly, destroying cars and damaging buildings. She sets them all down a safe distance away. When Promethea returns to the crisis, she is hailed by the 5 swell guys, and they decide to work together. Since one of their number relied on an elastichair, they're short-handed. Promethea asks if heat might be a solution, and the guys begin to build a heat ray. Promethea stabs the mast with her staff, unleashing holy fire in the form of magic lightning. My name is Promethea, and I am not unfamiliar with fire. It's working. Stuff's flinching back away from her. How's our blaster coming, Stan?
Nearly there, bud. Just gotta improvise a photon accelerator from this old light bulb. There you go.
Nice work, Stan. If we keep our combined efforts, maybe we can herd it into the river.
You're right. Only a little more applied pressure is needed.
As the heroes try to herd the mass into the river, it reacts to them, crashing them all down to its mass with a tidal wave.
We're almost there. Whoa! Ah! Marv, hang on!
The 5 swell guys barely hang onto their platform as Promethea flies free of the gel ocean.
Ah! It's okay, I got it. So much for herding it into the river. It's already a river, and it doesn't like being herded. I think I know how you could stop it. The wand you have with the snakes, that's connected with Hermes, right? The god of language and communication. I mean, computer programs are just language. Maybe you could talk to that thing? You know, Kenneth, is it? Kenneth, you may not be as inept as you seem. Come then, synthetic one. Let us reason together. God, look at her.
Promethea extends a connection, a magical conduit of pure information, attempting to communicate with the creature. She begins to speak in computer code.
Look, it's all running together into a column. She waves her hand and it changes shape to follow the movement. It's like she's dancing with it.
Man, that's what I call one smooth piece of engineering. She's building it into something, but what is it? Oh.
The elastigel has formed itself at her direction into Prometheus Caduceus' staff.
All part of the show, everyone. There's no need to be afraid. After an hour, it'll slowly break down into individual beads and trickle away. You people have a good night and a happy new century. All part of the show. Beginner's luck.
Later, Promethea talks to the magical serpents on her staff.
All right, this is the situation. I feel I need to take a long journey soon to find someone. A journey into magic. I've read a lot of the books. I understand the ideas intellectually, I suppose, but I don't really feel them. I need to see more. And though I feel silly doing it, Bill said I should ask you guys. So, what do you say?
He's Mac. I'm Mike. We only look alike.
He says yes. I say no. He's above, and I'm below.
So Macro's him, and Micro's me.
Pray, how may we enlighten thee? I need to understand magic, and I think I've reached a point where just studying in books isn't enough. I need to understand it from inside. Remind me which of you is which again?
He's Mike. I'm Mac. One's white, the other's black.
We'll show you magic if you like. Oh, by the way, he's Mac. I'm Mike. To enter magic, in a sense, means entering our intelligence. That record-breaking smash-hit show, the theater of what we know, where thoughts parade in fancy dress upon the stage of consciousness.
Costumed as acrobat or clown, they somersault, turn upside down. Here words are juggled, ideas spin, that fade the world outside. Step in.
External things dissolve like mist. Inside are thrills none may resist.
Draw matter's tent flaps back and find the magic circus of the mind.
Next issue, perhaps the strangest comic reading experience of the decade. You must not miss. Metaphore.
Let's see. You two snakes, Mac and Mike, have brought me to this theater of the mind to learn about magic, am I right? I'm Mike, he's Mac. One's front, the other's back. These are the mind's high halls, dear child, with golden information tiled. Here is revealed for all to see the magic of reality. Conversely, we may also view reality and magic too. The universe's starry rash that burst from nowhere in a flash. The magic of this earthly ball, the wonder that we're here at all. The blazing miracle of thought, that all of this emerged from naught. To learn of magic is not hard.
Just pick a card. Pick any card.
Promethea. Metaphor.
Oh, I know this card. This is the first of the major tarot cards. Card 0, the Fool. Indeed, in blithe, uncaring bliss, the fool steps over a precipice, as if he trusts the winds so chill to bear him wheresoe'er they will.
Thus any venture is begun, this reckless step from naught to one. It's magic's foremost trick, I guess, how something comes from nothingness.
Like rabbits from an empty hat, or thoughts from nowhere, just like that. From whence were space and time deployed, if not this empty quantum void?
Was matter pushed, or did it fall to being out of naught at all? What magic shaped the way things fell? The fool smiles, knows, but does not tell.
We come from mirrors, come from smoke. Aleister Crowley tells a joke, which, if it's understood, they say, will make all magic clear as day. Though these two men sharing a railway carriage. Railway carriage? Are you sure that's part of this train of thought? And where is all this light suddenly exploding from?
Why, child, existence has begun. Card 0 has become card 1. The fool to the magician yields, and from the vacant quantum fields erupted the singularity of all that is, or that may be.
The magus represents the will that made things happen then and still, the male force, the creative urge, the wand from which all actions surge.
The spark from which all things proceed, that which ignites each word, each deed, births cosmos in a sudden storm, and conjures all things into form.
He's every artist, scribe or sage, 'tis he that marks the empty page. He is whichever seemed least odd, a Big Bang or a Father God.
Theorem. They didn't know each other. They just happened to be traveling together.
And so the universe commences with this immense male spurt of energy? It's impressive, I'll grant you. But couldn't it have all started by chance? Where does magic come into it?
By chance, one fireburst in the night somehow gets everything just right? The nuclear force is weak and strong. What if the balance had been wrong?
Electromagnetism, too, or gravity, slightly askew, would wheel the cosmos that lived on, but for a moment, then was gone.
No, after that first brilliant spark came countless aeons of fetal dark. Card 1, the magus, slides from view, replaced by the priestess, Card 2.
Across the abyss, see her sprawl, between the many and the all. The stars gestate in her great night, then finally, one by one, ignite.
The highest female energy and midwife to all form is she. The universe finds in her ways its secondary inflation phase.
Parent of sons and substance, she, womb of all possibility. She's mother to all matter's schemes, its aspirations, and its dreams.
Mater. Hope.
One of the men had, resting on his lap, a cardboard box with holes punched in the top. Then, what you're implying is that all these tarot pictures represent a coded history of everything? The Fool is the initial quantum vacuum, with the magus and priestess as primary and secondary inflation periods of what we call the Big Bang. All right, so after that first flash, after the long, dark, silent pause that followed, after the stars had finally switched themselves on, what then?
When all suns greeted that first day, the elements by then in play were in great gaseous globs flung far, strewed about by every birthing star.
These clouds of matter cooled, congealed, until the planets hung revealed. Our mother world amongst them, see her in our empress here, Card 3.
She is all bounty and all love, lovely as Venus bright above. Earth, water, fire, and air as one, churn here in fertile union.
The holy spark twixt he and she burns in her sweet fecundity. The seeds of life in her abide, in wind, fire, avalanche, and tide.
How fair is she, our queen, our earth, that sheltered us, that gave us birth.
A pert home.
After some time spent contemplating what might be inside the traveling companion's box, the other man at last could not contain his curiosity. I don't think I can contain my curiosity either. What comes next, after the cosmos has organized itself enough to form planetary systems?
What next indeed? The stage is set, but drama can't commence just yet. Our leading man, though unrehearsed, must step into the spotlight first. The lifeless chemicals and clay must somehow braid to DNA. Card 3 supplanted by Card 4. Behold him, life, the Emperor.
In him a divine energy achieves substantiality.
His double helix scepter twists, conjures all being from the mists. The rules that govern all life's toils are in his chromosome-ringed coils.
This spiral strand of all who live, this spooled genetic narrative, provides the cast who'll clown and rage across the new Earth's empty stage.
This twisted rope's life's script, life's scheme, and lends our cosmic play its theme.
Rope. Thema.
He said, excuse me, but I couldn't help noticing your box. Does it by chance contain some variety of animal? Variety of animal? Is that connected with stuff about the emergence of DNA, or... I'm sorry. I'm having trouble keeping the different threads separate. I'm not even sure which of you two is which. It's like a fugue. You have a choice of following a single voice, or letting each strand grow less clear, the music of the whole to hear.
This talk of threads with interplay returns us to the DNA. Card 4, source of all that's alive, becomes the Hierophant. Card 5.
This visionary papal force guides fledgling life upon its course, that the initial spark divine might foster a terrestrial line.
From algae to annelid worm, through evolution's hoop we squirm. From fish to reptile, snake to bird, we're scaled or feathered or else furred.
From monkeys life adapts and thrives till Homo habilis arrives. Lucy, a fossil remnant found in some far Ethiopian mound.
A female hominid this find was predecessor to mankind, first human print on time's long track.
And since you ask, I'm Mike, he's Mac.
Ape Mother. The other man, though obviously surprised by this impertinent intrusion from a stranger, smiled politely as he answered.
I see. After millennia of evolutionary process, we arrive at modern man and woman, just in time for card 6, which is called
The lovers, see them neath their tree, vessels of sacred alchemy. In sex's crucible they stir, the red and white, the him and her.
In Eden once they knew sex not, nor death, nor any of that rot. Being amoebas, they were quite immortal and hermaphrodite.
That their amoebals is implied by Eve, grown from her husband's side.
Though in a deathless state of grace, they're not much use around the place. The wily serpent DNA brings sex and death here into play.
With these two factors there can be progress and possibility. Thus do we fall, does Eden end, or in genetic terms, descend.
Unlike amoebas, if they'd thrive, things now must kill to stay alive. Our animal dilemma's plain. We're either Abel, else we're Cain.
Ah well, that's life. Let's leave and trust things to their prehistoric lust. That all our history may proceed from jungle humps, from mammal need.
Me atop her. He said, "You're absolutely right. There is indeed a creature kept inside this box."
So now we're at the point where early man is multiplied and gone forth, around the tribal hunter-gatherer stage of humankind's development. Ah, yes, each huddled little band, without a scheme, with nothing planned. No path nor vehicle to convey your species on its destined way.
Nothing to guide them save the things in their shaman's drugged mutterings, as he goes where the gods abide, with vision's chariot to ride.
Or, if the thought offend you less, to higher planes of consciousness. He plumbs uncharted mental spaces, as card 7, 6 replaces.
Whilst he rides upwards, see him sup the soul's wine from his holy cup. Ambrosia, nectar, soma, these swill through our myths and histories.
Research suggests that all these brews were psychedelic mushroom stews. These magic potions, it appears, perhaps gave Dawn Man big ideas.
Maths, language, art, society, how did such notions come to be? Were they inspired by visions spied upon the shaman's chariot ride?
It seems that, in the last result, all culture must arise from cult. The chariot rolls, and as it goes, mankind's route to the future shows.
O mere path. And furthermore, I may reveal, the animal in question is a mongoose.
Then what you're saying is that everything in our culture, including language and art, arose from the drugged-out insights of the first magicians. I'm not sure I accept that, but even so, for the first societies to grow from tribal cults, must have required a period of
Adjustment, or card number 8, formerly justice, is that state of balanced equilibrium, harmony from stern judgment come.
notions of order, laws emerged to check the swelling human surge when cooperation seems to be our best survival strategy.
In the crude limits she defines our civilization's first faint lines. Your species, from its first decree, starts taking itself seriously.
This will bring problems, yes, that's true, but hastens human progress too. With law, mankind chooses its way, the game that it intends to play.
Making society their goal, your kind at last adopt a role, ambitious, difficult, and meant to show their purposeful intent.
They feel their course, marked in red tape, suits the more serious class of ape.
A pro theme.
The first man who'd initiated the inquiry was astonished by this revelation. The first man? No, hold on, I'm getting the joke mixed up with the stuff about early humanity. No, so let's see. The first simple laws and taboos have been established, the basic rough prototype of the civilization that will follow.
Yes, human culture must now wait, needs time to properly gestate, to grow there in the dark and warm, from simple to more complex form.
See him, alone there in the dark, who keeps alight hope's faltering spark. Card 9, the hermit, floats complete in that first cave, that first retreat.
Culture evolves, grows hands, new parts, in fertile dark, for history starts. Society drifts, sucks its thumb, and dreams of what it might become.
While in the gloom there all around, the rhythmic, reassuring sound of history's heartbeat, here it ring, destiny's pulse, blood quickening.
Here, tempo.
Spluttering with surprise, he sought some further explanation of this suddenly provocative disclosure made by his strange fellow traveler. The hermit is an embryo. Well, I suppose that makes a certain sense. And after this social gestation period, I suppose we get the birth of classical civilization, where history as we know it commences.
Aye, empires rise, then cease to be in the roulette of destiny. Change governs all affairs of men, the wheel of fortune, or card 10.
See Babylon fall, see Egypt thrive, till Alexander's Greeks arrive. Then next the Romans come to town. The wheel turns, we go up, else down.
Stones crack, and hanging gardens rot. 'Tis only change that changes not. There's one enduring truth to learn, that things will change, the wheel will turn.
Like sulfur, salt, and mercury, three principles of alchemy, one state must to the next give way, caught in the wheel's eternal play.
Yet empires still bemoan their lot, as they're churned under and forgot. Oh, time, they cry, and fear the new, but times change, what you gonna do?
Tempora.
A mongoose? Sir, I must confess I had expected it to be perhaps a cat or rabbit, not a creature so exotic and outlandish. I'll admit it's wonderful how the great cultures arose from scattered tribes, how they produced all that incredible art and writing and philosophy. All the same, classical culture eventually overreached itself.
The heights to which empires aspire are oft brought low by their desire. Amoral power, unchecked, released, a whore astride a ravening beast. A drunken harlot holds the rein of conquering force none may restrain. Insatiable, the concubine rides on, inflamed by victory's wine. This, then, is card 11's thrust. What was called strength is now called lust. Consider the conquests of Rome, while reckless orgies seize at home. Like wildfire that no man shall tame, she is in us that hungry flame, that lust careless of lessons learned, wherein we get our fingers burned.
The whims of the seraglio tell empire's lion now where to go. Success intoxicated, she owns to no vulnerability.
Yet cultures that know fear are not so frail as those that have forgot. Rome's power extends, a wanton sprawl, proud harlot headed for a fall.
Oh, harem pet.
The animal you mentioned so excites my curiosity that I must beg you, sir, to tell me more. Where are you bound with such a specimen, if I may be so bold? And where are you two going with this argument, if I may be so bold? You mentioned a proud strumpet headed for a fall. Would that be the fall of Rome, and the start of the Dark Ages?
Time's mills do not for empires stop. Rome's fall was more a gallows drop. Card 12, the hanged man, seems to mark how light descended, plunged dark. The hard-won knowledge of mankind to brute barbarian night consigned.
True wealth, Buckminster Fuller said, is information in man's head. How then may we conceive the cost of culture to the lynch mob lost?
Yet barbarous Norse mythology has Odin hung on gallows tree, so to be made initiate in the last mysteries of fate.
Initiation, it's implied, may be a dark and desperate ride, a journey through the land of shade required before progress is made.
Man's dark age this card may reveal, but was a necessary ordeal, the anesthetic dark you need for vital surgery to proceed.
Rome falls, dark comes, all human life and culture goes under the knife. Fate weighs, mankind is hanged, yet lives the medical alternatives. Operate. The other man, who sat with the perforated box on his lap, shrugged wearily as he replied, "Oh dear. Well, if the Dark Ages was like a necessary painful period of surgery for mankind, then the outcome doesn't look good. This is the death card."
What better symbol, grim and bleak, of the dark ages at their peak, o'er battlefields the corpse birds keen, their paean to death are card 13.
Though this card sounds a funeral knell, it has another tale to tell. Death, our eventual awful fate, means nothing more than change of state.
One state must end, 'tis common sense, before another may commence. This card permits, then, a fresh view, death of the old that births the new.
Folks' bodies die, their souls reborn into the golden solar dawn. So too, with culture, man's dark age was but a necessary stage.
With great Constantinople felled, the scholars and the books it held fled west, their knowledge to impart, and give the Renaissance its start.
The high dark ages' endless night held in itself seeds of new light. 'Tis fear and ignorance that rise beneath time's blunt yet powerful scythe. Oh, reap them. Well, he said, it's something of a personal matter, as it concerns a family tragedy. Well, I guess the Dark Ages were a tragedy for the human family, but... No, I'm getting mixed up again. We just about reached the dawn of the Renaissance.
Aye, dawn's the word, the dark clouds part, for Renaissance, card 14, art.
Formerly temperance shall spill dreams silver with the gold of will, imagination tempered by that part of us most wise, most high.
Will and imagination tied, the keys to all success provide. Silver and gold together bound, bring daydreams down to solid ground.
The chemistry that allowed man's fire to rise above the dark age mire is in each work of art, each word of every song you ever heard.
Science, art, and beauty rose anew, like gods through skies of sistine blue. Man had survived the dark's dire test, and lights came on across the west.
Consciousness flourished, reason thrived, civilization was revived. Let poets tell it and inspire. Let passion ring from every lyre. Emote, harp. However, since I'm confident I may rely on your discretion, I suppose I don't mind sharing my unfortunate account with you. I don't understand. If the Renaissance was such a shot in the arm for culture, how come the next card's the devil?
It all depends on what we mean by this, the devil, card 15.
A pentacle surmounts his frown, with 4 points up and 1 point down. 4 elements of matter rise, while spirit downmost trampled lies.
The spirit's world we thus conceal, while matter's realm seems all that's real.
Thus Satan offers Christ unfurled, the wealth of the material world. The devil is, then, by and large, materialism's fierce mirage.
So in the light Renaissance brings, the age of reason spreads its wings. The rational now holds full sway, and science ascends as God gives way.
Materialism's steady creep, which William Blake called Newton's sleep, brings worldly blessings fair and fine, yet blinds mankind to the divine.
Such tempting gifts this devil brings, steam engines, printing, splendid things, that in their wake an age decree of spiritual drudgery.
The Mop Era.
You see, the man went on, this sorry tale concerns my elder brother. So what you're saying is that the Renaissance ushered in the Age of Reason, which replaced spirituality with materialism. I guess that's when the human agenda changed from vague notions of spiritual progress to measurable physical advances. Quite understandably we feel the world of the materially real needed to grow and to progress before considering consciousness.
But if not balanced by the soul, materialism's final goal lies in that grim industrial flower shown here in card 16, the tower.
Like Babel, meant to heaven reach, all towers men build a lesson teach. Lightning descending from the sky reminds man that there's but one Most High.
So too materialism's soar is struck down by the First World War. Its lightning, forked from Europe's skies, arrests the industrial ideal's rise.
Its dream, its vision, its great plan of technology serving man. Here sours and founders, ends in blood, in poppies, wire, and Flanders mud.
Industrial society meets here the storm's ferocity. War's lightning trembles underfoot, its high-piled cities wreathed in soot.
Metro heap. He's always been what I suppose you might refer to as the black sheep of the family. I see. We're up to the 20th century, and the dream of an industrial utopia has gone down in the flames of World War I. So what comes after the tower? All men raise towers that crash and burn, and break their hearts, yet never learn. So much as when they sprawl amazed amidst the ruins, concussed and dazed.
Thus o'er the scarred world racked with harm is poured the soul's remedial balm. Through mankind's dark, light from afar, as in card 17, the star.
In bloody conflict's aftermath, man yearns for a more sacred path. In a bereaved world of wrecked lives, faith in the occult clearly thrives.
Angels of Mons, Theosophy, the fairies snapped at Cottingsley, the golden dawns each magic rite, vague glimpses all of distant light.
Materialism ends, 'twas found, in bleached young bones on foreign ground. Tiring of war maps, mankind's led to chart the spectral realm instead.
Occult philosophies define the territory of the divine, plot ghostly starlit coasts and trace the shifting contours of its face.
Map o' ether. He has for many years indulged himself in a predictable and commonplace array of vices, of which the worst is his fondness for strong spirits. Well, I suppose the spiritual resurgence after the war did allow a flicker of light, but the fact that it's represented as a star suggests it's still tiny and surrounded by blackness. That dark is in our next card showed, the 20th century's lampless road, past horrors frightful and obscene, lit by the moon, our card 18.
This card displays, stark and forlorn, mankind's dark hour before the dawn. Auschwitz, Hiroshima, each blight, each tyranny obscures the light.
This 22-card tarot set matches the Hebrew alphabet with this moon card attributed to Quoth, which means back of the head.
Thus man's unconscious mind's implied, his darker, more unreasoning side. It's the moon's blackest face we see, the underworld of Hecate.
Mankind's long path is fraught with pain through Hecate's nightmare domain. The lethal nuclear stockpiles grow beneath her wan, crepuscular glow.
O'er earth there hangs a cloud of doubt. Might man's light flare, then be snuffed out?
Mankind grows with its end obsessed. The very planet seems depressed. Earth mope. His drinking has progressed until he is now in the final melancholy stages of delirium tremens. I'm starting to understand. Humanity's every glimmer of spiritual insight seems to eventually deteriorate into darkness and conflict. But when our material situation grows unbearable, that forces mankind towards spiritual rediscovery as a counter-reaction.
Of course, this rhythm to and fro is part of history's quickening flow. There's darkness then, new days begun, illumined by card 19, the sun.
The Hebrew letter Resh, we find, is to this tarot path assigned. Its meaning, front of head, is naught but bright, enlightened, conscious thought.
With World War II, factors converge. Wealth, science, a demographic surge. Youth, by the century's middle years, outnumbers age, seeks new ideas.
Buddhism, Zen, astrology, and the I Ching mixed randomly with drugs which ape the shaman's trance into the decade's cultural dance.
This was a psychedelic peak, or soul-revealing from the Greek. Youngsters still wet behind the ears took on the roles of bards or seers.
Alas, the zeitgeist's solar flash scorched most such visionaries to ash. Their lives confused, addicted, lame, drugged melodramas now became.
Meth opera.
My brother now sees serpents everywhere, which is the reason I am taking him this mongoose, that he may be rid of them. So you're saying the explosion of psychedelic consciousness during the 60s was important, however it ended up? I guess because it was the largest ever generation, it influenced what came after, for better or worse. Its ideas are still around today.
Ideas mankind will need, one fears, sometime in the next 20 years. 'Tis then card 20 comes in play, the aeon once called Judgment Day.
Apocalypse as world's end seen need only revelation mean. Our world of ideas set alight by information, fierce and bright.
Man's knowledge doubles, it appears, just less than every couple of years. Man's last 2 years more breakthroughs see than all your previous history.
It's said by 2017, this doubling's each half-second seen. Here information's flashpoint looms, its blaze reveals as it consumes.
Men judge themselves in this new light. One worldview's crashed, the next takes flight.
One aeon's burned by this knowledge flash, new consciousness born from its ash.
Says Crowley when not telling jokes, this aeon Harpocrates evokes. World's end is ruled then by his rod, Harpocrates, the silent god.
Meet Harpo.
Excuse me, the other man interjected, looking puzzled, but these snakes your brother sees, aren't they imaginary snakes?
Indeed, his fellow traveler replied. But this...
Then the world as we understand it ends by 2017? What happens next? And, if you could remind me which of you is which again? We've reached the last card in our pack. I'm Mike, the handsome one. He's Mac.
A new universe is begun, as shown here in card 21. Add on card 0 and 10 spheres, the 32nd path appears.
This Earth-Moon path shows at a glance flesh and imagination's dance. The earthly life snake DNA and Luna's dream girl glide and sway.
Mankind moves from the earthly plane to Moon's imaginary domain. Already work and play take place, increasingly in virtual space.
Man's path through matter's warfield led to this dream realm that waits ahead, where we may lift our gaze and see o'erhead the soul's infinity.
Rejoice, this is the promised time of Earth's ascent to realms sublime. Imagination's endless dance is mankind's jeweled inheritance.
Imagination, then, is key to magic's sumptuous territory. Man's verse finds in this moonlight climb its last, most satisfying rhyme. Heart poem.
And here he gestured meaningfully to the perforated box set on his lap. Is an imaginary mongoose.
Thus does our serpent's tale conclude, or starts fresh if you're in the mood. Around and round our fable goes, eternal like Ouroboros.
As for you, listener, dear child, we've led you far through pastures wild. Perhaps we should be getting back. So bye from Mike,
and ciao from Mac.
Promethea. Next, the fields we know. Summer 2000.
So, if I can interrupt your psychotic break for a moment, we're sitting out here why exactly? No, wait. Let's see if I can figure this one out myself, using only my earthling ingenuity. You say you're going away for a long time, maybe the whole summer break. I mean, like I care. You say, meet me in the park, I've got something to tell you. I'm thinking she's going to admit she's gay. But, oh no, what you tell me is that there's whole microbe cities on that dog turd over there. Ooh, Stace, there's glittering towers of microbubbles. It looks like Manhattan. Then you tell me about the clouds. Ooh, Stace, it's so groovy. There's this dead British guy named all these different types, like cumulolinguists, and gays used to write him letters. Then when I'm still reeling from this, you start backing on the dog turd. Oh, Stace, the little germ cities have little germ neighborhoods, and one place processes the waste of the place next door. Okay, these are like little eco-friendly hippie germs, right? But what does that have to do with... Stacia.
Shush. Promethea, the fields we know.
I just wanted to sit out here with you and take all this in, you know? Really take it in. The material world. How it fits together, how it all works. All the colors and the sound and the, I don't know, the variety. It's fantastic. Oh, please. And more incredible still, we're not experiencing any of this directly. It's all a tapestry of our perceptions. Matter's just a state of mind. I mean, spare me the Jedi philosophy, okay? What's this sudden nature obsession? I guess it's what I'm leaving behind. When I said I was going away, Stace, I meant away from Earth. You okay with that? Well, huh? Oh, jeez. Look, come on, let's walk. You're going away from Earth? I mean, what, you're going to some other planet? Like Mars or somewhere? No. Well, actually, yeah. In a way, I suppose I am. See, it's all this magic stuff I'm learning about. There's the planets. Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, whatever. Big physical balls of gas and rock hanging in space. Then there's what those planets mean. What, like cheap real estate? Stace, I'm serious, okay? See, magic, what it is, well, in some ways, it's an attempt to map existence, both physical and non-physical. The planets are used to symbolize levels of awareness, as if they were actual places on that map. Right, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and Sophie's from Uranus. Stace, if you want to understand any of this, and it's sort of important that you do, you better listen. Earth's a place and a state of mind, and me and Promethea are leaving both of them. So what, you're just gonna fly off into, I don't know, into the magic? And you've been planning this? All these months you've been reading books, visiting that Faust creep? I've been getting ready for a journey. Yeah, that's right. Jack's been helping me prepare. And no, we haven't had sex since that one time. He's been a real friend. Well, obviously, you tell him you're leaving, but you don't tell me. Stacia Vanderveer, you are a rude, conceited, selfish asshole, but you are my very best friend. I know saying this is going to get me called a lesbo for the rest of my life, but I really love you, Stace. And right here on this spot is the last place you're going to be seeing me for a while. I want you to give me a hug and kiss me goodbye, and not say anything, okay? Lesbo. What, you're serious? Just like that? You're going? Bye, Stace. Sophie? Sophie Bangs, you come back this minute and...
Sophie leaves Stacia behind, walking into the trees. Promethea arrives and takes Stacia onward towards the Immateria.
No way. You opened a door into all that Immateria stuff. Look at that. That's what's it called? A Pegasus. A Sphinx. And no, we're not in the Immateria yet. I thought I'd take us by the pretty route. You see, even the earthly material plane has graded levels. They range from the dense blackness of the underworld up to this highest, most ethereal and symbolic level of awareness. And you got all this from that creepy guy's books? Hey, what happened to those bratty tourist kids I saw earlier? They're still there. You're just seeing them now as what they symbolize. It's the four princesses of the tarot pack. They're attributed to this earthly sphere. It's like each of the four elements in their earthliest manifestation. You know, so this is some complicated crap here. It's as complicated as one needs it to be. It's got big general measurements and fine gradations, like any system. If you like, it can be as simple as a child's game. Look down here. Whoa, what's this? Hopscotch for the colorblind? Well, I suppose you could play hopscotch on it, but you might vanish or something. No, this is like a map, or maybe a circuit board. It's the structure of things, whether that's the universe or each individual human soul. It's an old Hebrew knowledge system called Kabballah. It's intended to encode all conceivable existence in a single glyph. Each of those 10 spheres is called a Sephiroth, and Sephiroth is just a Hebrew word for number. The 22 paths connecting them are the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, so it's as simple as 1, 2, 3, or A, B, C. It's also the rose atlas for heaven, and I'm going to be needing it soon. Come on, this way. Hold on. What's with these 3 paths forking off here? And this big cross thing? Wait a minute. If the Earth sphere, like number 10, then this is a big Roman numeral 10, right?
Well, sort of, but only by coincidence. Actually, the cross in a circle is the planetary symbol for Earth. The 4 colors represent the graded levels of earthly awareness I mentioned, from underworld black up through russet and olive to heavenly citrine. As for these forking paths, the one on the left, that's Highway 31. Of the 22 paths, this one corresponds to the Hebrew letter Shin, and of the 22 major tarot cards, Shin corresponds with judgment, or the Aeon. It's an intellectual, rational path to enlightenment, but I think it involves an apocalyptic, world-shattering revelation. We probably don't want to go there just yet. Now, the path on the right is Highway 29. Its Hebrew letter is Quoth, and its tarot card is the Moon. This is the path to illumination as well, but it's more unconscious and emotional. I suppose it represents the long, dark night of the soul. You probably don't want to go there just yet either. That leaves us this center path, Route 32. I know this highway pretty well, plus it takes to the people I wanted you to meet. In fact, I think that's them right up ahead. Sophie, and you brought a friend. This had better be good.
Ah! You totally lied! You said we were still on Earth!
We were on Earth. Now we're someplace else. Just stay calm, okay? Sophie, you're not supposed to bring tangibles through here.
What'd you call me?
Shut up, Stace. Margaret, everybody, I've something to announce.
Oh, no, I'm worried for sure.
Actually, Poppet, for once I agree. What's going on, darling? Me, Grace. I'm going on. Going on? What's that supposed to mean?
Hey, don't look at me. You've been like this all fucking day.
I'm going after Barbara.
Barbara? But Soph, isn't she the one who... Oh.
Sophie, Barbara's gone on to the higher levels of the Immateria. She's gone on to the soul. Sophie, this is so not a good idea. I've been studying with Jack Faust and the snakes. I've been learning about Kabballah. I think I can do this.
Wait a minute. You're going into the afterlife?
It's what I feel I should do, emotionally. It's all that makes sense to me. Barbara was one of the bravest women I ever met. I can't bear the thought of her walking off into the vastness of everything. Not on her own. Darling, this isn't just about your feelings. It's about using your intelligence, too, my dear girl. Think what you're suggesting. I mean, do you have any idea what's waiting up the road? Up Route 32, beyond Hy Brasil, beyond Misty Magic Land. I think I do, intellectually at least. Like I say, I've been studying.
Honey, the higher you climb the tree, the bigger the chance you don't come back. Besides, you've got responsibilities in the earth and material world, as Promethea. Yeah, and as Sophie. I mean, what's Trish gonna say?
Sophie's mother believes she's backpacking in Europe for the summer, and doesn't much care anyway. And I agree that humanity desperately needs a Promethea right now to lead them up from the dark matter into the blaze of spirit. That's why I brought Stacia here. I want her to replace me while I'm gone.
She has gone crazy, I bet.
Darling, are you trying to upset us? As if just any little schoolgirl could be Promethea.
Hey, like I'm desperate to be on some cosmic chorus line with Xena's mom here.
Look, could you all just stop reacting and consider things for a moment? I've been thinking about this, and it makes sense. Grace, you merged with Stacia before, at the hospital. Even if she barely remembers it. Logically, we know it can be done. Imagine it, Grace, being able to adventure in the physical world again. And you, Stacia, imagine being a famous science heroine.
Are you insane? Me? Some sort of celebrity icon? That'd be... Actually, thinking about it, that'd be sort of cool.
So, you're saying it would be me that manifested on Earth? Grace, you're not seriously considering this nonsense. I mean, at your age? Margaret, darling, you're at least 125, whereas I'm still in my first century. Grace, think of something other than adventuring for once. For Sophie, visiting the higher spheres is dangerous.
Oh, you are fibbing. We went there once to find the Sun King's wedding ring. Yes.
For my part, I side with Mistress Sophie. I've been thinking on how Mistress Barbara might fare myself. I'm but ashamed that none of us had thought to aid her up till now. Oh, Anna, sweetheart, honestly, I feel about this tall.
Margaret, honey, I think these girls might have a point. Besides, what was Margie saying about you having been up-road yourself? When I was Margie, I sort of visited the higher spheres, but... Oh, look, I can see everyone's made up their minds. Just be careful, Sophie. That's all I'm saying. Hey, forget her. She's outgoing. Where do I get my outfit? Oh, now you listen, you little Miss Selfish. You were getting off on the wrong foot. Don't worry, Belle, dear. I'll walk our little chum back to Earth. And we'll have a little chat about manners on the way, won't we, darling? Bill? So, did you see Conan? I can do the voice.
For slaving of enemy, for driving of his cattle, and for hearing lamentation of his women.
Oh, bye, Soph. Good luck. Goodbye, Stacia. Mistress Grace will have a handful with that last, I'll wager. She is swell, I don't think. Sophie, Anna was right. What you're doing is very brave. I hope you find Barbara. Thanks, Margaret. Oh, now you just come back safe and don't go anywhere near that horrible abyss, you hear? I'll try not to. You take care, Bill. Anna, Margie, I'll try to be back soon, okay? Goodbye, everybody.
Promethea continues up the 30-second path and again sees the universe represented as the moonlit woman and the coiled snake in the sky.
Hello? You're the universe, it's tarot image. Sophie has seen. I've seen you before, but you're different every time. You're beautiful. Can you hear me from up there? Do you know I'm here? Of course we hear you, child. You are a part of us. Our dance is in your eyes, and all the stars are inside your mind. Yes, ma'am. My friend Bill told me about you. You're our imagination. And you, sir, you're all earthly growing things. You represent our snaking, spiral DNA. Your dance is where matter meets imagination, because that's our whole universe right there. I just wanted to tell you I love you. I probably don't tell you that enough. And we love you. Of course we do. Of course. Go gently, little baby. Go in peace. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Oh, one last question. Is the snake's head under the woman's foot because she's, like, growing up out of his mind? Is his head there because material life has invented imagination? No, it's there because I am her servant, and because that's where it feels nicest. Now run along. We're busy. Hi. My name's Promethea, or sometimes Sophie. Who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm just an allegorical figure from a 17th century engraving. I've been sitting here near 500 years trying to figure out how this kite thing's supposed to work. I mean, seriously, this will never fly.
That's the tree of life. I think the reason you're here is because the path you're holding it by is this one, Route 32. It symbolizes how this path helped mankind grasp the entire system.
Ooh, boy, you're smart. I never would have figured that out. Say, here's one for you. Know why this path is called Tau?
Not really. I know Tau is a Hebrew letter, and it means a sort of T-shaped cross.
Nah, it's because this path is how you get across to Matter Tau Mind. You get it? Matter Tau Mind. Go on, beat it. Little punks think they know everything.
Didn't I just pass you down the road?
Oh no, that must have been somebody else. We symbolic old men tend to look very much alike. Will you be wanting the Faerie? I expect so. That's what the other lady wanted.
Other lady? What, dressed sort of like me? You must mean Barbara. She rode on your ferry?
Well, she had to. The road from here is a river. Come on, hop aboard.
But, well, we haven't really been introduced or anything. I like your barge, incidentally. All this Egyptian gold work. Is it new?
Huh? No, it's not new. As for introductions, I'm Charon, and you're dead. Next, Moon River. Malkuth.
Is that okay? There's no need to push. Jeez, I hate these places. Anyway, how's this gonna help me write poems and turn into you? I can't write poetry. Neither could you? Well, what's that mean? Yeah, alright, I'm gonna ask him, okay? Listen, excuse me, but do you stock some lame book called The Fantastic Art of Grace Brana?
Yeah, I got one copy back here.
There, satisfied? I got your book, you nutcase ghost bitch. Wait, don't! Ah!
That's $14.95 for the book. You okay?
Uh-huh. Here's the money. Thanks for everything.
Yesod. Promethea, Moon River.
So you're Charon. I thought I was headed for the lunar realm, not the land of the dead.
Huh, what's the difference? After all, the moon governs dreams and the unconscious. The unconscious, in a way, is the underworld this river winds through.
The Styx?
Aye, the ancients thought the dream world and the dead's realm to be one. Where else do we meet the departed, save in dreams?
You said you'd ferried Barbara, the friend I was searching for. Did you transport her to, I don't know, Hades?
Huh. Well, hardly. Mainland Hades is for real people. From your friend's dress, like your own, I'd assumed she was at least half fanciful. Fictions go elsewhere.
What do you mean by... Oh, what's that ahead?
It's where fiction-related types go. They call it the houseboat on the Styx.
A houseboat? That's not mentioned in mythology.
No, it's not. But you'll recall that one thing mythology does mention is paying the ferryman.
Well, you see, I'm not actually dead, so I don't have any coins on me.
Really? I think you'll find you do.
No, really, I don't. There's nowhere... Wait a minute. This feels like some sort of hidden pocket in my robe. There's something in here?
There, you see? That will do nicely.
But coins, or pentacles, that's one of the 4 magical weapons. It represents earthly awareness.
Exactly. You won't need earthly awareness here. Now, come along. I must introduce you to the swellest social set in all Hades. May I proudly present the Associated Shades.
But that's Shakespeare and Napoleon. I think that's Sherlock Holmes. These are really famous names.
Oh, and Charon isn't, I suppose?
I didn't mean...
Listen, I'll have you know Chaos was my grandfather. Erebus and Nox were my parents. Us Noxes are aristocracy in Hades.
I'm sorry. No offense was intended.
Take no notice of me. Nobody else does. Come along, let's find the captain, Mr. Bangs.
Mr. Bangs? But that's Sophie's name.
Yes, we know. We're dead, not stupid. Skipper, your great-great-grandniece. She's arrived.
Splendid. So you're Sophie, the, what is it, science heroine? Aha! Marvelous. I'm John Kendrick Bangs, your distant uncle. I created the houseboat. Created? Well, actually, I wrote it. A houseboat on the Styx, Harper, 1896. Heard of it? Let's go down here. It's quieter.
After meeting several more fictional characters, Promethea leaves the boat and travels from a dock up a mountain to a small club, one of many. Here she finds Barbara Shelley, heartbroken because she has only found a shade of her husband, an echo. He is nothing but her memories of him, and the real Steve was so unpredictable. They leave this place behind and explore the realm in search of Steve's soul. They are met and guided by writers who wrote about the moon, such as Lucian, who is supposedly carried there on a waterspout.
What's this mean? Yes, sir, over the archway. It's a Hebrew word meaning foundation. I guess it implies that spirituality is founded on imagination.
Naturally, before joining into higher spheres, man must first reach the moon. From here, armed with imagination's vision, man need only look up.
Ah, yes, I see.
See what? What is all that stuff?
It's the Kabballah, the symbolic planetary system as seen from here. Come on, let's catch up.
Sure smells good. Jasmine or something.
Well, perfume's associated with the moon realm.
Scent is the faculty most closely linked with memory, and this realm of fictions and dreams is also a realm of memories, as Mistress Barbara knows. Come along, further wonders await yonder.
What's this place? It looks like a cave, only more ornate.
It's the shrine of Endymion here on the moon, exactly as I said it was in my true history. Endymion's a shepherd boy who loved the moon goddess Selene, yet could only be with her in eternal sleep and dream. We can take a peep at him if you like, but we must all be very quiet.
Oh, he's beautiful.
He's also sort of aroused looking. Guess he's dreaming about something nice.
Wow. Yeah, I guess so.
He's dreaming of Selene asleep with his javelin in his hand, as I described him in my writings. It's Endymion's meaning that's important. Being with God requires being in another state of consciousness. He also implies that Yesod governs sexual fantasy. Yeah, well, I guess Mistress Barbara knows that one too. Sophie, the Steve I'm looking for isn't in this realm. I had to look further.
If you're seeking the further domains of the Immateria, you'll need transport.
Might I suggest our lunar railway? The main station's just ahead.
A railway station?
Certainly. After all, imagination can transport one anywhere. You may find the station familiar from your dreams. Farewell, dear ladies. Hey, I did once dream of a station sort of like this. Sophie, Look, I still haven't said what it means. You coming after me. You don't have to stay with me.
Forget it. I'm sticking with you till you find your real Steve, and then... Hey, this is weird. It's like this London Underground rail map I once saw, except this is a tree of life, the Kabbalistic system. Look, that's the abyss where the Thames usually is.
Abyss? That sounds heavy.
Oh, you'll find Steve long before we reach that. Now, let's see. If we're at Foundation, then we're here. There's 3 possible routes. We can take the art line to the solar sphere, the star line to the emotional Venusian sphere, or the sun line to Hod, the intellectual mercurial sphere of writers and magicians.
That sounds like somewhere Steve might have ended up.
Then that's where we'll go. Excuse me, which train takes the sun line to Hod?
Platform 9. Love the book, by the way. What the hell did that mean?
I don't know. Come on, this is our train. It's about to leave. Let's climb aboard.
Wow, just in time. It's moving.
Great. We'll see somewhere outside our imaginary realm. We'll see the territory of the sun path.
Looks like it's mostly icons of science and reason.
Well, this 30th path is the rational route from imagination to intellectual enlightenment.
Yeah? Sophie, how'd you learn about magic so quickly?
Well, I got my guidance from my snakes. Plus, also, I slept with Jack Faust, and he loaned me some books on tarot and Kabbalah and stuff.
You slept with Jack Faust? Sophie, kid, you're full of surprises.
Listen, I did it so I'd know enough to find you.
Hey, I meant it admiringly. I like how you come at solutions sideways. Like, for instance, leaving your earthly duty at Promethea behind to come after me. How the hell did you swing that one?
I worked something out. You know, me and my wacky, ingenious solutions.
Malkuth.
And finally, curse her slutty mom Trish and any other bangs I might have forgotten. Listen, this is stupid. I can draw in kind of a spazzy way, but I can't draw Promethea like you did. I can't get into her. What? No, I heard fine. I was just stunned by the compliment. Although, yeah, I thought I had the flesh tones pretty good too. In fact, if I just change this arm a little, then... Whoa, I stood up too quick. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, I feel dizzy. Oh, I say. How simply darling.
Next, Mercury rising. In Malkuth, the realm of Earth, a new science villain made up elastigel is on a crime spree, calling himself Jellyhead. He is remote controlled by someone unknown and impervious to bullets, as the bank guards find out. But not impervious to blades, and Grace's Promethea, currently residing in Stacia Vanderveer, slices him to pieces. Promethea, Mercury rising.
Dave, are you okay? Oh, God. That was incredible. And slicing him up's okay, because he was just elastigel. Elastigel, you say? I'm sorry, darling, I can't have heard that part. Oh, look at him, slithering round in slices, the silly man. Let's have a closer look at him, shall we? Up you come, sweetie. You're the new science heroine, aren't you? You're Promethea. No, darling, I'm that old science heroine, Promethea. Now, as for you, or whatever is working you, let's get a few things straight. Firstly, I'm running things now, and just between us, I've a teensy bit of a temper. As for that other Promethea, the nice one, I'm afraid she's elsewhere.
Hard.
Well, here we are. Where are we? This is where the sun path from the lunar kingdom terminates. We're in the mercurial realm of language, magic, and intellect. Its Hebrew name is Had. That means splendor.
Why splendor specifically?
Well, I suppose communication is how minds reveal themselves. Language gives a shape to the splendors of the intellect. Hey, Barbara, do you feel, I don't know, sort of peppier? It's like smarter, but kind of more playful, too.
Yeah, my thoughts feel all like fizzy or something. That looks like the station exit over there.
You know, all these decorations? They're Egyptian hieroglyphs and things. I guess that telling stories with pictures is the first kind of written language.
Heh. Probably that's why Prometheus mostly appeared in comic books this last century. God used to be in tapestries, and now they're in strips.
Barbara, that's a really clever play of meanings. You know, I just thought, language, it shapes our whole consciousness, how we put ideas together. Even our concept of time, before we had command of language, we couldn't record events in the past.
Yeah, well, an eloquent never forgets.
Right. And elephants make trunk calls, which returns us to communications. Geez, Barbara, where are these puns and word connections coming from? My head's sort of racing. Mine, too. Oh, wow.
The Prometheus pass logic gates while walking a neural pathway, traveling in the realm of intellect. They see the number 8 on a plinth that is also the symbol of Mercury. They find the mandrake plant, called moly in Greek literature, and considered holy. Holy moly. They also find the magic square of 8, from which we derive chess, also called mandrake play.
I don't know. Frankly, I'm getting like real heavy deja vu about this path. Haven't we come over this rise before? And down this slope? Yes, I think we have. And there's that weird sound, like people talking down beneath our feet.
Yeah. You know, Sophie, all this math and language and reason, why do I feel there's something behind it that's so intricate, so insane?
I guess it's where genius shades into madness. Say, is it getting darker ahead?
Yeah, the stars are out, and I still hear voices beneath our feet saying the same thing.
And, Sophie, look there. We're ahead of ourselves.
So we are. You were right. It is some sort of time loop. Damn right it is. We're even back there behind ourselves. I mean, a loop in space I can understand. But a loop through time, that's like infinity. That means it goes on forever.
Well, I guess the Mobius strip is like the infinity symbol, or the figure 8. There, hear that? The voices beneath us said Mobius strip right when you did, before you mentioned the infinity symbol. Yeah, I heard them, and now it's getting brighter up ahead again. You know, Barbara, infinity's a scary idea. I mean, how do we get off this thing? It's a loop with a twist, like a figure 8. Say, am I imagining things, or is it getting darker up that slope ahead?
You're right. All the stars are out.
There's something wrong with this path, how it twists from night to day. Yeah, it's as if the path snakes through time as well as space. See, it gets brighter down this slope. Or is that up this slope? Either way, it's day again. But you're right, this path's certainly peculiar. Not just peculiar, okay? Insane! I mean, just look on that bridge up ahead. That's us, Sophie. That's us 5 minutes ago. This path's some sort of time loop. It has to be. God, Barbara, you're right. That's us walking on the bridge's underside. This must be a Mobius strip. There it is again. Deja vu. You mentioned that Mobius strip thing before. I'm sure. How does it work again? Getting like really heavy deja vu about this path. Haven't we come over this ride? But what? Barbara, get off the path. We have to get off the path now. And down this slope? Yes, I think we have. Whoa. Oh, geez. I feel nauseous. How many times did we go around that damn thing? Once? 1,000,000 times? I'm not sure. Come on, we better find some safer route.
Sure, assuming there is one.
You know the expression straight eight? That's gotta be sarcastic. This place is anything but straight. Well, it's straight in the sense of truthful. This fear is about communications. Truth is its specific virtue. Come on, let's take this bridge. Will it hold us? This silvery metal. It flows and changes like liquid. What is it? I don't know. I'm suddenly getting the notion that it's what thoughts and ideas are made from. It's like ideoplasm or something. We better keep moving. Yeah, I guess so. Especially since the bridge behind us ain't there anymore. See? It is like some sort of thought stuff. The way it shifts and changes shape. Melts away to nothing. It seems to lead towards that citadel ahead. Uh-huh. Which is all made from the same liquid filigree goop, this ideoplasm or whatever. The intricacies, like I said, whatever lives here has to be insane, don't you think? Sophie?
The flowing metal turns out to be the very body of the god Hermes and others like him. Well, the Promethea idea. I had you in, what, the 5th century? I must say, you've taken your time getting here. Actually, I was just enjoying a round of mandrake play with the boys. Won't you join us?
Ah! Yeah!
They are dropped onto the board. There. Now, I think introductions are in order, though there's seldom order in introductions. You know Thoth, of course, though not in his non-syncretic form. The noisy beast with him is his ape, the cynocephalus. I apologize for my cynocephalus. He and the trickster Hanuman currently have a disagreement. I expect it's monkey business. The gentleman on the 8-legged horse is the Norse magic god Wotan, while this mischievous little chap is the boy Mercury.
Gods. Real gods. Oh, Sophie, they're so sweet. I feel like I'm gonna cry or something. I know. It's like they've always been mankind's very best friends, I guess. Old friends.
Here, come on up. Our play's at an interesting stage. You might learn something. So what finally brings you to Hod? Call me thrice great Hermes when you answer, by the way.
Is he serious? Shh. Thrice great Hermes. My friend Barbara searches for her departed husband, Stephen Shelley. He was both writer and occultist. We thought we might find him here. Hey, everything's made from that quicksilver stuff.
Naturally. Hod's where all the form seen in the lower spheres of dream and matter has its origins. All perceivable form is made from this quicksilver stuff. We call it language.
Hey, this is wrong. I mean, there's only one night left in play. How come the game's continuing? It's impossible.
Ah, well, that's where being omnipotent comes in useful. Dear me, just look at that poor little knight. He's been going around the board all alone, trying not to land on the same square twice. You can see the order of his moves.
Gah! Sophie! We're back on that magic square thing! Yeah. But this is a different magic square. The numbers are in a different order. Oh, God, Sophie, we're outside again. If we ride back on that Mobius thing, I'll scream.
Hermes shrinks down to their size to accompany the Prometheas. Oh dear, nobody wants that. Much better if we continue with our stroll. May I, ladies?
Wait a minute. We weren't having a stroll. We were on this chessboard in a chamber with you and some other gods.
Were we? Well, that doesn't matter here. It's all a story, isn't it? It's all fiction, all language. It can change like quicksilver.
But this isn't fiction. This is our real life.
Ha ha! Real life. Now there's a fiction for you. What's it made from? Memories? Impressions? A sequence of pictures? A scattering of half-recalled words? Disjointed hieroglyphic comic strips unwinding in our recollection? Language. To perceive form, even the form or shape of your own lives, you must dress it in language. Language is the stuff of form. Mathematics, for example, is a language. Consider the forms it produces. This magic square of 8 is called the Knight's Tour. Connect its numbers in sequence and you produce the magic line of 8. Do you see? Mathematics is a language, a human invention, a fiction.
and yet it creates such elegant form. It creates splendor. It creates truth. So, everything's made from language? We are made of language? Even you? Oh, especially me. How could humans perceive gods, abstract essences, without clothing them in imagery, stories, pictures, or picture stories for that matter? Picture stories? Oh, you know, hieroglyphics, vase paintings. Whatever did you think I meant? Besides, what could be more appropriate than for a language god to manifest through the original pictographic form of language? So, like, what are you saying? What am I saying? I'm saying some fictions might have a real god hiding beneath the surface of the page. I'm saying some fictions might be alive. That's what I'm saying. Who are you looking at? There's nothing behind us. Oh, I have my jests. Please pay them no attention. Now, let us head over here, shall we? There's people I'd like you to meet.
Our game is paused, my fellows. One called 3 times great approaches in a company of maidens. Ah, well, Crawley, I must say I don't fancy yours much. Why, splendid. Knowing your taste, I imagine mine will be the younger of these divinely escorted ladies.
Thrice noble one, how may we serve thee?
Doctor, this fair lady seeks her husband, both a scribe and sorcerer. Has he passed this way, I wonder? His name's Shelley, Stephen Shelley. Yank, wasn't he? Wrote cartoon strips. I think I remember him passing through here. He went on, though. Wait a second. Crowley. You're Alistair Crowley. Aha! Why, yes, I know. I just wanted to say I love your work. The thought deck, it's just incredible. Why, thank you. I wonder, would it distress you greatly if I kissed your behind? Ignore them. I'm Alston. Would... Barbara, come on, we're getting out of here. You heard the guy say Steve had gone on. Yeah, but Austin has seen him. Couldn't he show us where Steve went? Splendid idea. Mr. Spare here can guide you out of Hod. Although I hope you'll visit again soon. Promethea is one of my fondest creations, you know. Which way do we go? That way. Travel well, women. The sphere of the magicians wishes you a safe passage. Back on Earth, the 5 swell guys come across a scene of devastation. 8 new science villains had appeared and formed a team recently, and Grace's Promethea has laid them all out like last week's laundry, and she's not finished yet. Yeah, well, whoever's doing this, the question is, what are they going to do next? Well, darlings, I thought that first I might tidy you civic defenders out of the way, which would give me a nice clear run at killing this beastly possessed mayor, don't you think? So, who wants to go first? Next, Love and the Law. The demons living in Mayor Sonny Baskerville argue and plot around a table in his mind. They can feel that something big and powerful is coming for them. Outside, in the mayor's office, his cabinet struggle to implement his new demonic directives and to avoid his rage. Still, he's doing great in the polls. And beyond the mayor's office, across the city, Grace and Stacia's Promethea fights the 5 swell guys. And Roger goes flying through the air, smacking into a billboard. Ah! Oh, balls. Roger's down. Yeah, well, why don't you try doing something about it, Bob? You're the friggin' leader. You always leave everything to me and Roger. Stan, calm down. Oh, dear. Not feeling quite so swell, darlings. Frankly, my dears, you wouldn't be in such a mess if you weren't also in my way. If I were you, I'd get out of it. Yeah, right, and let you whack the mayor. This ain't the one that stopped the Elastigel. This one's different. You getting anything, Kenneth? Nothing that makes sense. I'm at an easel, 1927. Landscape, alien landscape. Woman artist. She's bisexual, mild addiction to cocaine. Her name's... Ugh. Promethea shuts Kenneth up before he can name her. She's nuts! Stan, hit her with something! You got terrific gameplay, and whacking the mayor's kind of profound. So is that right? You're bisexual? What can I say, darling? It was the 20s. We just got through a war. We were all feeling terribly frisky. Fuck you, Bob! You hit her!
Listen, I don't understand. How come you have to kill the mayor when the other Promethea didn't? Oh, we've completely different temperaments, darling. You see, I'm much more in touch with my emotions, and she still has a way to go. Promethea, Love and the Law. Hi. Hi, you two okay? Yeah. Yeah, also it just explained stuff to me about Thoth and his ape, this communication theory stuff about signal and noise, and, we had sex. I mean, I don't want you to think I'm unfaithful to Steve, it's just, Barbara, it's fine. I understand different things are important here. Are they? Bugger. It's just that here you're near enough to your emotions to feel what's really important. Good luck in Nietzsche, Barbara. Hope you find your old man. You're not coming with us? Nah, this bit of me belongs in Hod. You'll see me later down the road, but I won't know you. I'll be a completely different person there. Take care, girls. Don't get out of your depth. So that's Austin Osmond Spare. He's sort of intense, isn't he? Sophie, man, that was the weirdest fuck I ever had. I mean, not love, but there were these sneaky faces boiling around his head, and I kept changing. I was like 16 or something. I tell you, it's a good job I'm already dead. I guess this is the entrance to this seventh Venusian Sephiroth. There below the arch is the Venus symbol, combined with the figure 7, even with that little cross on the bottom. And there's the Hebrew word netzach, which means victory. I thought this field was all love and emotions and like that. How come it's called victory? I don't know. It never really explained that in any of the books Jack Faust loaned me. Hey, this leads straight down into the surf. Are we supposed to, go into the water? I guess. God, you smell roses? Me and Steve's wedding, we had these heavy, scented roses. It's warm. The water's warm, like body temperature. My mom used to bathe me when I was a baby. It was... Jesus, I'm getting all choked up. What is this? I know. I can remember our first house, how it smelled when we moved in. The paint. Ah, hell. It's emotion. Water is emotion. It's element. Barbara, I can't stay afloat in this. It's like there's a current. Yeah, it's okay. It's not so bad. If I don't think about Steve, how his laugh sounded, watching Saturday Night Live. Poor great John Belushi. Sophie? Sophie, why aren't we drowning? I can breathe and talk. It's like being underwater in a dream. This isn't water, or it's water on a symbolic level. Water is a symbol of emotion. An ocean of emotion. Yeah, what was it in Yellow Submarine? A sea of green. Hey, what's that? It looks like an emerald. I think I saw this in a book by that Ledger Crowley. Read around the heptagon. It's the magical order of the 7 classical planets. Follow the lines of the heptagram, and it's the days of the week, or the gods that represent them. See, Monday's the moon, Tuesday's the martial god Tu, Wednesday's the magic god Woden, and so on. Well, I'll be damned. How many weeks was I alive without noticing that? Hey, thinking about it, even in different languages, it's the god of the same spheres. Like we have Woden's Day, Wednesday, and the French is what, Mercredi, Mercury's Day? That's right. We have Friday after Norse goddess Freya, while the French have Vendredi after Venus. I guess it's here because the 7-pointed star represents his 7th spear. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ordinary life, it's got these ancient symbol systems running all through it, and nobody even thinks about it. Geez, what's happening here? It's like some sort of geyser boiling up from an ocean bed vent. But the bubbles, they've got pictures in them. And the pictures are moving. Barbara, this little kid crying here, she looks sort of like me. And I'm in the kitchen getting cereal, hearing them shouting, nobody loves anybody, nobody loves me. I'm crying in the milk. And I'm 16, and boys love me a little while. That's what they mean when they say about doing me. They mean they love me. And I'm 20 in the bars. When I'm drunk, I don't care. There's nobody wants me. I'm a joke. My stupid name. Trish Bangs. Now I'm 22. I'm pregnant. Wanting that shit. I thought he was the one. He disappeared. I don't know. Maybe I wanted this because, she will love me. Jeez, that's me. That's me in 1970 when I first entered Promethea. God, look at me. I was really pretty. Steve, baby, look what you've done. I'm that chick you write about. Baby, how you did that? I'm telling you, guy, you're some kind of wizard. And what's that down there? Man, I tell you, I was great. I got the Smees confused so they attacked the Night Queen and... Oh, baby, I'm sorry. How was your day? You get much writing done? Yeah? Anyway, these Smees. Steve, look, the temple are building some kind of astral monster. I know it's our anniversary, but what am I supposed to do? I'll make it up to you, sweetheart, I promise. Panel 1. The man, desperate, grabs Promethea's robe. Man, please don't go away. I love you more than anything. Ah, Barb. Come home, Barb. Steve? Oh, God. Baby, I got here as soon as I could when I... Steve? I wasn't there when you wanted me. I wasn't there. This is too much, Sophie. I can't take this. The surge of emotion, it's knocking me over. It's... Steve, baby. Oh, God. Oh, God, Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know how bad you just wanted my love. This current, waves of feeling. I wanted to stop. I don't want to feel like this, like I'm helpless. Even when he died, I wasn't there. Barbara, this is tearing me apart. Oh, God, I called her a drunk. I said I hated her. I'm sinking, drowning in it. Heartache bigger than the sea, and I can't fight. There's nothing I can do except surrender. It's calm now. Oh, I feel good. Like you said, you have to surrender. To love. Surrender to love. Because in love, surrender is victory. In the bed of an ocean of emotion, they find Venus, the goddess of love. Love. All the love that's ever been. She's it. And she's enough. And everything's safe. Just knowing that. It's such a relief. Yeah. Sophie, this is bliss. My thoughts, my feelings, the water, everything's so warm and drifting and peaceful. This sea, it's like tears or like the womb. Everything comes out of the water. Everything that's alive, organisms struggling and reproducing in this rich green soup. And the whole world, every species results from that. That first attraction. Particles, organisms, planets, and suns. It's all about attraction. It's how everything holds together. There's that Venus sign again, the planet symbol, and those jewels set into it. It's that thing, that Kabbalah thing. Yes, the tree of life. And Venus is the only planetary symbol that completely reprises its shape. They say it's because that's the principle the entire universe is founded on. Love. You know, earlier, that rough current until we stopped fighting it, that's how my emotions always used to be. Always fighting. Always reacting. I'd get scared or angry or depressed. All reactions. I hardly got time to find out what my own real feelings were. Yeah. You know, it's lighter here. It even feels lighter. We must be closer to the surface. Whoa. Damn, that was bumpy. Sophie, you okay? Yeah, not as okay as I was 2 minutes ago, but I'm good. I'm just not blissed out anymore. Me neither. God, that was a strange experience, being dragged and thrown around by moods and feelings. But maybe that's just life. Yeah. Makes you wonder if we have emotions, or if emotions have us. Come on, let's head up the beach. Sure. So where next? Steve wasn't here, or in that last zone, that Mercury sphere. I guess we just have to go higher. Yeah? Well, what's higher than imagination, or intelligence, or emotion? Say, is this place changing color? It's getting darker. As for what's higher, see, there's our dreams, intellect, or feelings, and then there's the self that has dreams, has a mind, has feelings. The self is higher. It's the highest self. It's your will. It's your soul. Man, this highway goes there, right? Does it have a tarot name?
Yeah. They meet the Grim Reaper in the middle of Route 24.
Death? Sophie, I already died. I really don't need to go through this again. Relax. In tarot, death is just a metaphor. Before progressing to the solar sphere, the highest self. It's like our lower personality, the thing we think of as us, has to die. It's all our earthly attachments, all our worldly ideas and petty emotions that are killed, so that we can change and move on. Change is like death. It's scary, but it's natural. Are you sure? I mean, look at this place. It's all cactus plants and beetles and scorpions. I guess those are just the magical plants and animals associated with this path. Honestly, Barbara, there's nothing to worry about. All this menacing imagery, like the skeleton with the scythe, it's just symbol. What?
The Reaper cuts them into bloody pieces with his scythe. Down the road, they're fine.
Jeez, that metaphorical stuff really hurts. Yeah, sort of gets the idea across, though, doesn't it? We better be moving on. There's a way to go before morning.
Next, gold. On Earth, in Malkuth, Grace and Stacia penetrate the mayor's offices, finding the demon's victims along the way. The front desk guard appears to be tormented by glowing snakes.
Please help. Please, somebody, please help.
Someone has been covered in webs, and a woman's waist and legs have been turned into a large purple tentacle.
God, oh God, somebody help us. Please.
Promethea reaches the mayor's office.
Hello.
Hello. Hell, eh? Eh? Eh?
The mayor deploys 3 huge demonic forms to confront Promethea.
3 kings. That's rather a good hand, darling. But we both know you've got more hidden up your sleeve. I guessed right, didn't I? You got the entire howling in there. It must be beastly.
Not at all. Sonny's loving every minute. Aren't you, Sonny? There. He's speechless with joy. Now, Miss Branna, Miss Vanderveer, the Regent Asmodee to my left has a message for you. Your Infernal Highness, I am happy to be of assistance.
Grace? Jesus! Grace, is that you? Grace, Asmodeus has us. We're trapped in the Kippoff of Gabura, and we can't get out. Barbara? Sophie?
The vision Asmodee shows Grace of Barbara and Sophie hasn't happened yet, because the realm they are currently in is Promethea, gold.
Everything's so still and peaceful, like just before dawn. This is beautiful.
A golden archway reads Tippereth.
This is beauty. That's what Tippereth means. Beauty, harmony. It's like the sun. It's the point of balance all the other spheres revolve around. It all goes round and round. Planets orbit the sun like the parts of us that they represent orbit our central self. We're not our bodies, thoughts, or emotions. We're the self that has those things. Then this self's our immortal part, our soul. What dies is bodies, worldly ideas, lower stuff like that. So where does the soul go? Some say we reincarnate, jump back on the wheel of karma. Is that true? Perhaps. Some believe this is heaven, and that we stay here. After all, it's the highest human point in the Kabbalistic system. Others believe we merge into one eternal spirit, one self. Hold on, a highest human point? Yeah, the Tree of Life arrangement's a circle, representing the celestial, with a cross beneath it representing worldly existence. Tippereth's mankind's highest point, and God's lowest, where the two connect. This sphere is as low as God descends into, the universe? Absolute God's the highest sphere, above existence. Tippereth's God born into existence, as man, as his own son, I guess. Humanity's highest point. I can believe that. Everything here feels timeless. I think it's only our worldly minds that order events into sequences, into past, present, and future. God's eternal. We're feeling God's timelessness even down here. It's timeless and golden. Tipperess where we encounter our holy guardian angel, our highest self. And like the visionary Emmanuel Swedenborg said, angels know nothing of time. For our highest self, every moment is eternal. On the tree of life, this sixth solar sphere is the self, the soul, our true will. Tipperess part of the celestial circle. Doing our true will is doing the universe's will. Everything's so golden here. Yes, this sphere is the gold that alchemists sought. Discovering it is what magicians call the great work, is what was written in Greek above the arch of sun god Apollo's oracle at Delphi. Know thyself. Know thyself. So that's what it meant above the archway. To really know this place that's in all of us, this, I don't know, holy place, is like a seam of pure gold inside us. Yes, it's a beautiful oasis that we revisit, a calm point at the center of things, at the burning lion's heart of us, where we find our will, our soul, where we know ourself. And this Tippereth place is our highest self, right? I knew it felt familiar. It feels like me, you know? It's like I've been here before. Do our soul's journeys always return to the same places? It all goes round and round. It's all a circle. It's a golden circle going on forever. Sophie, what you said about this place being heaven, or where everybody merges into one soul or whatever? What about Steve? I mean, if I find him here, will he still be Steve? The Steve that I knew? Well, you'd both be your true selves here, so I guess you'll both be different. But that's okay. See, this place is beauty, and Einstein said beauty is truth. What people are here, that's the truth, the beautiful reality. Life's a dream we wake from. Here, we're who we are in our hearts. Here, we're who we are in our hearts.
Barbara and Sophie see a huge lion in the sky.
It's weird. One minute I'm filled with this incredible joy, and the next, dunno, sorrow, I guess, though I can't tell where it's coming from. I know, it's like clouds passing across the sun. That's exactly what it's like. I keep thinking the light's changing, but it's me. It's inside me. Sophie, how come there's sorrow in heaven? Well, if there weren't, it wouldn't be heaven. It'd be Disneyland. Heh, you're right. Even so, I'd expected more angels. I don't know. I keep getting this feeling like this bright information, but it's so pure it isn't about anything. It's hard to explain. I guess I just mean a sense of presence.
Sophie and Barbara find this place familiar yet scary, like being naked in your bare soul. They come upon a young girl in the forest, and Barbara knows her. Or rather, she knows Barbara.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you? I'm a holy fucking guardian angel, brass butt. My name's Boo Boo Ramirez. Who the fuck are you? The angel Boo Boo? Oh, God. Oh, God. Sophie, it's me. When I was 15, everybody called me Boo Boo. It's... Oh, God. Hey, baby, don't cry. Who the hell are you expecting the angel to be if it ain't me? Ah, jeez. You're so beautiful. And look at you. You're all strong. You don't take no crap from anybody. Hey, I'm here, okay? I've always been here. You knew that, right? Now come on. You were looking for that skinny-ass husband of yours. You know where Steve is? Nah, not exactly. The cartoon book guy thinks he's a frickin' wizard straight off the frickin' cereal box, right? My guess, he won't be satisfied here. Guys who think the wizards always gotta climb higher. Fucking macho assholes. I'm Sophie, incidentally. I'm Barbara's friend. Hey, I know who you are. I was just kidding earlier. I know everything she knows. It's just she don't know everything I know. You're okay, Sophie. The old lady here, she needs a homie like you. Will I meet my holy guardian angel here? Maybe not. Maybe you're already wearing your holy guardian angel. You ever think about that? Maybe Sophie Bangs' highest self right now. That's the Promethea deal you guys got going on. I trust her, Soph. She always knew what she was talking about. Yeah, maybe I did. Except with the boys. Anyway, there's more to this place than just meeting angels, baby girl. Trust me. There's all the 4 sixes and all the princes. There's the vision of harmony. There's the risen gods. And I guess they're all a part of understanding this sphere, right? You bet your ass. Everything here is full of meaning. Everything represents something. It's like one of them philosopher guys said just about ordinary human life and what it's like. Man walks through a forest of symbols. Those are the 4 tarot princes, and all 4 sixes. They're allocated to this Sephiroth, right? And that in the center, that's Apollo. That's right. God of the sun, God of music and harmony. The tarot sixes all look so benevolent. Success, science, pleasure, victory. I want to hear about Apollo. He's gorgeous. Well, he did a pretty fucking good job running the Aegean region all them centuries back. What do you mean? I mean, none of them Greek city-states made a move without consulting Apollo's oracle at Delphi, right? So there's the priestess, the Pythia. She's some teenage chick sitting there stoned, okay? And she's like on this pillow and all these fumes, yeah? Maybe hemp and stuff. She's out of it, man. She's talking all this garbage. But like, everybody takes it as instructions straight from Apollo. Boy, that must have been a disaster with some teenage stoner running things. The god Apollo. That's who was running things. So it was a progressive, enlightened, mostly pacifistic era like you'd expect. I mean, think about it. Everything works for years and years. Apollo governed things, and he did great. So, like, what's it matter if he was really there or not? You get what I'm saying? I think so. It's like Apollo's not just the god of human enlightenment and harmony. He's the essence of those things. He's human harmony itself. Where it is, he is. Sure, just like Aphrodite is human love, or Hermes is human communication. I mean, this ain't fucking rocket science. What about these guys up ahead here? What are they the essences of? These are like the risen gods. It's like the sun. It goes away every night, then in the morning it rises. It's reborn. Mr. Goodburn's here, that's Balder. Balder the Beautiful from the Northlands. He gets killed by Loki, who's the god of fucking with people. But then after Ragnarok and all that, ta-da! Balder's reborn. It's 'cause he's beauty, see? He's forever. I heard of Balder. What about this guy? Looks like he should be selling sweet corn. This is my man Attis. He was so cute, the goddess Cybele castrated him so nobody else could have him. Attis dies, then comes back as trees and flowers and stuff. Finally, during the famine in Pergia, Cybele revives him as a crop god. So he's a symbol of return, like the solar deities. Well, Attis is more like Dionysus here. In the Orphic myths, Zeus screws Demeter's girl Persephone. She squats out little Dionysus, okay? Zeus's old lady Hera, she hires these Titan goons to tear the wino to bits and eat him. All they leave is his heart. Athena, she gives this to a mortal woman, Semele, who eats it. 9 months later, Dionysus is reborn. Reborn like the vine he symbolizes. Who's this next one? He looks Egyptian. And morbid. All these symbols of death and decay in a place like this? All that rot? It's sort of profane. Is that the word? But, I don't know. Maybe the fact that it's here means that, well, the profane is kind of sacred too? Does that make sense? Barbara, that's really profound. Wow. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Sophie, Boo Boo, and Barbara see Jesus on the cross. The material world portion of the Tree of Life is overlaid on the cross itself, and above him, a circle of lights.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh yes. See, crucifixion, it wasn't just like executing somebody. It was something you do to a dog. Oh God. Oh God, I can't look at it. To a dog, man. A fucking dog. It was degrading. It was humiliating. And they did it to him. To him. You get it? I understand. With thieves. Oh God. I understand. Our highest point. The best in us. The gold. And its nails writhing on the cross of the world. That's us up there, man. But even down here, at the lowest Auschwitz ass end of what humans are and what humans do, our highest point is still here with us. There's light. Always remember that. There's light at the bottom. God, you see all the pictures and the icons, but to think he really existed. Nah, that ain't important, whether he really existed. What's important is that he exists. What he means, the symbol, that's true. That's real. That's happening right now. You know so much. I guess you'll walk with us away then split like Austin did, huh? Hey, he's some magician wanted to get in your pants. I'm your holy fucking guardian angel, dumbass. I'm with you for the duration. And how long's the duration? Depends. Your hubby thinks he's a wizard. He's probably gonna try climbing the tree by the lightning bolt route, what they call the sword. What's that? Well, it's how the energy descends into the universe, into being from God. It moves down through all the spheres, from 1 to 10, from the Godhead down into physical existence in this zigzag path. Hey, everything's changing color. Yeah, this is Highway 22 coming up. Like I was saying to Bob, what magicians do, they follow the downwards lightning bolt, but backwards. This is the path cartoon book guy would probably take, from sphere 6 up to sphere 5. But if this sphere is like the highest human point, then what's above it? Well, the lowest 5 spheres, you're talking about human things. Flesh, dreams, mind, emotions, spirit. Above this 6th Sephiroth, you're looking at big universal qualities. Universal will. Universal love. And what's above that? What's above universal qualities? Let's cross that bridge when we get there, and you find out there ain't no fucking bridge. Hey, look, are those elephants? Yes, I think they're the animals sacred to... What is this 22nd path? Justice? Used to be. Aleister Crowley called it adjustment. He said the universe ain't just, but it's precise. It's precisely adjusted and balanced. So what's this next sphere? The 5th sphere? It's the sphere of Mars. It's red and it's fiery. When energy descends the tree into being, the 5th sphere is where any impurities, anything unworthy gets destroyed. This justice path leading to it sort of tells you its nature. The 5th sphere is called Geburah. That means strength and judgment.
The girls see blind Lady Justice in the stars ahead, sword in one hand, balanced scales in the other. Next, panic in Manhattan, hell on Earth, havoc in heaven, life on Mars. Malkuth. Evil 8 and the 5 swell guys, all unconscious out front of the mayor's office. Yeah, some sort of situation in there. Looked like you better send... Hey, this Jelly Heap 2 guy's liquefying. Can we get a white back over here? Sorry, ladies, you'll have to move back. We're... Agents Ball and Bruhel, Federal Bureau of Investigation. We have an interest in what's happening here.
So, all these injured science people, any of them up to answering a few questions?
Some of the 5 swell guys are pretty much recovered, like Marv here. Marva William Hamilton, we know about you.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm Karen Bruhel, FBI. We'd like you to look at some pictures, if that's no trouble.
But how is this a federal matter? We're investigating her, the woman who just whipped you and your junior G-men.
Okay, Lucille, I'll handle this. Mr. Hamilton, we know you encountered Promethea. From these photographs, could you tell us which one?
No. Wasn't any of these. I've seen this front one before, but that's not who's in there with the mayor.
I told you, it's this new one, this green-haired one, and she's got the mayor. This is war.
Promethea, life on Mars. The women walk through a fiery landscape as Boo Boo tells them they're in the 5th sphere, Geburah, meaning strength and stern judgment. Sophie notes how angry the very landscape seems, and asks Boo Boo if she knows this place well.
Hey, I'm an angel, okay? We're angry all the frickin' time. What for? What have angels got to make them angry? Well, you fucking people for about 6 billion. But forget anger, okay? That's just the stern part of what this place is all about. It's the judgment bit you gotta keep your frickin' eye on. But, I mean, Mars sort of symbolizes anger. Nah, you're thinking of Goofy, the planet of tantrums and brawls. Mars is the planet of fucking war. And that ain't about anger, it's about strategy. Cold decisions, cold judgment. Yeah, these flames ain't cold exactly. They ain't burning us neither. I guess it's like the water in that Venus place. This ain't fire, it's what fire stands for. That's right. In here, fire means will. Not human will, but the will that moves the suns and planets. Universal will. Universal fire. Yes, this place even feels sort of good. Not so much scary as exhilarating. Powerful. Yeah, but it ain't someone I can see my Steve visiting. Steve was so placid. Yeah, plus he was a half-assed wizard, remember? Like I say, they always take this route up to the Godhead. Why? According to Kabballah, there's plenty of other routes they could take up the Tree of Life. It's 'cause they're a bunch of fucking show-offs, treating the Kabbalah like a fucking tourist map. They gotta do everywhere, see? Fuck, this is steep. I had to remember we ain't on a human scale anymore. I see what you mean. So this route we're on, you said it was some sort of lightning bolt path? Yeah, the energy of God crackles down into material existence through these spheres, these numbered stages. Here in Gabora, it's purged of any impurities, anything flawed, anything weak. Hell, are they the gods of this place? They are this place. This place is them. Just like it's Mars and tobacco smoke, the color red, the number 5. Gods of war and justice, gods of strength, hammering the fucking iron into everything. I'm glad they're there. I'm glad the universe has got their power burning in it when there's so much darkness. Yeah, all the evil there is in the world, all the stuff Prometheus is supposed to end, is so strong. Perhaps, but we're stronger. You're right. We're stronger than anything. Ladies? Barbara, when I think of all the scummy injustices hurting people, my wrath is mighty. Hey, you're talking like fucking wrestlers. It's just this place. It's Rush. No, people are starved, poisoned, and massacred. Our anger is righteous. No matter what stone evil hides beneath, I shall find it, and my fury wither it to nothing. No, don't get angry. And dark shall not prevail against my rage. Let it go. Gabora's affecting you. It's like fucking adrenaline. Remember your judgment, or you're lost.
Sophie and Barbara slip through the landscape and are lost.
Sophie? Sophie, what just happened? We were climbing that hillside, and then we got mad out of nowhere, and where the hell are we? I don't know. I'm still angry, but it's not that sort of angry horny anymore. Now it's angry scared, or someplace bad.
You're in the world of shells. You're in the black bark on the other side of the tree. You're where I live. I am the demon regent called Asmodeus.
World of shells. Oh, God. Barbara, we're in the clip-off. It's the adverse tree of life. It's like spiritual antimatter. Oh, Jesus, Sophie. We saw Asmodeus before. He didn't look like that.
I do not look like anything. I am wrathful forever in red. My hate is beetles in your womb. I will devour you.
Yeah! Oh, no! Stop crawling inside me! Oh, you fat, stupid bitch! Oh, please, don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
Bragging in your anger, pissing in your wretchedness.
I hate myself, fat old woman. I hate myself so much. Get off. Let go or I'll kill you. Get off of me.
Scorn her mother. Ignore her husband. Ugly and worthless. Squirming in muck.
Oh, no. Oh, Barbara, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm just trash. That's all I am. I'm just trash. You let me down. You said you knew all about magic and you let us into this, you ignorant little bitch.
Yes, Sophie hurt everyone.
I didn't hurt anybody. What are you doing to us? What am I saying? You only came here to help me. I called you a bitch.
Sophie hurt everyone, tricked Grace, tricked Stacia. They're suffering right now.
I didn't trick them. They're not suffering. You're lying. You're lying about all of this. You're not even Asmodeus. He had 3 heads and rode a dragon.
Demons cannot lie. We are more than one identity, more than one place. As for your friends, see.
Sophie and Barbara are shown a vision of Grace facing the mayor.
Grace? Jesus, Grace, is that you? Grace, Asmodeus has us. We're trapped in the Clipoth of Deborah and can't get out. We're... Barbara? Sophie? Darlings, I can hardly hear you. Tell me you're all right.
Our self in the Scarlet Place has broken contact. A pity. Now you can't watch your comrades being tortured in hell.
We know what you're thinking. You're thinking that was an illusion to demoralize me. They're lying. Except we can't lie.
You stinking little disease. All you've done is anger me. Has it occurred to you that I can banish you by simply killing your host body?
Has it occurred to you that might be what we want? The death of a blameless, mentally ill man.
I
seem to have something stuck in my mouth. Ugh. There. You know what they say. Better out than in.
Ah!
The mayor vomits his demons at Grace, who recoils in disgust.
Smelly little monsters.
She hacks at them with her sword.
Solomon, the gangster who conjured you, he died before you could be banished. That's why you're all still here, isn't it?
Something like that. Perhaps you could try banishing us with that impressive ritual sword. Alternatively, you could just keep slashing at us with it. A sharp lump of metal against the eternal evil within mankind. You never know. It might work.
Grace throws her sword away.
You know, darling, you're absolutely right. How silly of me to think I need a sword against you, when all I need is the intelligence it symbolizes. Let's start with demons. Just what are you psychotic little weevils? I mean, really.
We are hell. We are that which delights in the ruin of humanity.
I'm sure you are, Puppet. And you're the eternal evil within mankind, didn't you say? It's the within part that interests me. You're part of us somehow, aren't you?
Huh. Even assuming that's true, we're clearly a part of you you can't control.
No, we can't. Not until we stop pretending that you're some force outside us, causing all the harm in the world. Not until we're prepared to own you.
Own us? What does she... Ah!
Grace picks up one of the demons.
Owning you, darling. It's the opposite of disowning you, pretending you're not part of us. You, for example, Vepar. You cause turbulence. You kill men cruelly. I've done that. I accept you, Vepar. I own you.
No, don't...
Grace eats the demon.
Ugh. Not very palatable or easy to swallow, but then the worst bits of us never are they, dear hearts? Well, who's entree?
Eat you. Asmodee will eat you now.
Where's Grace? She was surrounded by devils, then the picture vanished. She's dead, isn't she? Grace, Stacia, they're both dead. Sophie, it's this thing. It's chewing on our emotions. God, I hate it. I hate it. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill this fucking thing once and for all. No, Barbara, you were right. It eats emotion. And I think it likes anger best. Sophie, it's scum. Demons, the fucking scum. The filth, they... No, Barbara. No hate. No fear. No anger. It just chews that stuff up and feeds it back to us. Lord Asmodeus, we've trespassed here and treated you without respect. Forgive us.
That's better. In fact, that's much better.
Sophie? He's
Asmodeus appears to them in human form.
Human? But of course. Approach us with fear, with hatred and revulsion, and we will be fearsome, hateful, and vile. Approach us humanely and with respect, and we will be human and respectable.
You reflect us somehow, don't you?
Very much so. We're much closer to you than the gods, for example. The motives of gods are unfathomable, whereas we demons rage and cheat and bellow. We're like you.
What about love? Can you love?
Yes, in our way. In ancient Persia, I loved a human princess. Afraid of me, however, she married a mortal. I killed him on their wedding night, and the next husband, and the next 7 in all. 7 tombs for 7 grooms. The story is in the biblical apocrypha, in the book of Tobit. I imagine it's how I came to be associated with anger and wrath.
Anger is Grace's weakness, the woman you showed us. Is she okay?
Oh yes, she finally learned how to swallow her anger, along with everything else.
The demonic transformations seem to be fading, and the woman whose legs were a tentacle is back to normal.
My legs. They turned me into a slug. Everybody's in shock. And the number 2 on the wall, I think those are demon signatures. Yeah, this is some fancy shit. Karen, the mayor's office is ahead. Let's check it out. Are they gone? Are the nasty monsters all gone away?
Bedad, and weren't they some devils now?
Look, there she is. She's getting away. Okay, lady, freeze. Agent Ball and Bruel, FBI. We want to ask you some questions about Dennis Drucker.
Grace leaps out the window, evading the FBI.
Damn.
And so you see, once she'd eaten all the demons, including me, she just flew away.
Good. I'm glad Grace and Stacia are okay. But how can Asmodeus be there and here at once? And where's here anyway? What's a clip-off?
Like gods or angels, or humans for that matter, demons have many identities. We are legion. The clip-offs are generally understood as hells, although the word means husks or shells. It's what remains once the sacred energy in things has departed. The sacred energy is meaning. When the meaning in a thing moves on, that thing becomes a husk. Beauty without meaning becomes hollow pride. Stern judgment without the judgment becomes empty rage, becomes a husk, a shell, a quip-off, becomes me.
If clip-offs are husks left when good departs, does that mean evil isn't a real thing in itself? It's just an absence of good, like dark's an absence of light?
Naturally. Am I evil? In antique Persia, did I not love?
Killing 70 girlfriends, fiancés, and sending them nuts isn't called love. It's called stalking. They finally drove me to Egypt by burning incense and fish livers. He tell you that?
Boo Boo finds the Prometheus and guides them back, bidding a fond farewell to Asmodee. Back in Gabora, they travel on, and Boo Boo tells them that strength isn't only used for fighting, but also for lust, and the tarot path they now walk to leave the realm is both strength and lust.
I understand. This path tarot name was strength, then Crowley changed it to lust.
That broad riding the lion looks pretty wild. What's she supposed to symbolize? She just advertising Rolling Rock or something.
Heh, nah, she's got 2 meanings. See, this path connects Sphere 5, strength, with Sphere 4, mercy. Considered one way, she's some drunk hoe riding a frickin' lion. It's strength, but it's amoral. Considered another, that cup means compassion. She's tempering judgment with mercy. It's where we're headed, girlfriends. Straight to mercy. Straight into the blue.
Next, Fatherland. The Immateria, off Route 32, district of Stacia Vandeveer's mind.
So, how did you feel after reading all those demons? I thought I was gonna hurl. To be honest, sweetie, I feel absolutely smashing. Incidentally, aren't these rooms nice? Yeah, kinda. Are these the rooms you had back in the 20s or whenever? More a fanciful memory, really. It's the apartment I couldn't afford. Regarding those demons, all we did was accept them as parts of us, you know. I imagine that's why I'm feeling so marvelous. It's very empowering, don't you think? When we finally face up to what we are. I'm sort of worried about Sophie. That vision we saw? Oh, I'm sure she and Barbara escaped their predicament just swimmingly. At most, Sophie's quest will be delayed a little. Frankly, she can stay away as long as she likes. I'm rather enjoying our little partnership. Just like you are. Oh, golly.
Malkuth, New York City. As Stacia sleeps, in her mind, she and Grace have become lovers. Chesed. Promethea, Fatherland. Boo Boo the Angel leads Barbara and Sophie on a flight through a cloudy sky to a high platform.
God, it's blue. I feel rich just looking at it. I feel like, I don't know, like I've arrived. Yeah, or that I've come home or something, but it's all cloudy and vaporous. Yeah, well, you're gonna get that the higher you climb the tree. There ain't much fucking form once you get up past hard. It's like the further up you go, the less there is to see, and the more there is to feel and understand. I can't imagine much that's higher than this. This is the fourth sphere, right? Chesed, there on the arch above the Jupiter symbol. I think it means mercy. You know, I just worked out why this place feels like home. It's that smell, like when my dad is planing wood. That's the cedar incense they burn here. Plus, you know, this is a kind of fatherly type place. You're right. Despite everything being made from cloud, it all feels solid and reassuring, like it would protect you. Sure, it's like a dad, only his daddy Warbucks, somebody rich and successful. Yeah, it's pretty fucking patrician, alright. And being the fourth sphere, you can bet it's 4 square fucking solid, too. See, 4? That's like the minimum number of points you need to define a solid 3-dimensional object, say a pyramid. When the energy of God pours down into being, this is the first place it truly materializes. We're right at the top of the fucking universe, where everything's born into existence. And it's this place that nurtures and protects it. This is the sheltering sky.
They pass Indra's net. The Hindu sky god has an infinite network of shining beads, with each and every one reflecting the whole, because every bead reflects the beads next to them. It is the model of reality, and corresponds with how holograms work, just like the tree of life reflects the maps inside us as well as outside. This is what is meant by as above, so below. On all levels, existence reflects itself.
And all these different levels, they're somehow levels of ourselves, right? Demons, angels, gods. Yeah, you said demons were a part of us, and, like, you're my guardian angel, so you're a part of me. Sure, demons are just your lowest drives getting out of hand, when they should be working for you. Us angels, we're your highest drives. As for the deities, maybe they're part of you, maybe you're a fallen part of them, but it don't matter. Everything's part of God. So existence is all one thing? Everything in it. We're all part of some big, I don't know, some vast flock? Some immense organism? I like that. Makes me feel like I'm included. Like everyone's included. Yeah, and loved, and forgiven. This is bigger than the love people have for each other. This is the unconditional love of the universe for its children, for itself. And here in this rich blue, wealthy with stars, here's where you feel it, where you know it. That mercy, that vision of love. You know, this fucking universe, it really tries its fucking hardest for us. My dad, he worked on a farm. He said, sure, sometimes animals died, but the farmers had cared. They tried their best, you know. It's like we all have to protect everything, because it's all precious. It's all us. Yeah, that's Chesed. That's Jupiter. You're getting the idea. Existence loves us. If it could, it'd stop a bullet for us. And it worked fucking hard to put bread on the table for us and to keep a fucking sky over our heads. And it does that because it's a father, and because that's what fathers do.
Aye, that is what fathers do. Well, girl, have you forgotten me? I said that we would meet each other in the western lands.
Huh? Who's that? Do I know that guy? I'm not sure. There's something familiar about him, but... Oh, great gods! What? Who the hell is he? How come I don't know him?
Because, Bright One, this is the magic of a man, and not that of angels. Oh, child, let me look at you.
I remember. You're the one who sent me into the desert. You're my... Oh, Father. Oh, Father, I've missed you so much.
There, dry your eyes. We are together again. We have always been together, my love, my daughter. Always.
Have we? Have we truly? These long, strange centuries that I've lived this life, I felt we were apart. Now I know you. The original Promethea, the little girl. Your father.
All parents must at last send their children out into the desert, praying that the gods find them before the wolves. But I was always with you. My heart walked ever at your side. And I know you, Barbara Ramirez, who is Barbara Shelley. You are one of the worthy vessels that has borne my treasure down the centuries. And dear Sophia beside me, she bears it now. Both of you have my love, my gratitude. If your souls should survive the trial that waits ahead, then you shall learn much of Promethea, of my daughter's truest nature. But know this, she shall not be with you in that trial.
Father, what do you mean? Sophie, I have to be with Barbara.
And so shall Barbara be with Sophia. But my daughter Promethea, she must abide with me a while.
Huh? What's he talking about? Shush, I think I see where he's going with this.
Aye, Angel Barbara Ramirez. You understand because you know the painful duty you yourself must soon now undertake. Sophia, it is time for you to give my daughter up to me. If you survive the wastelands, you shall meet with her again. Until then, we have much to speak of, she and I.
Father, what are you doing? I feel so strange. Ah.
I am gathering you up, my child, as once I did when you were small. I am gathering you up into my arms.
Sophie, what's happening? Leave it, baby doll. He knows what he's doing.
Promethea's father separates Promethea from Sophie.
There, now all is as it must be. My child and I are reunited, and Sophia is now ready for her test.
Oh, God. Test? What test? Sophie, sweetheart, you okay?
She is as she was. She is without her angel, just as your own shall surely leave you at the precipice ahead. If your leap be true, you shall regain these treasures on its furthest shore. My child and I must leave you here. Goodbye, kind women. Goodbye, and fare you well.
Hey, wait. I don't get any of this. Come back. Bob, forget it, okay? He's doing what he has to. It's something we need to talk about. How about you, kid? Not feeling so good? Jeez, I don't know. I feel like I lost something. What's going on? Why did he take Promethea away? Look, he's a dad. He ain't seen her in 1,600 years. I guess he wants quality time. Plus, it's what he said about the precipice. That's what we gotta talk about. He said something about you. He said you'd be leaving me. There's somebody else just up ahead. I don't recognize this guy at all. Me neither.
Man, this is like city transport. You're gonna wait forever for a beautiful woman, and three gonna show up at once.
Oh, listen to him. Don't he talk fine? Who the hell are you, man?
My name is Juan Felipe Estrada, and... Oh, fuck me. You an angel? Man, this is some holy shit we up to here. I climbed up here. Someone told me this is where I was gonna meet my little girl. She one of you? Sophie Bangs?
That's me. But, wait a minute. Did you say Juan? Oh, shit. You're Sophie? Oh, shit, look at you. You're beautiful. Oh, shit, I don't believe this. Baby, I thought I fucked everything up, but look at you. You're... Oh, God. But my mom said when she was pregnant you just split. She never saw you again. Oh, jeez. He's Sophie's dad. Yeah, Patricia, she's still alive, right? Just like you. You're still alive too, huh? Baby, what happened? I was dealing coke. I never wanted your mom to know. When she got pregnant, I decided to quit. Guys I was with, they thought I was gonna inform. Popped a slug in my head. Dumped me in the East River. Dad. Oh, God, Dad. I'm gonna cry. I don't know what to say. It's okay, baby. It's okay. I've been climbing since I died, just to get here, just to see you and tell you I loved you. I guess you gotta leave on your quest or whatever. This is such big stuff you're into. I'm so fucking proud of you. Yeah, Bob, look, I'm sorry, this is why I gotta leave you too. But, Dad, I only just found you. Yeah, when you get back from this in one piece, you're gonna know how to find me again. I love you, baby, more than anything. Boo-boo, you quitting on me? But I mean, you're my holy guardian angel. That's right. And when you're going, even your holy guardian angel abandoned you. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. Sophie, I love you, girl. If you get back home, tell your mom I always loved her, too. Good luck, sweetheart. Yeah, good luck in the abyss, both of you. Come on, Guy. I'll walk with you. We can take the hermit path back to Tippereth. Dad, wait. Daddy, I love you. Come on, Sophie, leave it. Get out of here. I feel bereaved. I guess that's why her father took Promethea away from me. I guess it's part of this abyss thing, being alone. What, alone so your guardian angel dumped you? What is it about this abyss place? Even angels don't want to get out of there. I mean, what's the problem? Are they too lazy? Proud? High and mighty?
The path is gone, and the women stand at the edge of a vast abyss filled with nothing but darkness, clouds, and lightning.
Frightening. Oh, Jesus. Sophie, where's the thing? The tarot path that takes us up to Sphere 3. There isn't one. The bridge is down. I think we're supposed to jump. This is the edge of existence, Barbara. This is as far as everything goes. We jump into nothing? That's what magicians do? That's what Steve did? Sophie, I have to do this to find Steve. You don't. You can turn back. Not and live with myself. We'll do this together. Come on, hold my hand. Oh, Jesus, Sophie, this is stupid. This is like Thelma and Louise, only dead. Don't make me laugh. Are we really gonna do this? Are we? Are we gonna...
They jump into the abyss. Next, the stars are but thistles. There is no other side, just endless falling, minutes of it, hours, waiting for impact that will never come. After just 10 minutes, too hoarse, too emotionally exhausted now to even scream. 3 hours later, there comes blackout, comes unconsciousness. There comes awakening. Falling was a dream, and the reality is this fluorescent desert. Barren eeriness extends to the horizon, if there is one. Nothing for it but to walk without direction for perhaps a sunless day until, at last, despairing sleep. And falling. And falling. Obviously the desert had been only fantasy, the compensation clutched at by minds desperate to escape plummeting horror. This time, more accustomed, passing out takes longer. Only after several hours of weeping into slipstream do the eyes close. Opening to the cold slap of Whitecap, suddenly remembering the cliff-top leap into the dark great sea. All else, the plunge, the wasteland, was hallucination born of icy water and fatigue. Swim on, struggle to stay afloat, awake,
not slip into unconsciousness. And falling, falling, falling.
Ah! Oh, God. Dreaming. I was dreaming again. Or else this is... We were still falling, weren't we? Yeah. Come on, let's keep moving.
Promethea. The stars are but thistles.
Barbara, there's no point. We're not going anywhere. We're lost. God help me. I wish I was dead. I'm already dead. I just wish I'd never been born. Look at this place. It's horrible. These radioactive weeds, these busted up paving slabs. They're not paving slabs, just rocks. Some accident in how they look. We jumped over the edge of everything. There's no pathways out here. Well, couldn't there once have been a path or something? That looks like one of them highway markers. God, you're right. It does. It's so corroded you can't read it anymore. I don't understand. In all Jack Faust's books, it says there's no path across from the fourth sphere. I can see something up ahead. It's almost as if there used to be a path here, like you said. But, I mean, tarot paths aren't just roadways. They're the connections of our souls. What can have happened to it? Sophie, you better come look at this. What does it say? He fa? He ear? I can't make it out.
Barbara directs Sophie to a huge statue, corroded so badly you can't tell what it was.
The beggar. The statue looks like it used to be a beggar, but there's no such tarot card. Barbara, we're right off the map here. I thought you said this Kabbalah business was a map of everything. It is, but here, the abyss, there's just sort of a gap. The beggar. It has to mean something. Or, I don't know. Maybe it meant something once, but doesn't anymore. All I can remember with beggars is the old stories where kings and gods and stuff disguise themselves. Yeah, when they want to enter the ordinary human world or something. I guess this abyss is where God's energy enters the universe from. So, let me see. There's just Sphere 4, then this abyss thing, then Sphere 3 on the other side? There's nothing in between? Well, some books mention something called the false Sephiroth or the invisible Sephiroth. It looked hard, so I skipped it. Actually, thinking about it, that was probably a mistake. What is this place?
They cross under a ruined archway with faded lettering, and the remains of what might once have been a great building.
I don't think it is a place. Not anymore. It's like whatever was here just, I don't know, collapsed or something. But these spheres are whole states of being, right? How could one collapse? I don't know. I think that says Doth over the arch. Doth? What, like Darth Vader? I think it's a Hebrew word that means knowledge. It's... Ah! What's that? What's what? There was some scuttling thing ran behind that masonry. It was like this day-glow centipede. Hey, that's it. Day-glow. This place is sort of colored like blacklight. Maybe invisible Sephiroth means ultraviolet? Hey, I see somebody. You're right. It's somebody on a camel. And they're on some sort of path through these ruins. Hey you, wait up.
They encounter a female version of Aleister Crowley riding a camel. He is following the priestess path, which transformed one from male to female, and he is leaving a trail of V's in the sand.
V, 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 V. I think I heard that before somewhere. God, was that fucked up or what? Hey, why can't we follow that priestess path like she's doing? It's gotta be this goddamn place. Because Route 13 heads up to Sphere 1, Kether, the Crown, and that's not where we're going. We're following Steve, and Boo Boo thought he'd have headed across this abyss to Sphere 3. Besides, I want to look at these ruins. You know, I really miss Boo Boo. It's like I got this hole in me where she's not. Yeah, I feel the same about Promethea. Hey, look at this carving of the planets. There's an extra one between Mars and Jupiter. That'd be where the asteroid belt is now. Do you think it's the planet that what represented this sphere? That they both got destroyed? I don't know. I'm just afraid that we're... Oh, shit! Oh, that's fucking gross! What was it? Was it another of those centipede things? It was more like a jellyfish, or, I don't know, some animal that never existed. It was like some H.P. Lovecraft pulled out of his nose. Maybe they're the animals of this place. And it's like with that extra planet. The things that symbolize this place don't really exist anymore. What about that over there? Is that this place's number? I guess so. Sephiroth means number, so even if this place is a false Sephiroth, it should have a number. This looks like an 11, and I think some people call Darth the 11th Sephiroth. What, 11 comes between 3 and 4? Yeah, that seems wrong, doesn't it? Sphere 3 on one side of the abyss, sphere 4 on the other, and 11 between them. But then there isn't a number between 3 and 4. I guess anything would sound wrong. What about pi? Pi? But, pi can't ever be calculated exactly, so it's not even a real number. Well, then that makes it a false number, right? A false Sephiroth. Plus, it's between 3 and 4. Ain't it 3.17 something? God, you're right. And if you knock the top crossbar off the pi symbol, it's that 11 we saw. And because calculating pi goes on forever, I guess that, like the abyss, it's sort of bottomless. Huh? Jesus, Sophie, look out!
Barbara stops Sophie from going over the edge into a bottomless pit filled with strange glowing entities resembling deep-sea creatures, and other less recognizable forms. They have to go around the hole in existence, which might lead to the other side of the tree, or simply to nowhere at all. Barbara feels like it's a hole through her. They find a massive black tower, twisted and leaning, and another version of Austin Spare waiting to greet travelers.
Austin Spare, it is. It's you. God, you're so much younger. You look beautiful.
Of this I know nothing. Of this nothing may be said.
He said he wouldn't know us if we met again. Mr. Spare, we're pilgrims. Can you tell us where we are?
We are not in non-existence, neither are we in that existence which is God, neither that which is not God. This is the Tower of the Adepts, the Black Brothers, and it is at Darth. No light is here emitted.
Sophie, I don't like this. This ain't like the other places we've been. They all made sense. I think that if Darth means knowledge, it's a kind of knowledge that's beyond sense. Mr. Spare, can you tell us about Darth? How did it get like this?
Darth, in the great beginning, was a Sephiroth as true as any. Paths led to and from it, both the beggar and the fountain. Then the tree was of a whole. God was not separated from God's universe. Now came the fall. Now came the cataclysm. The lightning energies of God descending, overwhelming the structure of existence. Its lowest spheres were broken from the three divine supernals. Where Darth had been was now a dreadful absence. Was a marvelous crack in everything.
Oh, Jesus. You mean the whole universe? All of existence? It broke in half? We're living in a broken cosmos because of this fall, this disastrous accident.
The three heads of God were sundered from existence. Who shall say that this was accident? And likewise, who shall say that accidents be not but arabesques within some wider figure? Of this, nothing is known.
But Darth means knowledge, doesn't it? How can knowledge be symbolized by a barren place like this?
Like its shattered planet or its unseen color, Darth is that knowledge knowable only by its absence. It is the neither. It is that knowledge here pursued by the Black Brothers in the Tower of the Adepts. No light is here emitted. Fare you well, sisters.
Huh. Well, if he was embarrassed about running into an old one-night stand, he only had to say. I don't think you should take it personally. That wasn't the same Austin Spare you had your fling with. This one was in some whole other space. Yeah, well, I didn't understand any of it. Yeah, to be honest, most of what he said, I was lost. I guess that's the abyss. We're intellectually lost, emotionally lost, spiritually lost. At least we're headed the right way. There's another ruined pathway. You're right, another unreadable highway marker. This must be one of those two paths that Spare mentioned that led to and from Doth before the whole system collapsed. I guess only these faint traces remain. The beggar led from Chesed to Doth, so this must be the path leading from Doth up to the third sphere, Bina. I think Spare mentioned its name. Yeah, he did. It's the fountain.
Barbara and Sophie see a huge fountain with 3 crumbling figures in it.
Wow. I wonder what it used to mean.
Waters breaking. Waters breaking in the womb. Waters of the great sea breaking on the shores of Bina, our black mother.
Barb? Are you okay? What just happened? What did I say? I had this lump in my throat. You said something about waters breaking, and your voice, it didn't sound like you. Jesus, I'm scared. It was like I wasn't there, like I was just a speaking tube or something. A hollow reed. I think I read that this sphere corresponds to the throat chakra. That's sort of a speaking tube. Holy God. Sophie, I'm telling you, I can't take much more of this place. Come and look.
Kronzon, the god of this place, is the god of chaos and destruction, or simply is chaos and destruction, and he crashes across Barbara and Sophie like a tidal wave.
Ah! Sophie, help me! I can't! Oh God, this wind! It's tearing me to... Sophie! Ah! No, I'm still alive. I'm still alive.
They are torn to pieces by its energy.
Still alive.
And falling. Nothing else, none of the rest was true, save this interminable drop. Eventually, hours, centuries, comes merciful unconsciousness, and...
Oh no! Oh, not this again, Sophie! I'm gonna go mad! Is this it? Is it what we do forever? We just fall or swim, stumble through that nightmare desert? Barbara, I think my foot, it just touched bottom. Yeah, oh, you're right. Does this mean we made it? We got across the abyss? I think so. Let's head up this black beach, see if there's anything that we recognize.
They have reached the sphere of Bina. Next, the wine of her fornications. Malkuth, the painted doll, has been laying low, but he and he alone has found the operator of Jellyhead.
So, you're Jellyhead. Good name. Quite prophetic, as it turns out. Oh, God. Oh, Mother. Now, why do so many of them say that, eh? Why, oh, Mother?
Promethea, the wine of her fornications.
This feels like church somehow. That perfumed honey scent, that's myrrh. And this archway, it's as if I've been through it before. Yeah, me too. Only I think I was coming the other way. Barbara, this is holy. This is so holy. I know. Holy Mother of God. Holy Mother of Pearl. Holy Hole. Sophie, I feel strange. And why are we whispering? I don't know. It's just so silent here. Barbara, this third Sephiroth, this is God. This is God's third head. That's where we are. I mean, God. This is it. This is her. And she knows us. You feel that? God knows who we are. She doesn't hate us. She... Oh, Sophie, come and look at this.
Sophie finds her Promethea garb, but transformed. She can feel that it's hers, though. Promethea moths greet them in this place where women are the sacred creatures, represented by the planet Saturn. Donning her costume, Sophie becomes her Promethea again.
Promethea, you're back. Yes, I think I am. Come on, let's keep walking while I try to understand all this. Are you still Sophie? Yes, I am. But the Promethea part of me, I've been with my father. It was wonderful. It seemed to go on forever, and he told me so many things. What did he say? He said I'd be different once I'd climbed a tree, and he said I'd always be able to talk with him. And he said we'd meet our mother here. Our mother? What, you mean Promethea's mother? I think so. He wasn't really talking with words. He said that in Bina, in this black third sphere, sacred to Saturn, here's where we'd find her. Bina's the highest female sphere. The word means understanding. How that's different from Doth, which means knowledge, or Chakma, meaning wisdom, I'm not sure. Perhaps it's like... Sophie, wait, look up ahead, in the blackness.
A robed man greets them, surrounded by heads in radiant circles. He puts a finger to his lips and speaks to them with his mind. We are the powerhouse. We are the benevolent adepts, the Illuminati.
John D. You're Dr. John D. Saw you in Hod, but younger, and these are thoughts? Sophie, what? Was that you or me? I'm confused.
Come with me.
Dr. D, sir, this is Sophia. What are you and the other adepts doing here at the third sphere?
Know, child, that here is understanding. That was the all of what we sought, and so we crave no higher place. For my part, I communed with angels told of in the book of Enoch, Hebrew adept sacred to this third domain. In this third realm, form becomes possible. The number 1 suggests a single point. With 2 points, we may describe a line. With 3 points, we may enclose a space in 2 dimensions. We may plot a triangle. Seen thus, the triangle is symbol to the element of water. It is here at Bina that all water, all compassion, has its origin. At Bina is the cup that overfloweth.
You mentioned the biblical book of Enoch and the angels it speaks of. Did they truly teach you their language? The Enochian language?
Aye, it was dictated by the spirits in my scrying glass, as too were shewn the tables that map all existence. Boards of 12 squares by 13, being altogether 156, and on each square were symbols. Viewed from o'erhead, each square appeareth like unto a ziggurat with flattened summit, all arrayed in rows, a mighty township. Behold ye this, daughters of understanding. Behold the city of the pyramids. D shows them the arrayed pyramids, all topped with magical adepts who reside in this place, forever burning in ecstasy. Beyond and above them they see Babylon, a huge, majestic woman surrounded by serpents. Know me, worship me, swollen with passion, where are the saints grown mad upon the sweet foam of my bosom. Scorn me, for the end of things is as stern fire about my loins, that glisten, damp with sacrifice. Enter me wantonly, when am I like the drag of brothels? Be consumed by me. Burn in me.
Oh, no. Oh, God, what's she saying? She's us. Sophie, she's us.
About the markets of the world I am sent bare, until the worst of creatures may lie down with me. Though wretched and with sores, they shall not be refused. The mead of many rapes is sanctified in me, and is made holy as the stars, for I am understanding.
I don't want to know. I don't want to hear any more. It's raining. It's raining light in my head. Ah!
Whereby they that drink the filth of my adulteries shall be made clean. For that which fouls me is the joy of paradise. The seed of wisdom runneth from my womb. See, I am couched with beasts, that monsters of the primitive and formless chaos shall know me. I am she no earthly man nor woman may embrace, that yet is whore to all. Have I not fallen in thy sight? Hast thou not spat upon my name?
When I understood sex, and then when I thought about my parents, I walked in. I walked in on Trish and her boyfriend screwing, and I thought, oh God.
Hast thou not hated me? Hast thou not called me harlot, that endures thy father's infinite desires, and plundered every moment from her birth? Then know me. In my nakedness I am called Revelation.
Oh God, oh Holy Mother.
In the calculation of the Hebrews shall my name be numbered 6
and 50 and 100. Then am I the world's destruction. Then am I that understanding wherein all things are concluded. Am I Babylon? Yet in my morning I am sweet and touched by none. My breath is kindness, and my milk a solace of angels. Barbara? Barbara, look, she's changing. You're right, No, she isn't changing exactly. What is that?
She changes not. 'Tis but thine eye alone is changed, with comprehension.
Then am I the world's ease, and my breast its comfort. Whence the Greeks shall calculate my name according to their number as 6 and 50 and 100. Then am I the font of pity without end. Oh, am I Marie? Girded with clouds and covered with the firmament am I made queen of heaven. The whore and the Madonna, they're both, they're... In my compassion have I not stooped low, so that my aspect is cast down? Behold, I am the Sheikah, I am the bride, and on the world's streets ragged go I, and reviled. In me there has descended the Sophia, that is wisdom's female face. Sophia? But that's my... No, it has to just be a coincidence. You, Soph, it's you she's talking to. That understanding is poured out like unto blood from me. Like noble wine, mine essence runneth down into the earth, and therein is degraded and made bitter. Yet it giveth succor unto all things. Mother am I, that sways the great dark cradle of the night. Then am I Isis, am I Hecate, am I Selene. Black am I, like to the hidden moon, or as a womb. I taketh in, and I receive. Virgin am I to they that know me not, and whore am I to they that know me. Then am I scarlet, and made fertile, that my passion is a great annihilating fire that none may look upon. Then am I Babylon. And further yet am I sunk down into the world itself. Then am I Mary, that conceals her child from Herod. Am I Isis, that conceals her child from Set. And further yet am I degraded. Then am I the scarlet woman, mistress to the beast called Crowley. Leah Hersig, prostituted in the Paris streets, my star gouged in her breast. Thus does the mother go a harlot in the world. And this is the vision of sorrow. Yet is that understanding by another means decanted also, as the fiery mead of spirit does it flow, that is not in its downward path corrupted. Fire of heaven is this nectar, that not in earth be soiled, nor quenched. A burning moon foam, then shall this true blood, this sangreal, be carried down upon a mighty chariot. In its red vintage is distilled the moment of my dreadful understanding, unexpressed, that cometh privately in dark and silence. That is called apocalypse. Then is ignited my affection and made hot. Then am I strength that straddles lions, and drunken on the juice of mine own flames. Am I the concubine of revelation, known and mounted with her beast, whose number is a man? Revealed to all man, then, is my inspiration come into the earth a child. And is that child became a tale that strikes fire in the heart? And is that fire became a blaze, where in my time man's world must be consumed? In thy name? Then you're the Promethea who oversees the world's end. Name for the moth of Saturn, where am I exalted, is she called Promethea. From understanding spilled as wisdom is she called Sophia. And this is the vision of compassion. Pass on, daughters of understanding, robed in mercy, strong in judgment. Harmony art thou, and victory. From splendor is thy radiance in the foundation, whence shall the kingdom be inflamed. Pass on from comprehension to that which be understood, from silence to the word that comes before. Pass on, pass from the womb of forming unto that which be inchoate. Pass from water unto fire, unto the highest. I almost get it, you know? It's like with understanding, you get sorrow, and with sorrow, you get compassion. Aye, and you, sweet spirits, are her tears that water all the earth and make it fruitful. I'm still trying to take this in, this responsibility. It's as if what I am, what I have to do, it's as if it was all set out even before my mom named me. Before thou wert conceived, child, is it not most fearsome and most marvelous? Like you, I was afraid when first the angels told the dreadful things that I should do, and yet I did them. But to understand that I'm going to preside over the end of everything. Nay, not everything, but only that tawdry and low theatre that is called the world of man. Now must ye hasten on towards thy destinies, whate'er they be. The path of Daleth, that is like a door, awaits thee. And that's the path that leads to Sphere too, right? Maybe that's where I'll find Steve. Mayhap, but it is here that I must take my leave of thee upon the 14th highway, where abides the Empress. Fare you well, good wives. Say nothing, and thou take thy leave of silence. Hey, we're talking again. Out loud. Yes, Barbara, I feel so different. It's like in every new place, I'm a new person. What about you? Your holy guardian angel didn't return after the abyss like you were promised. The hell she didn't. Boo-boo? Yeah, I just had to remember myself is all. Inside, I was always this fucking gorgeous. My ass was always this great. And I never cared shit for nothing but doing right. You know, this path is fucking beautiful, man. Didn't he say this path was the Empress? How come we don't see her? I think this greenery is her. Mother Nature, that's the Empress. Endless fertility. It's this path that first connects the highest female force with the male, fertilizing her. On a first date? Boy, she really is a big whore. Next, et in Arcadia ego. The FBI agents tracking Promethea interrogate the SME, which has somewhat reformed itself, though it is unstable. It gives them the name Henry Royce, though. Meanwhile, in other news... Thanks for your help, Agent Hansard. Me and Lucille will check out this Henry Royce. A suburban homicide intrigues New York's 5 swell guys.
My pleasure. You take care now, Agent Bruell.
I'm at the house in Queens, where multiple bodies are being removed, not all of them human. I've got swell guy Marvel Hamilton with me here. Marv, can you tell us what's happening?
Well, it's complicated.
The resident here, Bruno Smiliak, would seem to have been the mastermind behind Scienceville and Jellyhead, whose inert bodies you see. The hollow point bullet that killed Mr. Smiliak, however, looked like it came from the supposedly dead painted doll. But Marv, even if the doll was still alive, why would he return to kill this one minor science villain? That we don't know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to the investigation. Okay, Marv, thanks for your time. This is Hal Schnaps returning you to the studio.
Baby, down, down I go. Round and round I go. In a spin. One to the spin I'm in. One to the... Oh, customer. Here. Let me turn this crap off.
Thanks, Hal. Now, news just in concerning the resignation of Mayor Sonny Baskerville. Yeah, that'd be good.
Wait a minute. I know you. You were the squeaky kid in the library with Sophie that one time.
Uh-huh, and you were the kitty fiddler with the bad teeth. You still are. Me, on the other hand, I got promoted. I'm the new Promethea while Sophie's away. Promethea is what I call, my sacred identity.
Oh, I get it. You came to me like Sophie did, hope I can serve you up a little, magical instruction. Well, first off, it's important to understand the magical symbol of the wand, which represents... what the heck, it's better if I just show you.
Stacia transforms into Promethea and hits Jack with lightning.
Ah, Jesus. Jesus, I'm an old man. You could have killed me.
Yes, well, don't change into clean underwear just yet, darling. I still might. You know, in the 20s, magicians still had style. Turbans, tuxedos, and tarts and tiaras. Smashing times. Now it's all sigils, stubble, and self-abuse, apparently. You can still actually do proper magic, I assume.
Don't push me, lady. What do you want?
I want you to do some scrying for me. I want you to tell me where Sophie is in the Immateria and when she'll be coming home.
Yeah? And why do you want to know?
I just do. Now, do you have a scrying glass, or does everyone search on the net these days?
I got a quartz crystal. Ed Kelly himself never used better. Now, let me see. I don't know. I'm looking to see Sophie, but what I'm getting, it's hard to tell. All I see is gray.
Promethea, in Arcadia Ego.
Oh, Sophie, it's all shining, and the rainbow dew. I feel like jewels. I love this. I fucking love this. And I love you. Just for existing, I love you. Oh, Barbara, this is so beautiful. Yeah, in this Eden humidity, I can feel my soul on fire, white wings spreading out, opal at the feather tips. Oh, fuck. So, this is Chakma. This is wisdom, of course. It had to be like this. Wait a minute. I want to take my clothes off. I need to be naked in this experience. My new robes feel okay. They feel right. I'm somebody new here. And this place is new and fresh, but it's been here forever. Just this feeling of gentle, shimmering grace, I guess. What did those 4 words near the arch mean? Ed in Arcadia Ego. I think it's a famous incomplete quote from a Poussin painting. And in Arcadia, Arcadia was an ancient Greek state, a complete wilderness where Pan was supposed to dwell. The land before the moon. I guess if the 3rd female sphere is the moon's highest aspect, then this 2nd sphere comes before the moon. This is God as male, the highest male element. And who are these guys? They must be the 4 tarot knights, or kings. They're all attributed to this place, just like all the queens are at Bina. There's a name of God, IHVH, pronounced Yod-He-Vav-He, that expresses the meaning of the whole tree of life. This place, Chakma, is represented by the first syllable, Yod. It's the initial expression of the energy. It's male, it's fire, it's wands, it's spirit. The 2nd female syllable, He, is all the queens at Bina. Vow is the princes at Tippereth. And the final He is the princesses at Malkuth. The structure of everything, of being, it's just so splendid. Yes, and alive, and fertile, and I keep wanting to say sexy, but that's not it. Or if it is, it's not physical sex, not human sex. It's God sex or something. Haha, God sex. That's brilliant. Everything's brilliant. This quiet, sacred joy, the sweet musk in the air and smell like... Is that hashish? Which planet represents this place? There's no planet. Chakma is the zodiac, all the stars, all exploding into being like some glorious utterance or something, and I feel like it's happening now, happening here. This perfect, timeless moment where everything is happening. The beginning, the end. Hey, look at this. It's a path of wands, a royal road. Well, this place is God as male, the highest male principle. The wand is the phallus, so all wands are attributed to Chakma. All wands, all spirit, all fire, the initiating energy. Just like Bina is cups, compassion, water. Hey, I just thought, water's symbol is a downward triangle, fire's is an upright triangle. The sun of their union is air, Tippereth, the Star of David combining the two. I get it. You were right about the structure of it all, It's so elegant. It's so simple and lovely. It's just ringing with holiness. I know. Magic is glorious. The feeling these wands create. I don't know. Wisdom. Just wisdom. Understanding. That happens in the womb dark silent inside us. Wisdom is expressed. It just spills out unbidden. Uh-huh. So it's a guy thing. Kinda like this.
They come to a gigantic wand, fountaining energy down into a pool at its base.
Oh, Sophie, you were right. This is where all the stars spurt into being. Barbara, you look so good. This will sound wrong, but I wish we'd had sex while you were alive. Yeah, I know what you mean, and I feel we can just say that here, honestly, without any misunderstanding. It isn't sex, exactly. I know. It's whispering afterwards, soul touching soul. Oh, Barbara, I know. Love. We love each other. Oh, Sophie, we're at the source. Yes, of all existence. All existence. The moment it begins, the moment it ends. I love you. God sex. It's all God sex. It's so pure and it's so dirty. It's... what's that word? The word that means sacred and profane. Taboo.
Barbara and Sophie witness the union of energy and substance as expressed as a dove flying into a cup, and as the Greek myth of the demigod Pan raping Selene, the moon goddess.
Pan. Pan and Selene, the myth where Pan rapes her. Although, it's almost like she wanted that. Like he had to. It's like Babylon riding the beast, the celestial goddess in this chaotic animal force. It's the primal scene. It's mom and dad doing it. Humping towards the moment of conception, but it's the conception of the universe. The universe. All the male and female energies pounding in the binary throb of being. On and off, back and forth, in and out. Gravity, electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, the strong nuclear force, earth, air, water, fire, this phosphorus, angel copulation. Building like music, building to a crescendo, building to its outburst, building to that first formless utterance, that first expression. In the beginning is the Word, and the Word is...
I...
Holy shit. It just came. Everything just came. What was that, the Big Bang? Yeah. Give me a second. Yes, that's how it all came into being. And look, it's still going on. It's always still going on. Space-time, the beginning, the end, all the time, all at once. Come on, let's walk.
They continue on to find a huge staircase leading into a great light, and sitting at his foot is another version of Aleister Crowley, this one dressed as a fool.
I don't believe this. You're everywhere. What are you doing here?
Talking to spirits and illusions, evidently. As for here, I'm in my temple at Ceplau. It's 1921, and I'm preparing to become the Ipsissimus. What are you doing here?
We're looking for Stephen Shelley. Isn't Ipsissimus the highest magical grade that corresponds to Kether?
It's higher than Kether. Stephen Shelley, you say? I think he passed me earlier heading up path 11 here. The fool. You know, I'm still not sure I'm ready for Ipsissimus. I think I'm afraid. You see, from here you can look up and behold the vision of God face to face, up at the top of the stairs. Don't look at it for too long, or you'll never look away. Barbara and Sophie look into the light and become enraptured.
Barbara, that's enough. Don't look at it anymore. Oh God, I was gone. But if that's where Steve went, that's where I have to go. Okay. Are you sure you won't come with us, Mr. Crowley?
Oh, I'm already there. I've always been there, just like I've always been sitting undecided here. You go ahead. Good luck with God.
Okay. I feel like an idiot doing this, but I feel I have to trust the impulse, you know? Well, that's what this fool path is about. Irrational leaps into the unknown. Barbara, I'm scared. Let's hold hands again. Sure. What are you scared of? Is there something you know about this next sphere you're not telling me? It's the highest sphere. Sphere 1. The crown. You can be annihilated in it. You can fuse with it. Fuse with it? Yes. The white light. The pure, perfect experience of God. Some souls just dissolve into it forever. Some souls go into it and don't come back. But then, why would you?
Next, the serpent and the dove. Emerging from blank white space, figures first resolve into artist sketches, then solidify with lines and shading, finally becoming Barbara and Sophie as they near the foreground.
Something from nothing.
Promethea, the serpent and the dove.
Something from nothing. One from none. This from bliss. White from what? This is God. Here we are again. Always here. Always now. I remember how it will be. Always like this. One perfect moment. Here we are again. Something from nothing. One from none. One. Just the idea of one. Of something. For that to even exist. Where there was only nothing. This is God. Yes. And God is one. And all. God is all. One is all. One perfect moment. I thought that there was somewhere else before being here, but we've always been here, haven't we? We've all always been here. Yes, always here. Always now. Here in Cather, the crown. Here in the first white spark of being. Barbara, I just thought, are we God? Yes, I remember how it will be. God is everything. Everything is God. God is all born,
All fed,
all grown,
all led,
all helped,
all harmed,
all cursed,
all charmed,
all brutal,
all holy,
all wisdom,
all folly,
all knowing, all seeing, all suffering, all being, all doing, all done, all one. All one, all God, all Cather. One perfect moment when everything happens. Always like this, the white brilliance, the bay leaf and ambergris. Here we are again. Yes, here we are again, and we are each other, and we are God. Yes, and God is one, and one is next to nothing. This sacred, blissful whiteness that we're all part of, that barely exists. This is almost nothing. A single point coming into being out of, did something just happen? Yes, I think so. It was like white light. Yes, it was like not being there, but it was like being everywhere, being everything. Are we fusing with it? Are we fusing with this place? With God, yes. To melt into the whiteness, to no longer be us, to be it, to be God, and know as God knows, and see as God sees, to be this forever. It would be.
They hear all the prayers of everyone in the world in every language that exists.
Our Father, who art in heaven,
Forgive me. I'm such a mess. I'm such a mess.
And take care of Grandma, and I hope you're okay.
Here we are, Lord, talking again, you and me.
I am ready now, Lord. Take me now. So tired.
Kill them, Lord. Kill our enemies.
I hate you. How could you let that happen? How?
I have done 15 for you. I am your red right hand.
Please, God, just this one horse, let it win. Shall overcome, we shall overcome. Oh, I hope I'm lettering this right. And they see all of existence represented at once, every moment, every event, every place, every being arrayed in a perfect structure. This endless white moment, this is the crown of... Are we gone again? I thought there was nothing but me. It was like being a baby. I thought, Barbara? Is that you? I think so. Wasn't I once Barbara? Shelley? Ramirez? Something like that. Who wants to know? Are you? Oh, Steve! Oh, Steve, baby, it's you! Oh, God! Oh, thank you! Barb, oh, sweetheart. Oh, my Barbara. Baby, it's you I came here for. I almost forgot. In the white, I almost forgot. It's okay. Everything's okay now. I can't believe you climbed here. I couldn't have done it except for Sophie. She's the Promethea after me. She's helped me so much. See her, Steve. Were you fused like we were? I guess so. It was like I was everything. This perfect bliss. I didn't even remember being me, but I remembered you. I don't want to be God without you, love. So what do we do now? What choices do we have? That's easy. Be ye serpents or be ye doves, but choose ye wisely. What do you mean? When we climb up the tree, winding from sphere to sphere, then we're serpents. The serpent is the will to climb and rise, the will to live. But when we choose to descend from this sacred purity back into the turmoil and suffering of the world, then we're doves. The dove is the will to sacrifice, to descend, the will to die. The will to die to this glorious world of spirit and live again in matter. The will to take a little more light back down to the world where it needs it. Back down there. Looking down from the highest point in all existence, they see every realm in the tree of life itself spread out before them. Oh, God, look at it. This is the edge, then. The edge of Ketha? Steve, would you really want to give this up? To go back into all the pain of the world? With you? In a minute, baby. No question. I love you. So, do we just jump? What? All that way? But isn't that sorta foolish, yeah. I say we do it. Me too. But what? Do we reincarnate or something? Have whole new lives? I don't know. Any life, sweetheart. Any venture. It's always a fool's leap. He's right, Barb. But, oh, what the hell? They leap. They fall past the abyss and its surrounding realms. Oh my God. Whole existence flying up at us, rushing past. What a trip. What a universe. Oh, God, I love this. Ah! Oh, this is wonderful. They fall past Hod and see Mercury marking their passage. Oh, yes. There goes Gabora and Chesed and Steve. Steve, something's happening to us. We're changing. It's okay. It's okay, baby. Just let it happen. Barbara and Steve's bodies begin to dissipate as their spirits turn into doves. Barbara, wait. Am I ever going to see you again? Promethea falls past the realm of the shades, the land of dream and fiction. Alone. Barbara? Steve? That down there, isn't that... Earth is just beyond it, close enough to touch, and the doves fly on ahead. Malkuth. The doves fly into a hospital, into the room of a pregnant woman giving birth.
Ah!
Okay, now just one more push. There. Congratulations, Mrs. Tansy. It's twins, like we said. One of each. Barbara and Steve have been reincarnated as brother and sister, and will know a different kind of love in this life, but they will remain together. Promethea returns to physical reality and transforms into Sophie in the part she left from. Sophie delights in the simple things around her, regular people and animals. Now more than ever she sees the magic in the mundane, now knows in her soul that the physical world is simply the part of heaven that we can touch.
Hi, sweetheart. Looks like you just got back from somewhere. It's a lovely evening, ain't it? It's beautiful. And everything's just what it is, without having to mean something. Like you're not a sphinx or anything. No, I ain't. But my husband reckons I'm a mystery all the same. You take care now, darling.
Sophie comes home to her mother.
Hi. Oh, you came back in time to start college again, huh? I thought you might just stay in Europe for good and disown me completely. I haven't been to Europe. Uh-huh, so you lied about that. What, were you screwing around with some boyfriend? Jesus, Sophie. I mean, you think you know everything, but you don't. What happens if you get pregnant? Your whole life, all the things you think you're gonna do, it all gets washed away. And now look, you've lied to me. Mom, shut up and listen. I'm Promethea, a science heroine who's on texture all the time. That's me, and I haven't been to Europe. I've been to heaven. Sophie, what? Is this? No, Mom, don't say is this drugs. It's not drugs, and I'm not crazy. I'm Promethea. Come on, a character I'm researching, and she just turns up in real life? How could it not be me? But, Mom, as part of being Promethea, I've traveled to the places where people go when they die. I met my dad, Juan Felipe Estrada, goatee, stud in his ear, tattoo on his arms, a snake with wings. What? You met him in Europe? I don't know. Mom, I didn't go to Europe, remember? I went to heaven. Dad, Juan, he's dead, Mom. He died 18 years back now. What are you saying? He was dealing coke. He didn't want you to know. When he tried to get out of the life, his partners killed him. He didn't leave you, Mom. He said to tell you that he always loved you. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Sophie, baby. I never told you. I never told you his name. I never said about the tattoo. Shush. Just accept it. He loved you. He still loves you. And I love you too. More than I love anybody. Oh, Sophie. Oh, God. I've been so shitty to you. No, you weren't. I just didn't know how much you'd wanted me. How much you sacrificed for me. I've done some growing up while I was away, Mom. I don't know what to say. I love you. I love you. I love you. Oh, God, baby. I know, Mom. I know you do. It's all going to be different with us now. Yeah, definitely. All the booze, I'm going to kick that in the head. And the guys I brought home. Honey, I'm sorry about all that. You don't have to be sorry. From now on, it's all going to be okay. Everything's going to go right.
Next. Cross, moon, star, shapes in the sand. Everything goes wrong. Promethea. God-fostered child made living tale that the imaginative might put on like pearls or armor, so the story went. They spoke it in Arabic, where a girl was moved to pen her own song of Promethea, and, doing so, became the heroine. They told it in Constantinople and inspired a maid to verse, so that she was alike transformed, made to manifest fable. In her eastern wastes, after a time, Promethea heard the prophet's teaching, and renounced her pagan idols, was made convert. In her northern city likewise did Promethea set aside all magic art, and so did enter into Christ. And neither one knew of the other. Wind drew serpent trails between the dunes. In this way many years were passed. Cross, star, moon, shapes in the sand. Everything goes wrong.
Beat Me Like an Egg by Fabergé. La-da-da. Hey, Mom. God, I slept great last night. So good being back home with you and everything. Baby, I hardly slept. I was thinking about everything you told me. Everything we talked about. Come on, eat your chocolate pops. I still can't get over it, you being Promethea. That stuff, about your dad. We gotta talk more about that. Well, yeah, we do. There's a lot of things we have to do together. Mom, look, I better get to college. I know, sweetheart. This Promethea thing, it's great, but it ain't a future. You don't want it screwing up your grades. Mom, I'm kind of knocked out that you care so much. I'll be back later and we'll talk. And Mom, this is sort of secret, okay? Only you and Stacia know about this. Listen, I'll see you later. I love you. I love you, baby.
Sophie goes to school.
Hey.
Hey, Sophie. She finds Stacia in the hall.
Stace! Oh man, it's so good to see you. Wait till I tell you all the cool places I've been. It was fantastic. I met my dad, my real dad. Stace, he was gorgeous. And there was this scary bit where I saw Grace and you were,
Stacia walks past her.
Stacia? Hey, come on, what's up? Did I do something? Stace, come on, please, this is scaring me. Oh, nobody arranged a welcome home party for Sophie, and it's scaring her. Whereas me and Grace handling that demon cocktail of a mayor, that was just R&R, huh? Stace? Look, I'm back, okay? I can take over as Promethea again. You think? What, being Promethea is something you can just hand out or take away? So, Sophie, this Kabballah, did you meet God? Give him any good advice? Stacia, why are you being like this? Was it tough being partnered with Grace? Jesus, Sophie, you are so naive. I'm bucking Grace. We love each other. And we're staying together. Which means I'm staying on as Promethea. End of story. See you around. Hey, don't you just walk off. Stacia, don't you fucking dare. You got about 1 second to get your fucking hands off me, bitch. Or what, huh? Stacia, you're like some little kid. You got no idea. I've been appointed Promethea by the highest power there is. And what, you think just because you got your little crush on Grace, all that changes? You think... What happened? I didn't see.
Vanderveer, she just hit the other girl.
Bet it's a lover's spat. They probably...
After Stacia slaps her, Sophie shoves her back.
Whoa. Ah!
On the floor, Stacia pulls out her notepad.
Oh, jeez. Stace, come on. This is all messed up. We don't have to do this. Fuck you. This is stupid.
Sophie begins writing.
She's close by, above, beneath, afar. We mustn't do this. This is wrong. Yeah, well, you're too late. It's done.
Lightning leaps from Stacia's pencil as she draws.
Fire from the sky she brings. But this is bad. This has never happened before. Has it?
Thus the centuries were passed in wars of rat and snake, or in the dreams of glass-green beetles coppered by the desert light. In old Baghdad, Promethea split the clouds with Allah's fire, so that rains were come, a hard and rattling mercy. And in proud Constantinople did Promethea, in imitation of the Savior, drive out the moneylenders and false traders from the temple courtyards. At last, tiring of the world, Promethea dwelled with saints and Horus amongst sweet paradise gardens of the right and only God. Likewise, Promethea quit eventually this mortal realm for palaces of heaven, with the one true Lord there to abide. And they knew nothing of each other, both in differing Elysiums that did not conceive of a dominion save their own. And so the spirit of Promethea was divided in herself, and did not know it. And the years were like grains pouring in the present's hourglass throat, down into spent, still past out of a crumbling and uncertain future. Sophie and Stacia have both transformed into their Prometheas.
I don't think we've been introduced, have we, darling? What have you come as, exactly? It's still me, but I'm different now, and I'm reclaiming my earthly duties. Why are you doing this, Grace? This wasn't our agreement. Things change, darling, for all of us. I've grown rather attached to physical existence, and to Stacia, as I believe she mentioned. Grace, the goddess has appointed me Promethea of this era. Compared with that, you and Stacia aren't important. I outrank you now. Me? You outrank me? I am Grace fucking Brana, darling, and I'm the best there's ever been. I've had enough of this. Defend yourself. Grace, we can work this out. Don't.
Grace hits Sophie with her sword hilt.
Oh, Jesus. Out. Everybody get out. Little bitch. Little schoolgirl thinks she's better than me. Grace, I said don't. Well,
Sophie blasts Grace with magic lightning.
Grace, Stacia, look, I didn't want to do that, but don't you see? Either we stop this now and work things out, or it's war between us. Fair enough. Then it's war.
Grace's sword clashes with Sophie's staff. And then, in the 11th century, came the Crusades. And from her sweet Islamic paradise, Promethea saw the conflict, and, descending onto earth, did wage jihad against the infidel. And when news of the war was heard in heaven, so Promethea came down and was a vengeful fire amongst the heathens. And oft amid her dunes Promethea heard tell of another like her, yet that fought with the Crusaders, but believed it not. While on the desert winds came stories to Promethea of one like she that sided with the Saracens. These tales she dismissed as fancies. Thus, in the year 1097, they were met at Antioch. Sophie swings her staff, knocking Grace across the street as Jack Faust sees them fighting on TV. Grace crashes into a police saucer and through it, leaving a large hole as the FBI agents see them on TV. Sophie catches the falling saucer safely as her mother sees her on TV. And Grace returns to the battle, kicking Sophie as the other Prometheas look on in horror from the Immateria.
Dear God, they're fighting. This is unprecedented. I don't know, Margaret, honey. I'm getting real deja vu here. Mistress Bill speaks truly. This happened before.
Their war was terrible, yet not so fierce as the alarm that fluttered sudden in their souls, the dread that told now in their hearts. Yet they fought on, and told themselves the tears that welled up unaccountably in both their eyes were caused by dust, by desert wind, by smoke. And within each of them the spirit child Promethea, divided in itself, began to weep and grow afraid, and yet did not know why. And still they battled on, and knew each other not. Screaming, cursing, each by different gods, they fought, each certain they alone were she, Promethea, the very principle of mankind's spiritual imaginings. Like dogs they raged, they snarled, like dogs. And the planes hit the buildings, and the smart bomb hits the mosque. The tanks roll over a demolished settlement. The pretty student in the shopping precinct gets exactly halfway through her last defiant prayer. So broadsword clashed against plumed spear, scimitar rang on blood-crossed shield, and everything proceeded as it must. At last, locked in their death grip, two religions looked into each other's eyes and recognized themselves. Knew then that both were halves of what had been one holy, undivided source. Thus, drowning in their blood with realization mirrored in stunned eyes, they tried to kiss, but died before they did. And the Promethea spirit, reunited with herself, held in her scream of horror, wiped the schism from her mind, forgot it quite, until a great while later.
Oh God, we...
Promethea suddenly remembers being split in two and fighting herself hundreds of years ago, and the pain of that encounter is doubled as she feels for both of herselves, and then it is doubled again as she realizes it is happening once more and feels Grace and Sophie's pain. The original little girl Promethea screams, and in a burst of energy, her spirit is unified once again. Grace and Sophie both pass out in the street.
Ah! Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? Lucille, I'm hurt. My arm. It's okay, Karen. I got you. Hey, you. What happened? I don't know. People were fighting, but... Oh, hell. Shit, my ears are bleeding. Okay, just stay back. We're FBI agents and... Holy shit, Karen. It's them. Colored hair and the new one. Lucille, I'm gonna pass out. No, Karen, you stay with me, damn it. They're out cold. We can take them. No, Lucille, look. Something's happening. What do you... Oh, shit.
Reality bends, warps, and opens into a massive white hole as the Prometheas open a gateway from the Immateria to the scene of the battle, right before the astonished FBI agent's eyes.
Margaret, sweetheart, we shouldn't open a doorway like this. Only demons do that stuff. Bill, this is an emergency. We've got to limit the damage that's already been done. All right, Anna, we've got them. You can seal up the aperture. Karen, it's all of them. Subject 1901 through 1920. Subject 1941 through 1970. Karen!
Karen has fainted, and the other Prometheas collect the current pair and carry them off into the Immateria, closing the door behind them.
Now what the hell was that about?
Next, a higher court. Malkuth, Burley Drive, New York.
Here's how it is. Earlier today, New York got trashed. You know the culprit. In fact, last year you attempted to have her killed, or so your hit thing told us. Mr. Royce, what do you know about Promethea? Henry, don't tell them. Those creatures, they said if we caused her any trouble.
Prue, it's too late for that. Agents, we represent an ancient organization known as the Temple. For centuries, we've protected mankind from the pagan demoness called Promethea.
Centuries, eh? Mr. Royce, your assassination attempt. How did you find this Promethea?
An elemental creature sniffed her out. It sensed that she posed as a college student.
We can check that. So why is this Promethea so dangerous? She conjured evil spirits to threaten our grandchildren.
Prue, that's enough. Put simply, this woman is an emanation, a lower form, if you will, of the biblical whore of Babylon. She brings apocalypse. She brings the end of the world, the day of judgment.
Sophie, Grace, and Stacia are shown into a courtroom filled with immaterial beings. Promethea, a higher court.
Bill, what's going on? This looks like a courtroom. Afraid so, hon. It's sitting to decide which of you two is the official Promethea. Hey, Grace? How come we're not one person anymore? We only ever shared a body on the earthly plane, darling. And very enjoyable it is, I must say. Actually, I'm more concerned about finding a lawyer. Don't worry, Grace. I've arranged one for you. Meet Mr. Philomenius Frog, a barrister from one of my little Margie stories. This is a joke, right? Bill, do I give representation too? Well, of course you do, sweetheart. I already contacted Jack Faust.
Yeah, I'm here. Astrally speaking, as it were. Hey, kid, how's it going?
Not so good, Jack. I just came back from the Godhead, straight into all this.
Yeah, I caught the news. Way to demonstrate enlightenment, Sophie. Come on, we better get you and them two chemise lifters into the dock so we can start this thing.
So this is like a real trial, with a judge and everything?
Oh, yeah. See? They got the shade of King Solomon presiding over it. Nothing but the best for these people, I'm telling you.
But he looks sort of like Benny Solomon, that occult gang boss who died.
Sure, he looks like that to you because that's who you associate the name with. You know how the Immateria works. Anyway, here's the dock. Time to join the Weird Sisters.
Why, Mr. Faust, I hardly recognized you standing upright, darling. Ha! As for you, miss, I went to heaven and all I got was this lousy red moo-moo. Quite. You were lucky our little set two ended when it did, dear. Quit bluffing, Grace. That soul scream terrified both of us. It's over now, but we did something wrong, Grace. We opened a wound forgotten since the Crusades. Oh, our disagreement isn't over, precious. It's just moved to a different arena.
Order! This court is now in session, His Worship King Solomon presiding. Thank you. Before we begin, would someone be kind enough to explain the nature of this case to me? This isn't another one of those where I can just order the baby cut in half, is it?
Certainly not, sir. Our clients are successive earthly manifestations of the entity Promethea. What's disputed is which one is entitled to the role. Your Worship, my client is the current authorized Promethea, while his merely acted as caretaker. Move to dismiss.
Request denied. Mr. Faust,
Your clients both squabbled publicly over this issue in an inexcusable breach of immaterial protocol. Here today, both sides shall be heard, and the matter decided once and for all by a jury of your client's peers. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please understand the seriousness of this task before you. You shall decide which of these women is most suited to her awesome duty. Both sides have their good points, and which must forsake that duty forever. Let the hearing commence. So then, I reiterate. Mr. John Kendrick Bangs, we have heard how your great niece deserted her duties, seeking one Barbara Shelley, deceased. Yet, with this accomplished, you said she continued her vacation. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but...
No further questions, your worship. Mr. Faust may cross-examine. Yeah, you bet. So, Mr. Bangs, this time you saw your great niece, she seemed to you like she was stringing out some vacation? Not at all. Her friend was traveling all alone, and Sophie bravely volunteered to accompany her. Thank you. No further questions. In that case, I call Grace Brana and Stacia Vandermeer. Since my clients were effectively one entity during the period, they have elected to share the witness stand.
Do excuse us, darling. I think we're on. Yeah, excuse my butt, simply red. Ow!
So, ladies, what happened exactly?
Well, Puppet, Miss Bangs left us in charge while she went off exploring Kabbalah. Yeah, after she screwed her attorney there, she got kind of obsessed.
Jesus Christ. Objection. Overruled. So, which one of you claims to be the baby's mother again?
Neither. There isn't a baby, your worship, darling. Do try to keep up. Anyway, while we were Earth Promethea, we completely ruled. We slapped up all these science-filled bitches, then we handled this possessed mayor. We, literally ate the whole geisha. So then Santa's mom over there shows up, fires us with no notice, and starts this big fight. That must have been what set up the weird Promethea reaction, but we never wanted that. We were just doing our job.
Why do good things happen to bad people? From which you've just been unfairly dismissed without due notice. Thank you, ladies. No further questions. Without due notice, huh? So you didn't know the official Promethea was returning, and that your relief shift was over. That's interesting, because, I'd have sworn that's what you asked me to find out when you visited my home, and roughed me up, remember? But hey, no hard feelings. Instead, I'd like to ask about when you took on these temporary duties. Sophie really twisted your arms, huh? Look, darling, I've always enjoyed physical existence. I've never denied it. Uh-huh. You've also come to enjoy Miss Vanderveer, right? We don't have to answer that. Frankly, ladies, you don't need to answer that. Okay, so let me see if I have this straight. When Sophie went to help Barbara Shelley, she made sure her earthly duties were covered by suggesting that you two temporarily step in. You loved the idea. Miss Brana could be immaterial again, Miss Vanderveer could be a science heroine, and eventually you came to love each other. You realized that when Sophie returned, all this would end. You started that fight, hoping it might end in your favor. So, did I miss something out, or is that pretty much it? You little maggot! I didn't hope I'd triumph. I knew! I'm Grace Brana. I could have belayed her. Jesus, Grace, baby, don't yell. I'm not yelling. I mean... Thank you. No further questions. Your worship, I request a short break while I confer with my clients. Jack, you were great. We can win this. Sophie, kid, I'm telling you, don't start celebrating yet, okay? The cards look bad on this. I'm going to lose? Well, you're up next for cross-examination, but that's not what I said. I said the cards look bad. The Tower, the Ten of Swords, the Aeon. Sophie, I think everybody is going to lose. The elders of the temple awakened to the music of unearthly pipes. Prue, what's going on? Did that music wake you as well? I hardly slept since Teddy went to the hospital. Go and check on the children, Henry. Make sure they're all right. They're gone. God, Prue, the children, our grandchildren, they're all gone. Look, the patio doors are open. They've gone outside.
Help me, Henry! We've got to fetch them! We've got to fetch them inside before they...
She sees her grandchildren on the lawn, merrily following the Pied Piper towards a bright light.
Now don't let me hear you saying as you weren't warned. Good night, gentlefolk.
No! Oh, dear God, no! Henry, where's he taken them? Oh, the children! Where did all the children go?
Well, Miss Bangs, are you going to answer the question?
Did I let concern for a friend come before my duties when I went looking for Barbara? Well, I mean, I guess so, but...
Thank you. No further questions, your worship.
Okay, Sophie. These duties you've been so negligent about, what force is it that imposes them?
What, do you mean being the earthly Promethea? Well, I suppose that ultimately it's fate or the Godhead or something that decides these things.
Huh? Wait a minute. I thought you said you visited the Godhead with Barbara Shelley. And the Godhead wasn't, like, pissed at you or anything? I mean, which part of it did you speak to? Did you get a name?
Yes. She said I would be the Promethea presiding over the apocalypse, that it would happen in my time. Her name is Babylon.
I see. Well, I imagine that the jury may be distantly familiar with the person that you mentioned. But what about Miss Branna and Miss Vanderveer? Why didn't you tell them on whose authority you were assuming your appointed tasks?
I did. Stacia said that she and Grace were lovers, and that they wouldn't give up the role to anyone. And then we fought. And the Promethea entity inside us suddenly remembered the last time she'd been divided and at war against herself. In the Crusades at Antioch. It was terrible. And that's when the original Promethea, the child, began to scream.
Aha! Well, now we're getting to the meat of things. I knew that there'd be a disputed infant mixed up in this somewhere. Now, there's one sure way to settle this. Then I can return to the source of wisdom and eternal copulation with my black love, Sheba. I propose we chop the baby in half. We divide the Promethea role between the two claimants.
Darling, we'd have accepted that to start with, only she insisted on being the only Promethea. And me and Grace can stay together? Hey, works for me.
Your worship, my clients accept your verdict and commend you upon your proverbial sagacity.
Well, I guess my client can live with that, so...
No! Haven't you listened to a word I've said? What happened at Antioch, what happened with me and Grace and Stacia, that must never happen again. That child, Promethea, she was already divided, chopped in half. That's why she screamed. If Grace and Stacia want this lousy job so badly, they can have it. Just so long as there's only one earthly Promethea, the way there should be.
Perfect. Every time it works like a charm. Miss Bangs is given sole custody of the baby. I mean, the duties. For the moment, she and Miss Vanderveer and Mr. Faust will be returned to their earthly homes. Next case.
What? What just happened? Did he just give everything to her after all? But, I mean, this is the American legal system. He can't...
Darling, it's not. And he can. We can't fight this decision. Oh, my poor sweetheart. Look, he said you'd be returned to your homes. Let's say goodbye while we can.
No! Grace! Jesus, what are you saying? I love you! I don't want to be without you! Sophie Bangs, you fucking bitch!
Stace, I'm so sorry.
Don't you fucking Stace me, you hypocritical bitch! I never want to see you again!
Stacia, my love, don't cry. You'll wake up in your own bedroom. It won't be so bad. Just kiss me before it happens. Come on, Soph.
So that's it? The folks here will just magic everything so me and Stacia materialize in our own beds? What about you?
Hey, I'm already in my own bed. This is just my astral form, remember? I just gotta open my eyes. The Devil. Jack Faust awakens to find Agent Lucille Ball and the FBI in his room. They have a file on his activities with a magical group back in the 50s and have linked him to Promethea, and they take him into custody. What? What the fuck are you looking at? So they're burning witches. So what else is new? The Tower.
Okay, let's do this. Remember, this is the dangerous one. Forget she looks like a teenage girl. She can turn into a demoness just by drawing something in a sketch pad. It's vital we don't let her do that. Right, here goes.
Yes? Hey, wait a minute, where are you?
Karen Brule, FBI. We're here to see your daughter. Stacia? I think she's still in bed. I didn't hear her come home last night. Look, what's this about? You can't just barge into our home. Yes, we can. Could somebody take Mr. and Mrs. Vanderveer outside, please? Okay, this must be the daughter's room. Ready on my command. No, let go of us. This is... FBI, freeze! Stacia Vanderveer, also known as Promethea, we're placing you under arrest. What? Who the hell is this? I can't see anything. Let me just...
Agent Brule, she's going for the sketch pad. Karen shoots Stacia through the arm.
Oh, fuck me. Get the paramedics here, fast.
What was that? What was that shot? Stacia? Sir? Stacia! Stacia is taken into custody to receive medical attention. The Hanged Man.
Stacia? Huh? Oh, baby, something's coming. I know it. Baby, you gotta get out of here. Mom? What? Sophie, I saw that stuff on TV yesterday, and I was standing here when you just appeared just now. Baby, I can feel it. There's trouble, and it's gonna be here soon. I love you, baby. You gotta go. The back window? Mom, you're sure about this? Sophie, I'm your mom. There's dogs coming for my daughter, and I just know. Look, here's money. Leave the city. When you call, hang up. Don't speak. I'll know it's you. Oh, Sophie.
Sophie hugs her mom before she leaves. His texture and the city comes together in support for Uvula Cascade, former adult entertainer and New York's new mayor. Commenting on her electoral majority, Miss Cascade said, "Oh, it's so big. Give it to me. Oh, yes. Oh, God." This is texture. Following the failure of his New York comeback gig, Limp frontman Monty Sykes has quit the music business. Asked his reasons, Sykes said, "It's my bittersweet little 16th nervous breakdown, Lar." This is texture. Meanwhile, in other news, Fiveswell Guy's genius Marv, the Black One, Hamilton, announced today that he's abandoning the hunt for Bruno Jellyhead Smiliak's murderer. Look, we have no leads. Our only suspect, the painted doll, remains apparently dead. That's it. Show's over. This is texture. In breaking news, we have reported FBI dawn raids connected with what's being called the Promethea terror attack on New York yesterday. 2 women and 1 man, said to be a major science villain, are reportedly being questioned by authorities. More on that story as we hear it. This is texture. Sophie runs away into the night, alone, resolved to go into hiding and never become Promethea again. It's 3 years later, 2003, and tensions in the world are high as the U.S. has resumed activities in the Middle East following this world's 9/11. Doomsday is on a lot of people's minds, but not Sophie, who has moved to Millennium City, the home of Tom Strong, the world's most famous and beloved science hero, and is living with her new boyfriend under the false name Joey and working at an adult video store. They live boring, normal lives, but Sophie is happy and in love. "Master Tom, it's the federal Phillies, don't you know? They've arrived." "Oh, yes. Agents Ball and Brule. How may I help you, ladies?"
Mr. Strong, first of all, thank you for agreeing to see us at such short notice.
"Frankly, Agent, these new anti-terrorism laws left me little choice. You said this was about Promethea?"
Strong, we know she's a terrorist, and in the 50s you were in a clandestine group together. Lucille, come on, back off.
Good fed, bad fed. That's new. You're talking about America's Best?
Yes. We understand it was a science hero team.
Well, we certainly weren't terrorists. What makes you think that Promethea is?
She's of Middle Eastern origin. 3 years ago, she blitzed central New York.
Well, that doesn't sound in any way like the Promethea I knew. Maybe you've alienated her. Now you come here to alienate me. I have to say, agents, even this administration has had better ideas.
Is that a threat? Lucille, shut up. Mr. Strong, I'm sorry. We got off to a bad start. Let me try to explain. This may be a different Promethea. There are several. This one has abducted children, and she plans to end the world.
Abducted children?
New York, 3 years ago. She sent a creature after some kids. They've not been seen since. We assume they're dead.
That's terrible.
Yes, but we know this Promethea's human identity. She's a young New York woman called Sophie Bangs. Yeah, and we think she's here in Millennium.
Visiting me? I haven't seen Promethea in 40 years.
No, Bangs has a mother in New York. The Bureau tapped her phone.
Did they now?
Look, the mother's had lots of hang-up calls from Millennium phone booths. It has to be the daughter.
I see. And if she's here, you want me to find her for you. Is that pretty much it?
Yes, that's pretty much it.
Okay. As Sophie sits on her couch getting high with her friends, Anna's Promethea appears next to her, unbidden and unwanted.
Mistress Sophie, we would all soonest you return and shoulder once again your fearsome task. Mistress Bill asks that you watch the news more, and says to tell you, this is not a drill. What does that mean? I know not. She also saith, someone's going to catch it when Mom gets home.
Huh? You talking to me? What does what mean?
Mom? What, my mom? Listen, you tell them I'm finished with all that.
Joey?
You okay, babes? What? But Anna, she...
Sophie's friends assume it's the drugs, and her boyfriend escorts her to bed, where she lies awake and afraid. That night, Sophie dreams things she somehow knows are important, but can't yet explain or recognize. Flowery patterns in ultraviolet light, the science villain painted doll firing his guns, and, strangest of all, a perfectly ordinary-looking glass, half full of water, sat on a table. Warily, she goes about her day. Tom Strong is reminiscing about his old science hero team from the 1940s, America's Best, as he studies a portrait of them, including the Promethea he knew, which was Bill's.
Husband? You're up late.
Hello, my love. Yes, I'm afraid this Promethea thing is weighing on my mind. I have a bad feeling about it is all.
How do you mean, bad?
I don't know. I just feel there may be forces involved here that I don't understand. I feel I could make a wrong move and, I don't know, cause some disaster. Do I sound crazy?
No, I feel something too. Perhaps everyone does. Quinta de Salt, before she died, she did something strange. She said, Dahlia, the fat lady, she's going to sing. Then she sang, she'll be coming round the mountain. And then she died.
Having made his decision to help the FBI, Tom flies down to greet Sophie on a public street wearing a helicopter backpack. I need to talk with you. Sophie runs at the sight of him, shoving through a crowd and down a stairway.
Oh, God. Hey, look, it's Tom Strong. Get out of my way.
Tesla, Solomon, she's running. We're on level 50 of Laundry Street's north side, heading west.
Hey, look out. Hey, Jesus, excuse me? Whoa.
Give it up, Sophie, please. I'm Tom Strong, trying to help. Sophie? Sophie evades Tom but runs into his daughter.
Okay, Joey or Sophia or whoever you are, that's it. Game over. And just 'cause my dad wouldn't hit a girl, don't think I won't. I'm Tesla Strong. You're coming with me. I'm the end of the world. Please get out of my way. Huh? What in hell are you talking?
Tesla Strong sees the glass of water on the table.
Oh, Cthulhu.
Sophie smacks her with her handbag and runs away, finally escaping Strong's team. But not for long, as Tom simply finds her again, but alone on a rooftop. Is now a good time? Next, when titans clash, when worlds collide, when it blows its stacks. Is now a good time?
This is not a drill.
Is now a good time?
Someone's going to catch it when Mom gets home.
Is now a good time?
No, not really. Why are you chasing me?
Because I know who you are. You're Joey Estrada. You used to live in New York, where you were Sophie Bangs. Sophie Bangs is our current heir's Promethea.
No, I mean, You've got it all wrong.
Sophie, please. I'm Tom Strong. I don't get things wrong. Although you've never met me before, I used to work with an earlier Promethea. I liked her. We were friends. I'm not your enemy, Sophie. I just want everything straightened out.
Look, if I said I knew this Sophie Bangs, okay? Knew her real well. And, I know she never, ever wants to become Promethea again, right? If I said that, would it make all this go away?
Sophie, if it was just me, you wouldn't even need to say that. The FBI are involved in this. In the current climate, they see you as a terrorist. They say you caused the abduction of some children.
That's a lie.
Sophie, I've seen the files. They included the grandchildren of a Henry Royce who Promethea visited once. They were abducted by an individual who appears to have been the fictional Pied Piper. They're assumed dead.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. But I think what the FBI are most concerned about is this business about Promethea intending to end the world.
Promethea doesn't have a fucking choice. Oh, Christ.
What?
She doesn't have a choice. It's not what she intends or doesn't intend. That's why I'm never turning into her again. I don't want to do it. I don't want to end the world. Those children. I didn't know about it. I don't know how it happened. Mr. Strong, I'm only 20 or something. I can't take all this stuff.
Shh. It's okay, Sophie. Everything's okay. Just then, a news chopper finds them. NBC exclusive, live from Millennium's Laundry Street, where Tom Strong has apparently captured an unknown woman after a dramatic chase. Federal sources have confirmed that Strong is currently helping him track a female terrorist.
Tom? Sophie?
Joey?
It's her. We got her. It's
Promethea. When it blows, it stacks. Get the hell away from here. This isn't your concern.
You lied. You said you were my enemy, and you lied.
We better pull her back. Sophie, please. You have to believe me. I didn't alert the media.
You're 7 feet tall in a bright red shirt, and you were chasing me. Of course you alerted them. Now everything's screwed.
Doesn't have to be. Look, if you're serious about not wanting to be Promethea again, why not explain that to the FBI?
You are so dumb. They're so scared of her, they'll shoot me just to make sure. They're probably headed here right now.
Tesla? Solomon? It's me. Look, if any feds show up, tell them to back off. And make sure they don't deploy any snipers. In shock? What are you... No, okay. Yeah, okay. Tom out. What did you do to my daughter?
What? Nothing. Well, I hit her with my bag. She suddenly looked sort of spaced out, so I took my opportunity. Look, I didn't mean to hurt her. She was gonna hit me.
She's in shock. She can't stop crying, and she just keeps talking about a glass of water or something. What did you do to her?
Nothing. I don't know anything about any glass of water. Look, just let me go, okay? Before the feds get here. Just say I escaped. I'll leave Millennium. I won't be your problem anymore. Please.
Sophie, don't you see I can't take that chance? If one day you become Promethea and end the world, it's everybody's problem.
You're going to, right? You're going to give me the feds.
The federal agents have arrived on the street below. Sophie, realistically, I can't withhold you from them. Not after that TV helicopter. But I can promise they won't harm you.
No, you can't. Don't you see? You're not leaving me any options.
Sophie, look, if you're thinking of turning into Promethea, all I'm saying is, I can stop you before you have time to scribble a drawing or whatever you do.
I don't need all that anymore. This is on you. You're making me do this. Oh, God. I stay her from her task.
What?
Her way I bar.
Oh, God. Sophie, don't!
Now she discards my mask.
I'm warning you, don't do it!
Promethea.
Sophie transforms into Promethea, the version meant to oversee the apocalypse. Her magic returns to the world and even to the panel borders themselves. Tom Strong is blasted into a wall by her lightning.
Oh, Jesus. Fire at will!
No! The FBI agents open fire on her. She transforms every one of their bullets into Promethea moths, which fly harmlessly away. Hey, Agent Brule, somebody must have loaded our guns with butterflies.
Those are moths.
Dash your blasted guns! What about Master Tom? You're not the Promethea I knew. What are you?
I am the final fire. Make things right with yourself, Tom Strong. Make things right with God. My time is come.
Tom is speechless as Promethea flies away.
Strong, what the hell happened, man? You let her get away. Our whole recapture operation is finished.
Agent Ball, I think everything's finished.
What do you mean?
I think she said she was going to end the world. I think she's headed somewhere to commence things.
Oh, Jesus. We have to get some F-115s in the air. Bring her down.
Really? And what happens when she turns your jets into flocks of parakeets?
Oh, God. Lucille. He's right. We'll have to track her by satellite. Find out where she's going. Mr. Strong, look. I know we perhaps handled things badly, but what did we do here?
Agent, you've done plenty. You've interfered with us science people. Worse, you provoked the most dangerous of us. Please leave us to sort this out.
Us? What do you mean, us?
I mean the science community. We're the only ones with a chance of taking her out of this.
Mr. Strong, this is a federal case. We can't have your people intruding on it.
Agent Brule, this is no longer a federal case. This is the end of the world. Go be with your loved ones. Promethea returns to her apartment.
Joey? No, Carl. Not Joey. But yes, it's me. I was just watching you on TV and... God, this is so weird. I feel like all this has happened before. It's always happening. Everything's always happening. Right. I kind of understand, you know? I understand what you mean. You're Promethea, yeah? The science heroine from New York. You're out of my league now, right? Yes. That's okay. Joey, you always were. So, you gotta do something pretty important right now, huh? That's what it feels like. Yes, I'm going to end the world. Yeah, I guess I kinda knew that. Oh, God. Oh, okay, that's cool. We sorta deserve it, don't we? All this shit we pull. Is it gonna hurt? A lot of people will hurt themselves. And yes, you deserve it. I love you so much, Carl. I love all of you so much. I can feel what you're saying, you know? Jesus, Joey, this is fucked up. I mean, you're like the horniest thing I've ever seen, and I feel like I'm talking with my mom. Call her, Carl, and call your sister. She's angry with you, and there's no time for that now. Put it right. I will. Listen, when this is over, maybe I'll see you afterwards, huh? Carl, there is no afterwards. Farewell, my love. I'll see you in time.
Promethea creates a glowing rift in the sky which begins to spread, spilling brilliant light into the universe from the Immateria. The wrong people call Washington as the FBI agents Ball and Brule comfort each other. Tom Strong sets out to get his old team back together to face one more villain trying to end the world. The Smee that killed Barbara Shelley is freaking out in his cell.
Yeah! Let me out! She's coming! She's coming round the mountain! Yeah!
How long has it been like this?
About a half an hour. It's the longest it's ever held a shape or spoken.
Yeah! Don't you understand? Someone's going to catch it! Someone's going to catch it when Mom gets home!
Incredible. What about the others?
Yeah!
They're all sort of restless, except Faust. Christ, I wish it would stop screaming.
I'd better go check on them. What's going on, Faust? You know something about this, don't you? This better not be your magic, okay? I can increase your medication.
Heh. It ain't me, Agent. It's her. She's coming back. She'll take Manhattan.
The people of the world begin to perceive time out of sync with their reality, and more in sync with the world of the readers. Events which happened months ago in publication happened only this day in the world, and they're becoming aware of that as their reality is perforated further by Promethea, who is creating more rifts across the sky, all of which are growing. And with one coalition soldier killed each day since the war's end nearly 2 months ago. The war ended? Wasn't it just yesterday the fighting started? Say, what month is this anyway?
Riding 6 white horses, riding 6 white horses.
A few moments ago, when White House spokesperson Ari Fleischer announced a state of red alert. This follows FBI intelligence believed to be connected with events in Millennium City earlier today. Wait a minute, earlier today? Wasn't that in March or something? But this is... Wait, I'm getting confused here.
Let me go, let me go! 6 white horse flesh! She'll be riding 6 white horse flesh! I mean horse flesh! But don't let me babble on! Yeah!
Simultaneous reports that the SARS epidemic is spreading uncontrollably and is almost over. Hold on, that can't be right. You know, a couple of years back, I robbed my mom. I just thought of that. Jesus. We ought to go outside. I got this feeling. Yeah, me too. Outside. That's a great idea. You know, I feel like it. I just woke up and I don't recognize this place. Yeah. Say, this glass I'm holding, does it remind you of anything? She'll be wearing pink pajamas when she comes. Fleischer repeating the red alert warning issued earlier today, and... Bob, wait a minute. Didn't Ari Fleischer step down as press secretary some months ago? Or am I mixed up? Oh, Sophie. Oh, baby. What does this all mean? And we'll kill the old red rooster when she comes. But with thousands of New Yorkers spontaneously going outdoors to see this phenomenon, there's still no response from the 4 swell guys. Damn, Marv, have you seen this? Hasn't this happened before? This happens right before my big revelation. And we'll all go out to meet her when she comes.
Yeah! This is not a drill! Holy Christ! Holy cow! Holy Grail! Holy shit! Holy Mother! Holy Bible! Holy Babel! Holy Lord God Almighty! Ah!
Singing I, yippee, yippee, I. You know, you're right. About the glass? Mine reminds me of something too, but I don't... Hey, everybody's come out here. Everybody in the world. See? There she is. But that's my mom, isn't it? What's my mom doing up there? Singing I, yippee, yippee, I. The brick wall of the material world is crumbling, revealing the shining light behind everything that is perceived there. Singing I, yippee, yippee, I. Singing I, yippee, yippee, I, yippee, yippee, I, yippee, yippee, I. Next, don't they know it's the end of the world? It ended when you said goodbye. We all looked up to blinding spectacle, said holy this or holy that. So it was like the terrible blue day again, but night now, with 2 towering absences more visible, more heavy than the gone mere solids raised before. Our captured rooks, when curling in on that same dreadful, beautiful elliptic New York's gaudy, hot-ass, fabulous, apocalyptic angel spirit, 3 years gone, entered again into her city. Burger wraps and discount coupons spread like palm fronds at her feet that had a diamond sweat, a filth of powdered gold between the toes, and everybody suddenly remembered that each brick, each busted taillight in this mad stampede of world and time was holy, to be loved, and there was no more, and so on, no more yada yada. Promethea. Don't they know it's the end of the world? It ended when you said goodbye. Lucille, this all feels weird. How did we get from New York to Millennium ahead of her? I don't know. We overtook her, I guess. I'm not even certain what month this is. Me neither. I think our time perception's slipping. Everything's going nuts. That Smee thing's been solid for over an hour, screaming and begging to be let out. Drucker's weeping. Vanderveer's practically catatonic. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Karen, are you okay?
It's just this deja vu thing where I don't know. I'll be fine.
Everyone feels strange. My guess is that Miss Bangs is generating a strong electromagnetic field as she approaches. Please, 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 please let me out. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? That's me. That's me. That's me. I see it's still raving. How are the others?
They're about the same. You better go see for yourselves.
That's me. That's me in the corner, losing my religion.
So how could electromagnetism be causing all this?
It can cause temporal lobe seizures, religious visions. Here, take a look at Drucker. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm sorry.
Jesus, but I don't understand. Even if it is a field of some sort, why is it so strong here? Why do I feel so funny?
Maybe you're susceptible. Or maybe Bangs is heading straight for this holding facility.
What, you mean she's coming here?
That's what Faust thinks. He seems pretty confident.
Oh, God. Lucille, we made this happen.
No. Tom goddamn Strong, he made this happen. And where's he now, huh? Now the world finally needs him. Where are the science heroes? The four swell guys prepare to descend to Earth to respond to the crisis. Their psychic thinks he's about to have a big revelation concerning the old Jellyhead case, where the painted doll killed its operator, Bruno Smiliak. He also remarks that he picked up what might be a psychic screening device in one of their teammates' minds. Below, they see New York has become a Technicolor nightmare. She ran across the sky like brilliant paint, whereafter everything we touched came away wet, yellow, sticky blue. Our best clothes spoiled with fresh thought. Inadvertent zebra barcodes lurid and cerise, as if that night were sweating poetry, as if our lives were drawings on balloon skin, dangerously stretched, inflated, tight with meaning, and the language in our mouths turned heavy as uranium, so that we dare not speak in case some ingot syllable, still lip-wet, clattered through the flimsy paper backdrop of this world, brought everything down with it. But upon those cubes of sultry dark, stacked high above the tenements, she scrawled herself, a crayon line on fire, that everyone could read, could see where this was headed, where its great and final heart was.
She's coming straight for us. We have to defend this place. How? Lucille, you saw her. The bullets all turned into butterflies. Well, I don't know. There must be something that can stop her.
We could release the Smee.
No. Agent Hansard, have you gone crazy? That thing to kill her. Karen, I don't know. Maybe he's got a point.
It was created to destroy Promethea, and it's all we have. Let's get back to its containment area, and... Oh, shit. What? It's okay. It's okay. The power's back. I must have been right about her electromagnetic field.
And that means she's really close. Karen, how are you feeling? I don't know. Does everything look sort of flat to you? It's just,
God damn. Don't worry, it'll come on in a second.
Karen, I'm here, okay? You just rest until you feel better. Yeah, okay. I don't know what it is. I'm just not, not feeling like myself.
Jesus Christ, what? Promethea steps between seconds, warping reality to simply appear when and where she is needed.
Ah! Agent Hansard! Agent Ball! She's here! She's already here!
Please, just listen. When I was dirt and rain, I was happy. I didn't want to be me. Please, Mother, please don't punish me.
Poor child. You were not born, but only fashioned as a scourge. Don't be afraid. It is not punishment I bring. It is release. Go, little one. Go and be universe again. Promethea frees the Smee from its painful existence.
Gah!
What happened? Where's the Smee?
She vanished it. And then she went through the holding cells. Karen, try to stand up. Can't. Lucille, I'm slipping. Don't let me go. Don't let me fall into the floor. Karen, what are you talking about? You're not falling into any floor. I am. Lucille, I'm breathing. Floor. Can't.
Just then, Agent Karen Brule loses her grip on reality, which, to be fair, had become quite slippery as of late.
Up she down comes goes again.
Karen falls out of her two-dimensional comic book reality into a world of 3 dimensions, and she is caught and held aloft by multi-headed figures in blue robes.
Breathe. What? I can't.
Remember, Karen, hello, us are we, here, you again.
Below her, she can see her world spread out before her, moments in time arranged like tiles on a rooftop.
You world time, baby, don't worry. Down fell a crack, ours into folded little. Again going, she's remember, goodbye.
I'm help off, sliding back my into down me on hold, can't help, life, help.
Before here were you, remember, born after a moment ago, happy, died.
Can't.
Up she down comes goes again.
The beings seem to realize they're only frightening her, and they return her to her reality. And just in case Miss Brule happens to have fallen out of your screen just now, please do be kind enough to push her back into the story. The ending is just beginning.
Talking about? You're not falling into any floor. I am. Lucille, I'm breathing. Floor. Can't. Oh, Christ. Answered. She's having some kind of fit.
It's a temporal lobe seizure, like I said. Leave her. Promethea's in the holding cells right now.
Sophie, this is the happiest day of my life.
Oh, God. Oh, God. She's freed all of them. Do something, Agent Paul.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
After gathering Dennis Drucker and her friends Jack and Stacia from federal custody, Promethea warps reality again, disappearing with them as quickly as she appeared.
She's gone. Shit.
But I mean, what just happened?
I don't care. Is Karen okay? I think so. She seems to be coming round. Lucille? It's okay. I'm right here. What happened to you? I don't know. I was in a tiled floor. Then, no, I was on a roof. Oh, Jesus, the roof. I remember was I a baby? And my parents, no, not my parents, but they knew me. And, oh, Jesus, that rooftop. I'd seen it before. It's where we all are. It's reality.
Oh, God. It's like she's had some massive breakdown in her whole sense of what's real. Maybe that's what end of the world means. Maybe it's when Agent Bruel's condition becomes pandemic. Then New York dimmed to shadows 60 stories deep, where thousands tramp the bridge or hung from creaking tailboards on a crawling, man-piled truck, so it felt like Bombay, like Tijuana, as if all the cities of the earth were made into one simultaneous place. But we were in the darkness, cursing, stumbling, kissing, giggling, excited kids on campout, and it's August with Chemical Ali caught alive. It's April with him dead. October and the news is very bad, our moments folded in together like flat pages, facets, long months crunched down to a single headlight-speckled jewel of final night that made time seem a small place. Its first incandescent boom just yesterday made our 6 billion seem a family of 5, this boundless universe, a glittering mere town, a blackout street, a galaxy-stuffed house, a solitary, beloved room.
She's freed all of them. Do something, Agent Paul. What am I supposed to do? Sophie, is it you?
Promethea warps reality again to appear in her mother's home.
Yes, it's me. I'm home for good, Mom. It's so wonderful to see you again. I've missed you, baby. Is that Stacia? Hello, Miss Bangs. Thank you for having me over. Oh, God, you poor kid. What have they done to you?
They've had her on antipsychotic drugs. That's why she's put on all the weight. Mom, we're all going to be staying here a while.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been sort of expecting you. Something big's happening, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, this is Dennis and Jack, by the way. They've both been through a lot. I better warn you, they're not the only unfamiliar faces will be turning up here. There'll be a lot of individual destinies arriving at this place in the times ahead. Converging. Coming together. Suddenly we were all exactly who we were, for better or worse. And then the president announced some troops were needed in Iraq, and we kept catching ourselves in the mirror, recognizing something shining under the familiar crease and contour of our faces, this unique light of our mythical, our holy personalities, each of us singular, each unrepeatable, in the immensity of space-time, and right there we all remembered we were real, were lovers, gods, or fiends in our own burning sagas, so we cried, "What about those dreary yards that we have built? What lives are these that drape us gray like shrouds?" And understood we were all heroes in our souls. I don't like this. Some of these buildings, they weren't here yesterday. Or were they? It was a trademark dispute. Bruno Smiliak's murder. The painted doll killed Smiliak because Jellyhead was infringing on his intellectual property.
What?
That's why he didn't kill any other science villains. Marv, you okay, buddy?
Marv, what are you talking about?
God, it's so obvious. Why didn't I see it? Smiliak was stealing the doll's act. But Marv, Jellyhead's M.O. was nothing like the painted dolls. Not knowingly. Don't you get it? Smiliak was ripping off the doll without realizing it.
Marv, you're starting to piss me off. I mean, where's the similarity between Jellyhead and the painted doll?
Multiple bodies. Multiple bodies controlled from a distance.
Marv, that's crap. Actually, Stan, I don't know. I mean, the way they died in all those explosions and came back?
Exactly. Multiple bodies. All along, the doll was just that. A doll off an assembly line. If we just find the doll maker. This is bullshit. I'm taking us down. Oh, sweet Jesus. Roger, grab Stan's cap.
Hey, what the fuck? You bastard, give me that.
Marv, this better be good. Oh, God, Roger, the cap's thinking. It's thinking that parts list again. It's a telepathic tape loop. He wore it to screen his real thoughts from me. Jesus, Marv, he's the one behind the doll. Christ, Stan, why? You were our partner.
Hey, Marv, old buddy, you figure it out. After all, you're the genius of the outfit. I'm just Stan the mechanic. And we've hit a breakdown. Yet it always came down to a single place, some people, and a situation, as if that summed up the essence of our teeming human world. So in a sense, we were all right here in this one familiar room, amongst these faces that we know so well, and you were Jack Faust sitting trying to comfort Dennis Drucker, thinking, Jesus, this is really it, and hoping you were ready. And me, I was Trish Bangs, thinking she could use a drink right now, and realizing she didn't need one. And do you remember how we all looked around when Stacia said,
Are we all gonna have sex? What? Stacia, sweetheart, you're on a lot of medication. But isn't there something sexy that happens? That starts everything?
Actually, I kinda know what she means. For me, though, it's more like music building up, you know? Wagner or something.
Yes, something happens, doesn't it? In the next few moments. I need ice. Well, some say the world will end in ice.
Hey, that's pretty smart, kid. You're recovering.
Mom, you're not drinking again. No, baby, this is water. I just hang on to the ritual, you know? Ice cubes, a swizzle stick. Swizzle stick! That's it! I remember now! Trish puts her her swizzle stick. She sticks it in this... No, I lost it again.
Women have vaginas, not penises.
Dennis.
I mean, my Promethea, she was a man inside, and oh Christ, I loved her. I loved him. Why did I? It's okay, Dennis. Everything's okay.
I hadn't realized this would be so intimate, so personal. We're all behaving so oddly. Everything's so near the surface. Where did I put that stick? Oh God, the glass! Trish puts the swizzle stick into the glass, and...
Yeah, she's right. I remember. Sophie, it's like that night we slept together.
Wait a minute, you slept with my daughter, but you're... No, stop! Somebody stop her! She's going to do it! She's putting the stick into the glass!
Sophie's mother places a swizzle stick in the glass, symbolically uniting the magical symbols of the wand and the cup, echoing the symbolism of the Big Bang. In the magical view, the wand of energy meeting the cup of matter ushered in this universe, and here it will end it. Emitting from the cup, reality changes in a field spreading around it. From our view, lines and flat colors become shaded paintings to show a reality infused with the holy energy of everything beyond it. Oh God, what? Something just happened, way uptown. Something massive.
Yeah, well that's too bad, because you morons are in plenty of trouble already.
Stan, we've got you. There's nothing you can do. Nothing anyone can do.
Nah, Marv, you really don't have a fucking clue, do you, bud?
What do you mean?
I mean, you think you're this genius, and you don't know anything. The dolls ain't remote-controlled drones like Smilliak's pieces of shit. They're all independent artificial intelligences following a simple set of behavioral programs. They like to kill things. They do this based firstly upon practical considerations, and secondly on the principle of novelty. And I just sent the activate command just before Ladyboy here grabbed my cap. You know the recall command? There isn't one.
An army of painted doll robots have awakened in the harbor and are released into the world. Next, Valley of the...
Sophie? Sophie? What's going on? Mom, it's okay. It's okay. You put the wand into the grail. Oh God, Sophie, I'm real. My life is real. It's really happening to me. This is now. It's getting bigger. We have to get away. No, buddy. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm right here, Dennis, okay? Don't be scared, Mom. This is just how it happens. Oh, shit. Look at me. I'm a gonk. How did I get like this? Sophie, am I... Oh, God. Am I the Virgin Mary or something? No. No, you're not the Madonna. But this thing, this feeling inside you, that's the Madonna. She's always been there, in us all, but now she's revealed. Now everything is revealed.
Promethea, Valley of the Dolls. How extraordinary. Look, at the risk of appearing terribly naive and everything, but was I the only one who thought I was the only one? I'm so relieved to hear you say that. I thought it was just me. I'd regained consciousness in the river. No, not regain. We've probably all just woken for the first time, except we had these vague memories of being hurt in explosions. He's right. You know, if I'd surfaced alone, I'd assume I'd had a narrow escape, and that my memory was foggy from the blast. So would I. We're machines, then? Artificial intelligences? Apparently following some simple program, killing based on utility and novelty. Something like that. So that would mean... Oh. Ah. Yes. I see. Oh dear. The dolls begin shooting each other.
Mar, that sounds like a lot of gunfire from downriver.
That'll be the dolls all waking up. Probably they're mowing down even strollers.
Stan, you psychopathic bastard! How could you unleash all this?
Dolls and bombs fly through the air, destroying more of them.
Marv, it's really simple. I hate you. I hate all you guys, but especially you. I mean, Bob had all the money, so he was the leader, till that stock meeting at the WTC on 9/11. But that's fair enough. Roger's got science strength, so she's our muscle. Kenneth's a telepath. This is all fine with me. But you're a genius? How come? What did you do? I made the ray guns, the hover platform, the satellite. I made the dolls, Marv.
Robotic parts litter the battlefield as it begins to clear by the water.
So that's why the doll only tried to kill me, and why Smilliak had to die before he unwittingly gave your multiple-bodied game away.
Marv, what are we gonna do? That gunfire from downriver. It sounds like the whole city's going to hell.
People run in terror as the battle spills onto the streets.
Is that fireworks? Or is it guns or something? Is there a war going on up there?
Maybe. Maybe it's all the wars mankind ever had. They're all always happening right now. Maybe it's always the end of the world. I can't stand this. I can't stand what's inside my head. Dennis, you don't have a choice. There's nowhere to escape to. What's inside our heads and what's outside, I think that's the same place now. Perhaps it always was.
Sophie, everything looks different. Yes, space and time, ourselves, our whole world, these things only ever existed in our perceptions. Now those perceptions are changing. But I mean, this whole place, it's like it is in my dreams. It's like the room, the whole building, is sort of infinitely big, and there's doors where there aren't any and stuff.
Yeah, I have dreams like that. The big house with the weird cluttered stairs and hallways. You're always climbing or something.
Yeah, and somehow I always leave the people I'm with just for a minute, and I never find them again. And you kind of get lost.
I had that exact same dream about the house. And some of the rooms are like your parents' house or the school you went to.
Yeah, the house. It's our life, isn't it? It's like our whole life happening at once, with all the different rooms stuck together.
Our life. And all this time, this is where we've been. In that house. Dennis and Stacia wander away. You know, she was right. Everybody's getting lost.
Yes, I think that's meant to happen. Jack, this feels like the Immateria.
Yeah, it's getting closer. The moment when everybody's consciousness shifts from the earthly plane to the higher spheres above. We're nearly there. The Big 32, the grand finale, the material world's end. The opening of the 32nd path is almost here, Sophie, and we're all coming along on this one. Every single one of us. Finally, only 2 dolls remain. Curses. Ditto. You know, if I may venture a remark, after killing nearly 50 of myself, killing you doesn't seem very novel. Agreed. Or very practical. Shall we then? On 3? 1, 2. The dolls put away their guns. There. That's much better. Now we can pool our resources and really accomplish things.
Absolutely. I mean, we must have a creator somewhere. Have you thought about that? If we've... Oh, steady as she goes. Anyway, as I was saying, if we've all been activated at once, something's obviously wrong. Perhaps our creator's in trouble. Maybe we should... Hey, look over there. It's him. It's the Angel of Death.
A crowd of people rushed toward them. What on earth?
We're huge fans, lovely one, and now the world's ending. Yes, grant us a quick death before demons and things turn up.
Are you mad? I'm the painted doll. Stay back or... The doll begins shooting people.
Thank you. Me next, me next.
The people soon mob him, though.
Good grief, they're all over me. Ah! Hey, I was before you. Run, save yourself, find our creator, and do what needs to be done.
The final doll escapes. The Lovers. You know, they did this comic book about me once. Only they called me Dirk, not Dennis. And what I keep thinking is, am I the guy that's real? Or is it the guy in the comic book?
I need the bathroom.
Yeah, I think I do too. I can't really tell right now. Boy, it's a long hallway.
It wasn't here before. Or was it? Is this how it always was? With all these doors and...
Stacia enters a room to find Grace Brana waiting for her.
Grace? Oh, God. Oh, lover. I never wanted you to see me like this. I'm all fat and I'm all stupid. Hush, sweetheart. You're utterly perfect, and I've come to be with you for the end. Everyone's coming through, darling. Absolutely everyone. Oh, Grace. Grace, I love you so much. I know. I know you do. Don't look so unhappy, Mr. Drucker, darling. Yours is waiting next door.
Dennis enters the room to find a vision of himself shooting Bill Wolcott at his drawing table. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Dennis, honey, it's all right. Everything's all right now.
Now we can be together. Now everyone can be together.
Tom Strong has reconvened America's Best, his science hero team from the 40s. Their boy genius inventor plans to build a doomsday machine of his own, and at the correct moment, throw it into reverse with a large red lever. Given the way his power of inventing the impossible operates and the conceptual state reality is in right now, this has a fair chance of working. As good as any. The Chariot.
Hey, where'd Dennis go? And Stacia, I was watching out for them.
I think we all have to be alone for this. I think the end of the world is personal. Oh, God, what about my neighbors? What's happening to them?
I don't know. I thought I could hear somebody weeping. Then I thought maybe they were laughing.
But this light, it fills the room now. Is it still expanding into the other apartments? The Browns downstairs have a kid, and Miss O'Shea's old. I mean, is this stuff happening to everybody? Even people in other states? Other countries?
Yeah, or it will be soon. I'm not even sure soon means anything now. This happens to everybody. This is how the world ends. And I'm a magician. I'm supposed to be prepared for this, and between you and me, lady, I'm not. Between you and me, I'm terrified. Set alone knows how everybody else must be feeling. Some will try to hide from it. Some will welcome it. Some will recognize it from somewhere. Will have somehow known all their lives that the end would be like this. Exactly like this.
The final painted doll has found his creator among the four swell guys.
Well now, do you know, this is the very last thing I was expecting. My intuition, and I suppose that's just a program, isn't it? My intuition tells me one of you clowns must be my creator.
Oh, shit! Quick, somebody! Take him out before you!
The doll flips down from the rooftop, kicking Kenneth and shooting Roger.
There, all settled. You know, it would save me absolutely tons of time if somebody would just say which of you created me.
Yeah, that'd be me. I gave you light.
Now maybe you get off these other losers for me?
Stan, you son of a bitch!
And make sure you kill Marv first. He's the one I hate worst.
Oh, Daddy. Can I call you Daddy? Daddy, how I've waited for this moment. But tell me, why did you wake all those little scamps up now?
Because it looks like God's ending the world. Everything's getting revealed, and these guys guessed my secret. Anyway, after Marv, shoot Roger. That's no nuts over there.
Oh, Daddy, you're so perfect. You're my creator and you control my destiny. That's novel and practical.
What?
The painted doll shoots his creator Stan in the head.
Oh, come on. What was I going to do? Anyway, he was never there for me when I needed advice about girls and baseball. And incidentally, why didn't somebody tell me this was the apocalypse? I was only born earlier this evening. I'd assumed things were always like this. Instead, I find out the last minute that God, novel, is planning to end the world, practical. Evidently, I have work to do. I must dash. I must dance. I must follow my heart. I was always the liveliest wire in the toaster. I always knew best. Oh, they said God was dead, all those beatniks and snooty-ass Frenchmen. Not me. I knew better. I said to them, wait, boys, don't break cover yet a while. He might be faking. I mean, they thought Saddam was dead. And the novel. And Glenn Close in that last scene of Fatal Attraction. That's what I said. But did they listen? Oh, no. They went right ahead and organized God's funeral. Well, don't count your chickens before they come home to roost. That's what I always say. And if you want a job done properly, do it yourself.
The painted doll sets off into the madness of the apocalypse, intent on finding God, and then killing him. Fantastic bargains, closing down. Next, everything must go. The brick wall of material reality continues to crumble, or is it merely people's perception of it that is changing?
Oh, God. God, look at it all.
I am looking, Agent Ball. My retinal implants probably give me a clearer picture than you're seeing. There's nothing there. Admittedly, I seem to have lost my color vision, but otherwise the digital imaging is perfect. All I see is people who look like they're drunk or in seizure.
Then all the other stuff? It isn't there? All these weird buildings?
No, New York's buildings are no weirder than normal. The people, though, that's another matter entirely.
You think this is all electromagnetic fields? Temporal lobe seizures? Like you said was wrong with Karen?
It has to be something like that. Abnormal electromagnetic fields can cause temporal lobe seizures, which can cause so-called religious experiences. Remove the EM disturbance, and these people should return to normal with little harm done.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's good. Except, I don't know. I mean, that stuff about electromagnetic fields and temporal lobe seizures causing religious experiences? Well, I mean, what if, what if it's the other way around?
Angels, fairies, and everything you can imagine fills the air around the people, who look around in wonder. Promethea. Everything must go. What? You mean, what if religious experiences cause... No, that is impossible.
Okay, so this is all illusion. The world isn't really ending.
They come across a man who's been shot in the head. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, in one sense, people's perception of the world is the world. How could any human culture survive if this madness became universal? No, illusion or not, this is exactly what it looks like. We have to remove Promethea, Agent Ball, before somebody removes New York. The painted doll passes by innocent families perceiving the end.
Oh God. Oh, this light and everything. This is reality. This is it. Oh God, baby. I love you.
He finds a hallway, and at the end of the hallway, he enters the door. Anybody home? Promethea waits by a roaring fire.
Ah, it's you. Good. I've been waiting a long time to talk to you.
To me? But wait a minute. These aren't my hands. Or are they? What's happening?
Looking at your hands is useful in a dream. Don't worry. This is just where our stories end. Here by the grandmother fireside. Don't you remember? It's always here. Always now. There was never anything but this room, this hearth. Never anyone but me and you.
Oh, so the person I am, everything that happened, none of that was real?
All of it happens. All of it's real. And it's all part of the story you wanted me to tell you. Don't you remember? You were a baby. Silly chemicals that had only just strung themselves together. You wanted a story of what might happen. What you'd become. And I sang you of cells, little pillows of brine. I told you of tail, of flagellum and spine. Ha ha. Remember? And all of the birds and the fish in the sea, and all of the women and men you might be.
Wait a minute. I thought I was somebody reading a comic book, or... No, that I was somebody in the book. Wasn't I that painted doll thing?
You're everybody. That's how it is with stories. They're always really about you, aren't they? And they always have a beginning, and there's always an ending. For all the stories. For everyone.
Tom Strong and his science hero team attempt to reverse Doomsday with their machine, but wouldn't you know it? The darn handle breaks right off. Looks like reality's on its own this time. The heroes all disappear into the growing light. The president has run out of time as the warping of reality spreads, and he orders the nuclear option. He is rushed aboard Air Force One as the order is given to launch nuclear missiles at New York City. It fails to be completed, however, as the nuclear control vault itself has been moved from underneath the Pentagon to New York City through unexplainable means. The Promethea Effect is spreading across the entire country.
Oh, it's you. Come on in. You're just in time to watch the sunrise.
What? What's he talking about?
Faust, where's Promethea? We're taking her in. Go right ahead. Everyone's through here. Hello. You're that agent who came looking for Sophie that one time. You had a funny name. Debbie Reynolds? Lucille Ball. Miss Bangs, this is a national emergency. We're not fucking around here.
You're going to tell me where your daughter is, and you're going to tell me now. Hey, I don't care if you're a cop or what.
Juan?
You watch how you talk to my old lady, okay?
Oh, God, you're here. You're back.
It's Judgment Day, baby. All the dead coming home. I mean, manner of speaking, it ain't like none of us was ever away, you know?
Oh, baby, I'm so happy. I missed you so much.
Me too. I love you forever, woman. As for you two, you want to see our little girl? She's through the door there. She's waiting for you. She's waiting for everybody. Go on, man. Don't look so scared. She knows you hate to waste her. She's cool with that. She's a good kid, you know? Now's a good time. I mean, how's it gonna get any better? Everybody dead's coming back. Sun's coming up soon, so we can finally see what we're doing. Tell you, we all gonna want to be here for that, when all the lights go on. Everywhere. The multicolored dreamscape is enveloping the entire world. Ah, it's you. Good. I've been waiting a long time to talk to you. To all of you. Huh? What was... The sun is rising. Know yourself. Great Cthulhu. Ah! Know that you are life. That you are mind. You are the awareness of the universe. You are its dearest child. Space and time exploded into being. Every atom, every moment, all at once. The explosion's still going on. This is all part of it. We are all sparks of its ecstatic, blazing consciousness. And we are rare. And we are precious. And we are all one thing. And all conceivable places are in truth one place. The artist drawing this page looks over his shoulder. What? Oh, shit. And all of time is but a single, endless moment. Let us draw in by the fire and be glad. Every one of us. Alan Moore, writing this script, turns from his computer. Uh-oh. I turn while recording this and... Oh. Okay. Someone reading this comic stops and thinks about it. But... Someone watching this video is confused. What the hell? Everything is very close now. Everyone is gathered in together. Oh, it's you. Come on in. You're just in time to watch the sunrise. Go right ahead. Everyone's through here. Don't be frightened. Our lives are all a story we've been telling to ourselves, whiling away the long, afraid night of our human ignorance.
Oh, God, what's that? That's not the sun. It's too big and it's got... Oh.
But now we are grown. Now the night is over. Now there is light. The space around Earth has opened up, revealing a great radiance, as if the sun has come down to Earth, and it has a face. Next, the radiant heavenly city. Don't be silly. Of course I forgive you. Listen, that's dog crap on the path right in front of you. You might want to go round. Yeah, that's good. As for what happened, it's just how everybody says. It was like those dreams where you're watching something but taking part as well, you know? I mean, for a while there, at the peak, I thought I was everybody. We all did. Another thing that was like a dream was how time was all different. Nobody can remember what order things happened in. It's like we were all one person, and time had scrunched down to just one moment. And the whole world, it was like it collapsed to a single place, right where we were standing. Nobody knew if it was New York, or Nairobi, or Moscow, or Manchester. Every town and village was one metropolis, one everywhere place. And the light was unbelievably bright. Promethea, the radiant heavenly city. The radiance of the sun with a face fills the sky and touches everyone, even the elders of the temple.
Oh, God, Henry, the sun! The sun's got a face, and I've seen the beast and the whore. Henry, I'm so frightened. I can't take this. I can't.
Prue, please don't cry. Look, come on, sis. We were good Christians. All the work we did with the temple, we'll be spared. We'll be taken up in the rapture.
Silly Grandpa. No, you won't. Everybody's all going up together. That's why they've opened 32nd Street. She means the 32nd path. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Auntie Prue. You both all right? Oh, God, Henry, it's them. They're alive.
But where have you all been?
We've been with the Piper Man, and now he's brought us back to boss you around. He didn't say that. We're supposed to help people get used to things.
Used to things?
Yes, like all our clocks being wrong, and all the dead people being still here, really. Come on, we'll show you. The lady's gonna talk to everybody. Don't worry, it's not very far.
The children lead, and the elders follow. Everyone follows the children up the 32nd path.
Oh, it's you. Come on in. You're just in time to watch the sunrise. Go right ahead. Everyone's through here.
But when they walk down the hallway to the room at the end, they are alone. The door opens, and they meet with Promethea.
Ah, it's you. Good. I've been waiting a long time to talk to you. Come and sit by the fire.
Thank you, but I'm not really here, am I? This room isn't real, nor are you. This is all a story, something I'm dreaming or reading or listening to.
Perhaps you're right. Although isn't having a dream or reading a book or hearing a story a real experience? After all, real or not, this room is where your awareness is currently centered, and someone's talking to you.
Well, yes, but I mean, if it's a dream, it's my own subconscious talking. If it's a book, it's just some writer. Either way, you're a fiction.
You're wonderful. You're always so difficult. Oh, don't look hurt. I just mean that's one of the reasons I love you. You're stubborn. You don't just accept things. Okay, now listen to me.
Promethea takes your hand.
Yes, Promethea's fiction. Nobody ever claimed otherwise. I never lied. I'm at least an honest fiction. A true fiction. A fiction that can enter your dreams, possess her creators, talk through them to you. I'm an idea, but I'm a real idea. I'm the idea of the human imagination, which, when you think about it, is the only thing we can really be certain isn't imaginary. No, don't say anything. Just hold my hand and listen. Your hand's warm. That's nice. It makes this all sort of girlfriendy. See, I'm imagination. I'm real, and I'm the best friend you ever had. Who do you think got you all this cool stuff? The clothes you're wearing, the device you're watching this on, the room, the house, the city that you're in. Everything in it started out in the human imagination. Your lives, your personalities, your whole world, all invented, all made up. All the wars, the romances, the masterpieces, and the machines. And there's nothing here but a funny little twist of amino acids, playing a marvelous game of pretend. Nothing here but me and you. Me and you, little life snake, by the fire where we've always been since this room was a cave. Do you remember? When you first thought you saw things in the flames, in the dancing shadows. And you need me to tell you a tale, a story grand and glorious. Begun like all adventures with a bang, all space, all time, even this instant now, explodes from naught into forever, an exceptionally lucky diamond pool break. Against all odds that the explosion happened differently, we have a cosmos capable of forming solar systems, planets, life, of forming us to witness everything. This is the strong anthropic principle. Sentient life appears to be what all existence is contrived to engineer. The point of all these atoms, nebulae, and conflagrations. A midnight snow globe flecked with novas happening all at once in 4 dimensions. All time, even time's end, caught within this glittering, endless hyper-moment. Our consciousness, a startling outgrowth of the universe, is possibly its most important part, the fraction of existence that can think. feel, marvel at itself. We are all space-time's sensory organs, space-time's mind, our thoughts and lives not but the three-dimensional material expression of its blazing and immortal soul. This jewel of being, Big Bang flared at one end, Big Crunch at the other, simultaneous, all going on right now. A perfect frozen fire. The world is young, our most remote ancestors not yet born. The world is old, and we have all been dead for decades, centuries. Don't you remember? Complex, self-organizing life somehow emerges from the boiling clay of space-time. Pin sparks of awareness dust its countenance, plankton imperatives and moss agendas, lungfish dreams. The Big Bang never ended. All things, every star, each world, each species, everything we make or do or think, all part of its continuing eruption. Here we stand for our brief moment amidst the blaze and thunder, marveling as fire streamers from the blast spout fins, flamingo feathers, Chrysler buildings. This astounding tumble into being, as if an explosion at a chemical works has somehow spat out an ornamental garden, a cathedral, and a zoo. All things are precipitated by the nature of existence. Nothing, therefore, is unnatural, be it beehive or termite mound, or all our shining poison cities. Everything is universe. Everything is holy, life and consciousness, creation's rarest embers. Our caduceus DNA, a brilliant flaw, twists through this starry, four-dimensional jeweled ori. And all of us, the life snake's myriad contingencies, embroiled in 3 dimensions, suffering time's illusion, fear our end. Don't understand, each second is eternal, here forever. Our lives are bubbles, decades wide, suspended in eternity, each hour immortal. Triumphs, heartbreaks, heaven, hell, paradise everlasting, endless punishment. No instant ever dies. Live joyfully. Live well. Live knowing that you are already dust, long gone, already outside time and looking in, reviewing life, finally understanding every déjà vu, your own guardian angel. Know that the scorched black demons and the pristine fluttering seraphs are in some sense naught but you yourself unpacked, unfolded in a higher space, from whence the myriad gods unfurl, not bygone legends, but your once and future selves, your attributes blossomed into their purest and most potent symbol forms. And these, with all their beast heats, crowns and lightnings, all their different colors, are become combined into the single whiteness that is Godhead, that is all. This, then, is revelation. All is one, and all is deity, this beautiful undying fire of being that is everywhere about us, that we are. O man, O woman, know yourself, and know you are divine. Respect yourself. Respect the least phenomenon of your existence as if it were the breath of God. Know that our universe is all one place, a single firelit room, all time a single moment. Know that there has only ever been one person here. Know you are everything, forever. Know I love you. Know that I love you in this room, this womb of warm and gathering shadows, in this velvet mother night as the white glare of revelation fades, dims to a prism tingle in the nerves, the mind, the heart, an afterglow. Rejoice, your world is ended. The beliefs whereupon it was founded turn to air before the quantum scrutiny of your new science. Were never truly there. Time's jail yards are unlocked, the prison of material ambition that reduced you now demolished. Rejoice. Return now to your separate moments, selves and rooms, and know that separation for illusion. Know that you are one, were here, and in eternity are here forever. Here where sudden firelight in your soul startled you from your worldly slumber. Stay awake. So it was the same for me as everybody else. Just stay awake. Then blackness. Sleep, I guess. And when I woke up, I was back in my own life and she was gone. Just like with everybody else. And I looked out my window, and at first I thought the whole thing had been a dream, that the apocalypse hadn't happened. The world was all still there. It all looked just the same. Except it didn't. And it wasn't. For one thing, some guy 2 floors down had killed himself. There were a lot of people hurt themselves or others, all across the city, all across the planet. We were all stunned, in shock, and suddenly it was summer 2004. But anyway, enough about me. We want to take a left here, incidentally. What about you? How have things been with you, since the world ended?
Sophie and the agent with retinal implants walk in the new world.
Good, I guess. Yeah, pretty good.
I mean, I decided not to replace my artificial retinas, so I'm still sort of adjusting to all this. But it's better. I think I'm happier. I don't know.
And you're still with the feds?
Yeah, a lot of agents quit, like Karen and Lucille, but some of us are hanging in. The FBI is changing. These elections coming up? Who knows?
Did I hear Dennis Drucker has rejoined the Bureau?
Dennis is amazing. It's like the apocalypse drove him sane. He's a terrific agent, and he has this happy relationship in his head with, well, one of the Prometheas, I suppose. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that, this spiritual thing everyone's getting into. See, it's weird. Since what happened, I find I'm drawn to the Baptist stuff I used to argue with my dad about. I probably have a different take on it than my dad. I mean, he has a different take since he died. I was talking to him in my imagination the other night. It was nice. So, I have this Baptist business going on, but at the same time, well, I'm sort of worshipping this pagan hearth goddess called Hestia.
Yeah, well, that's okay. It's okay to worship everything. I mean, it's not like there weren't going to still be questions and choices after the apocalypse. But did we all think we'd just go to heaven and there'd be no more problems or diseases or earthquakes? No, we all woke up the day after the world ended, and we still had to feed ourselves and keep a roof over our heads. Life goes on, Life goes on. It's not even like there aren't still wars and murders and rapes. Everybody had the revelation, but not everybody understood it, or took any notice of it. Though maybe enough people did. Things are changing.
Maybe? You aren't sure?
Hey, I'm just Sophie. I'm not Promethea anymore. I entered the world. My shift's over. She's moved on, and I got my life back. Say, here's the bookstore right ahead.
Outside the bookstore, a sign reads, "Signing here today, Karen Brule. Babies on the slates. The limits of the third dimension." They greet Lucille and Stacia, who is wearing a shirt which reads, "I survived the apocalypse, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt."
Hey, Soph. Hey, Peter. We kept the place like we said at the front of the line, see?
Well, no, but thanks all the same.
Hi, Stace. Hi, Lucille. Did you see Karen yet? What, since she shot me that time? Or this afternoon? Nah, with all this rooftop stuff taking off, she's like this big visionary. We're waiting in line like everybody else. So how are you guys? Great. We're still doing all the chat shows you refused. Plus, I love Lucy, Tell you she's totally my bitch. Ain't that right, Agent Scully? I guess, you little fascist. So, Peter, how's work?
Oh, there's currently shakeups at the top. I'll tell you when the dust settles. Who knows? You might want to come back.
Stace, you look fantastic. Guess you and Grace split, huh? Not exactly. I still have this thing going on with Grace and the Immateria. Sometimes with better Lucille, it's kind of a threesome. And Lucille's good with that? Actually, she doesn't know. Anyway, what's with you now? You're not Promethea? You don't visit the Immateria anymore? Not as much. Just dreams and stuff, No, life's real good. Did you hear I went back to college? So, you are such a nerd. Yeah, I know. I even finally handed in the Promethea paper that kicked all this off. Hey, and my guy Carl from Millennium, he moved here and got work. He's starting in animation, so we're living at Trish's place. We even talked about getting married. Carl mentioned some pagan ceremony, but I don't know. I kind of wanted a Catholic wedding with everything. Eek! Sophie, that's gross! That's way too much information. I mean, do I talk to you about vibrators? Well, actually, yeah. Anyway, I gotta go see Carl now. Take care, everybody.
See you, Sophie.
Bye, Sophie.
His texture. Since their recent wedding, mayoral couple Uvula Cascade and Sunny Baskerville have announced their plans for the city. These include connecting homeless shelters and food programs with local regeneration schemes and experimenting with legalized prostitution in select, lightly controlled districts. Speaking yesterday, Mayor Cascade said, "By combining tough decisiveness with a compassionate approach to New York's problems, we hope to achieve double penetration." This is texture. In other news, New York plutocrat Henry Royce has announced that the new Royce Temple Foundation will be run by his grandchildren. The children, missing and feared dead until the recent pan-global event, say the foundation will help people adjust to a post-event world. Speaking yesterday, Joint Chairperson Polly Royce, aged 6, said,
Everybody can stay up as late as they want. Do you like worms?
This is texture. Reports just in from Millennium suggest that Tom Strong, deeply affected by personal revelations during the event, is permanently reconvening science team America's Best. New York heroine Promethea, apparently no longer physically incarnate, won't be included. Strong has assured fans that the full story of his experience during the event will eventually appear in his official comic book from ABC. This is texture. So I said, boss, the world's ending. You can shove your job. Back home, New York's Millionaires Club welcomes its newest member. Former science villain and sleazy weirdo Jack Faust riding high on public post-event interest in magic. Speaking from his jacuzzi earlier, Mr. Faust said journalists could do what they wilt with their fucking interview. Patrolling the city in a floating car, the painted doll has become a hero and has joined the four swell guys. This is texture. Elsewhere in New York, former Limp frontman David Sykes, formerly Monty or Monteliar Sykes, said he is working on a new album. They're just quiet little songs released on a small label, he said. It's called Aftergeddon.
Oh, hi, baby. Me and your dad were just going down to help out at the mayor's drug rehab project. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Is Carl home? Yeah, Miss Atansi, who located us after the apocalypse, she brought her twins round to babysit. Carl's minding him through there. Bye, honey. And Dad says you look beautiful. Thanks, Dad. You two have fun.
Miss Atansi's twins are the bodies that the souls of Barbara Shelley and her husband Steve reincarnated into.
Hi, Cleo. Hi, Marcus. Hello, baby. Sophie!
Hey, I guess you saw your mom and dad going out. They told you Miss Atansi dropped the kids off?
Yeah, she's nice. She just arrived here with the twins about a week after the revelation. How about you, sweetie? Has Uncle Carl been good? No, he's too scratchy.
So where'd you meet these two?
We met Sophie when I was stuck up a tree. And we held hands, and we jumped all the way down. We went wee, didn't we? Yeah, we went wee.
Nah, you're all just being mysterious because I'm too scratchy. How about I fix this coffee and get juice for Cleo and Mark?
Yeah, that sounds good. Hold on, I'll give you a hand. Juice! So anyway, how was your day? I missed you.
Hey, me too. No, it was great. There's this new project all about seeing time in a different way. It's like the first 4D animation.
That sounds fantastic. I'm so glad you're here, baby. My folks really like you.
You know, I could nearly see your dad earlier. One arm's tattooed, right?
Yeah, a winged snake. You know, he tells me I should watch you. He says you have dirty thoughts about me all the time.
Damn, how do you know that? Is that supernatural insight or what?
I guess. You're sure you wouldn't prefer Promethea? I mean, she kind of took the boobs with her when she left.
Hey, come here. She was beautiful like lightning. She wasn't anything I could hold.
No, me neither. You're right, she was lightning. She was a current passing through me. I've thought about that a lot, and hey, yeah, I get it.
Sure. And that's how the world ends, huh?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, it doesn't end with a bang, right? Or a whimper. It ends with, hey, yeah, I get it. Kiss me, Sophie. A 4-dimensional one that lasts forever. The world of the story of Promethea ends with Carl and Sophie kissing. And watching from the Immateria.
Oh, aren't they just the sweetest couple? Well, Sophie deserves someone like that. She oversaw the apocalypse, the heaviest task of all.
Yes, darling, and the astonishing thing is, it didn't kill her.
Mistress Grace speaks truly. I died in childbirth. You, Mistress Margaret, took your own life. Yes, I did, after what I'd seen in the war. And the Night Queen had me poisoned and got poor Bill shot, but Sophie's fine. So far, but, well, what if she decided to become Promethea again? She's still young.
Darling, that will never happen. You've seen how happy she is just being Sophie.
Yeah, besides, the Promethea spirit looks like it moved on from her. Mayhaps the Promethea soul is after 16 centuries reunited with her father, resting, her task completed. Huh, she is lazy, I bet. Yes. Margie, honey, why don't you shut your little pie hole? Anyway, how do we know her task's completed? Sure, Promethea was needed to usher in a new world, but what if she needed to help people adjust to it?
Well, dear, Hermes help us if that's true, because Sophie's clearly out of the running.
Grace, what are you saying?
I'm saying we'd have to get a new one.
More moth wine, anyone?
The end. It's a wrap. Be here next time for our final issue and our spectacular wrap party. Also, just for the sake of completeness, I must mention there is one short Promethea story I cannot adapt. Little Margie and Misty Magic Land, Margaret Taylor Case's comic strip for children. Why, you might ask? Well, Alan crafted a very true-to-form comic strip from the 1910s, and it features a sidekick character of Asian origin whose name is also a word for a flaw in a piece of armor, and it's on every single page except this one. This is from after he's been used as property. Yeah, they even trade him as goods at one point. But they do say they'll pick him up on the way back, which happens off-panel. It's intentionally offensive as a way of critiquing the time period for its attitudes and depictions, but there's no room for that kind of subtlety here on YouTube. It's cute, but you're not really missing anything. The story is just a greatly simplified version of the trip through the planetary spheres of the Tree of Life, as the two main characters seek a wedding ring the sun intended to give the moon, which turns out to be the ring of a corona seen during an eclipse. Now, on to the wrap party.
Well, my loves, we're at the end. At the death, if you like. Although, like death, there's plenty more surprises on the other side. But while we're here and alive, let's be glad. Let's celebrate.
Einstein's space-time is a timeless four-dimensional solid containing every instant simultaneously, forever, including our lives. Death, therefore, is a perspective illusion of the third dimension. Don't worry. A funeral celebration, or wake, dominates James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, in which all human experience is distilled into one timeless day. Cheers.
After all, we've plenty worth celebrating, despite all the world's carnage. The silver of our imagination, the soul's gold, the wonder of our perceptions, arranging this random swirl of particles about us into a reality.
Modern science acknowledges, with the mystics, that there are other realities beyond a conventional human construct. Reality, essentially, is a field of information through which all of us perceiving entities roam as what physicist Murray Gell-Mann called Information Gathering and Utilizing Systems, or IGUSs, unless that means it's God understanding something.
Here, on the other side, if fiction is reality's flip side, let's celebrate imagination. Like perception or reality, imagination is flexible, can suddenly invert itself, cartwheeling gloriously from one concept to the next. Imagination can do anything.
Intelligence is not based upon the number of the brain's neurons, but how many connections we forge between them, linking one concept, one neuron with another, in a shimmering, self-aware neural net. The number of potential neural connections in the human brain exceeds the number of particles in the known universe.
An angel somersaulting through our consciousness, imagination derives from image, a colorful form unfolding mentally. Image has the same root word as imago, an adult insect, which brings me to the matter of my name.
Both angels and imaginative thoughts, being phenomena not reliably repeatable under laboratory conditions, are equally outside the province of empirical science. Consciousness, unprovable by scientific standards, is forever, then, the impossible phantom in the predictable biologic machine, and your every thought a genuine supernatural event. Your every thought is a ghost dancing. Promethea, an imaginary fictional character who manifests in reality through the artists and writers that tell her story. Obviously, the name's a feminine version of Prometheus, which means forethought, which means imagination. So that's appropriate. Promethea is also the title character in The Book of Promethea by Helen Sisu, where she is a heroine of infinity summoned from the writer's imagination. The current authors were unaware of this work when creating their comic book incarnation. Saturnida calasamia Promethea is also the name of a species of moth. Imagination, tumbling, spinning, is the light that guides humanity into its future. The heaven-stolen light Prometheus gave mankind, a bright, forbidden knowledge, snake-granted in Eden. That serpent's name, Lucifer, means light-bringer, incidentally. In Hebrew numerology, letters have number values. The word for the biblical serpent Netzach adds up to 358, as does Messiah, meaning Messiah, another light-bringer. Usually the fiery lightbringer, be it Prometheus, Loki, or Jesus, is bound or nailed somewhere in punishment, often with their side ravaged or pierced. This light, this palace of imagination, is mankind's inheritance, a blazing lunar immateria that the final 30-second path reveals. Let us be angels, be magicians. Let us make our works in these bright fields forever. The Immateria, consciousness imagined as space, populated by fictions, resembles mysticism's astral plane, composed of astral light pervading everything. Consciousness studies, fastest growing science since 1994, sometimes describes consciousness as radiation, permeating our brains and the universe. A fiction-populated Twilight world was also proposed by author John Kendrick Bangs, 1862 to 1922. Consciousness is an astounding gift, too precious to be squandered on material concerns alone. And consciousness, modern theory maintains, is built on language. Before we're conscious of something, we must have a word for it. The only reality we can ever truly know is that of our perceptions, our own consciousness. While that consciousness, and thus our entire reality, is made of nothing but signs and symbols, nothing but language. Even God requires language before conceiving the universe. See Genesis. In the beginning was the Word. Representing things with sounds or marks, as with art or language, was a handspring in consciousness, allowing us wonderful new abilities. We didn't call it art, language, or consciousness back then. It was all magic. Consciousness, art, language, and magic, known as the art, share a vocabulary. Poetry uses invocation and evocation, as does sorcery. Casting spells is simply spelling, while the Black Book of Grimoire is merely a grammar. Magician Aleister Crowley, 1875 to 1947, famously described magic as a disease of language. Magic, a science of everything, was how we understood the universe. Examining details, we reduced everything to categories: science, art, religion, fragmenting our worldview. Gradually, however, mankind's reconnecting things into one perspective, into magic. Rejoice. One principle of alchemy is that of solve et coagula, to dissolve and recombine. Solve is reductionism, taking things apart for study or analysis. Coagula is holism, reconnecting everything into a better and more accurate picture, or synthesis. Alchemy, then, rather than transmuting metals, is more concerned with transmuting humanity. Magic, after all, is ruled by Hermes, his symbol, this caduceus, its double helix serpent representing mankind's evolution. They wind apart, then recombine, progressing up time's axis toward their ultimate synthesis, before finally merging at the Godhead. According to alchemy, before this fiery illumination, this gold can occur, there is a period of uncertainty, darkness, putrefaction, and despair. This is called the Negredo. Hermes Trismegistus inspired alchemy as a synthesis of our human microcosm and the universe's macrocosm. Promethea,
The Promethea moth's namesake represents humanity's evolving soul, what ancient Greeks first named our psyche. Adding Delos to reveal, Humphrey Osmond, a colleague of Aldous Huxley's, coined psychedelic, or soul-revealing. Magic, therefore, is always psychedelic.
The Greek word psyche to describe the human mind, soul, or essence was not a new word to the Greeks, but had been previously used to mean butterfly or moth. The butterfly's random fluttering from one point to another also accurately models how thought follows a fractal path from concept to concept. Theorist Julian Jaynes has suggested that even our own minds, voices inside our heads, would seem like supernatural visitations to people with no concept of consciousness.
Our earliest cave paintings seemed magical and psychedelic to people with no concept of drawn lines representing people or animals. Navigating dark tunnels into torchlit caverns, our ancestors probably perceived real flying antelopes and bison.
Early audiences for Winsor McCay's Gertie the Dinosaur in 1914 believed they were seeing a live prehistoric monster on stage, having no concept of cartoon animation.
In the primitive rock paintings and creation myths of South America, the snake seems to predominate. This creator serpent, or often two separate snakes like the caduceus, is contacted using the psychedelic plant extract ayahuasca.
In The Cosmic Serpent, ethnobotanist Jeremy Harvey suggests twin snakes as an icon projected by our double-spiral DNA as conscious entity. Brains regularly replace all neurons, leaving nowhere to store memory. It's suggested that we overwrite memories on our junk DNA, implying communication from organism to DNA, contradicting standard theory.
The serpents are often associated with plant wisdom. Greek medicine god Asclepius obtained it from snakes. Rainforest Indians receive it in snake-granted ayahuasca visions. If serpents represent DNA, also in plants, this makes sense.
All living things being made from one double helix, perhaps the only true information gathering and utilizing system, is DNA itself. According to Harvey's Cosmic Serpent, shamanic rainforest rock art resembles double helixes, chromosome pairings, and DNA in spread-out form. Humans have 23 chromosome pairs, 23 being the snake's magical number.
As symbols, moons and snakes have affinity. The phallic serpent represents male fertility, as does Kabbalah's second sphere, Chokmah. The moon, female fertility, relates to sphere 3, Binah. All creation springs from their sexual union.
In human terms, the snake of phallic symbolizes the will, while the moon represents our female, receptive imagination. Thus, creativity results from union between will and imagination.
In cosmological terms, some quantum cosmologists suggest that the best description of the universe's initial inflation or explosion is Chokmah Binah, the same reproductive union. Snakes sometimes symbolize magic's underworld forces, those of humanity's unconscious, portrayed by psychologist Carl Jung as a primitive cave. Another magical symbol of the underworld or unconscious is the moon, our silvery, immaterial imagination.
Jung's theories, viewed by mentalist Sigmund Freud as dangerously close to occultism, suggest that gods were archetypes reoccurring throughout the mass unconscious, another kind of immateria. According to Robert Anton Wilson, on one day in the 1920s, Aleister Crowley, Albert Einstein, and James Joyce were all in Carl Jung's Vienna and could conceivably have met.
Snakes, according to Robert Graves, are associated with the sperm-shaped psilocybin mushroom, one of shamanism's earliest psychedelic tools. Perhaps in connection, medieval alchemists labeled psilocybin with the name of snake-associated medicine god Asclepius.
Mushrooms are a fungus recently discovered to contain collagen, a substance found in animal life but not in vegetable matter, implying some biological connection between animals, including humans, and fungi.
For whatever reason, certain mushrooms have startling effects upon consciousness, and some have suggested may have accelerated humanity's mental and cultural development. The psychedelic experience seems central to the magical worldview. Robert Graves argues convincingly that fabled divine potions such as nectar and ambrosia contained mushrooms, as allegedly did Soma, Hindu mythology's drink of the gods.
Graves suggests that in recipes for nectar, ambrosia, and Demeter's Eleusinian potion, the initial letters of listed ingredients spell mukades, Greek for mushroom, and its diminutives muk and muka. While sometimes indicating any psychedelic drink, even hashish preparations, Soma specifically refers to amanita, the spotted fly agaric mushrooms familiar from fairy tales. Conventional religion echoes this psychedelic sensory overload with its music, incantations, art and incense, and stained glass window light shows. Yet religion, based on shared belief, resembles science more than it resembles magic. Opera, as developed by practicing alchemists such as Montreal, attempted to magically alter consciousness by incorporating music, words, costume, and dance to similarly overwhelm the senses. Sharing the same Latin root as ligature, religion means tied together in one belief, not necessarily spiritual. Scientific and political dogmas, therefore, are also technically religions. Troubled by consciousness, science regards mind as a hallucination of our nervous system, of biology, solidly founded on chemistry, and ultimately hard physics. However, as Harold Morowitz states in Rediscovering the Mind, physics rests upon quantum mechanics, which Werner Heisenberg asserted is inseparable from the influence of the observing human mind.
Science, however, despite having evolved from alchemy, is based upon reliably repeatable phenomena, and therefore cannot discuss even everyday consciousness, much less the exploding psychedelic experience of magic, of our human psyche, of our soul. Consciousness, even at these ecstatic extremes, arises from language, as do religion and technology, meaning simply writings about a body of knowledge. Thus, all these things are governed by language gods like Thoth or Hermes.
Kabbalah's descending energy is formless until it reaches Hod, the eighth sphere of the writing gods, where it is dressed in imagery and language. Hod, governing science, magic, and language, is associated with messenger god Hermes, scribe god Thoth, and Odin, who endured hanging to become initiated in the magical runic language. That certain arrangements of words affect consciousness is evident in Douglas Hofstadter's essay on nonsense poetry in Metamagical Themas, the drug-influenced lyrics of the mid-1960s, and alchemy's concept of altering consciousness using a poetic language of the birds. Magic god Thoth allegedly derived human speech from the speech of birds.
Both Thoth and Hermes have snakes as sacred animals, with serpentine linguistics also implied in the rainforest shaman's art of language twisting. We conjured all reality with intricate snaking words, with silver-tongued magic. Consciousness, art, and language happen when material organisms connect with immaterial fancies, when earthly life's DNA serpent dances with imagination's lunar spirit. As with Tarot's final 30-second path, their dance creates reality, creates our universe.
Creative union between animal male forces and lunar female energies seems universal. Animalistic Pan rapes lunar Selene. Crowley's lunar whore mother goddess Babylon straddles a great beast, sometimes called that old serpent. Even Catholic iconography sometimes portrays the Madonna before a crescent moon, a serpent beneath her feet, symbolizing the Immaculate Conception.
Your consciousness of this current work depends upon words, images, the visual language comprising it, or in this case, the voice actor reading it to you. As readers or listeners, you are physical beings engaging in a DNA snake dance with me, a fiction, your immaterial lunar imagination.
To the Old Testament's creator God, or to any newborn infant, the universe and themselves are initially perceived as one indivisible thing. Naming things, God, or the infant, separates itself from everything else with language, divides earth from sky, fish from fowl, and thus creates and constructs the diverse universe around them. Light, the rush of photons, is our universe's foremost carrier of information. Describing spiritual information transmitted by metaphorical light, we talk of becoming illuminated, either as individuals or as a species.
Promethea, like everything you've ever read or witnessed, is made only of light. The reflected light of this poster comic playing over your eye. And now someone else has added their imagination to it to give it a voice. It's still the light of imagination and play of meaning across your mind.
Some cultures, believing that we know everything already, but have forgotten that we do, refer to illumination as loss of forgetfulness. The word, or logos, is our original, most sophisticated technology, still unsurpassed, requiring no batteries, little maintenance, and with only 26 squiggles, mastering the universe. All alphabets, then, are magical alphabets, from English, Hebrew, or Greek to Austin Spare's alphabet of desire to the mysterious runic alphabet coveted by Odin.
Using language, we decode existence, make it lucid, cast light upon it. These marks on paper that are being read to you are a program running on the high-res software of the human mind and its imagination. It's also appropriate that I'm talking to you through the medium of a comic strip story. Ideograms and hieroglyphic picture stories were our earliest written language, how we recorded our exploits and our fabulous imaginings.
Pentagon studies in the 1980s demonstrated that comic strip narrative is still the best way of conveying understandable and retainable information. Words being the currency of our verbal left brain, and images that of our pre-verbal right brain, perhaps comic strip reading prompts both halves to work in unison?
We created fantasies, then struggled to realize them. Everything around you right now originated in someone's mind. Creating gods, goddesses, heroes, and heroines, we try to become like them, extending ourselves through sheer imagination.
Classical god statues were intended for meditation purposes rather than worship. If gods are transcendent ideas, then the idea of a god is a god. Divine images attempted to raise human consciousness using the power of art. Classical god statues were intended for meditation purposes rather than worship, so that by understanding a god's qualities, we might reproduce them more fully in ourselves.
Imagination can transform us. Yesod, the lunar sphere of imagination, is the foundation on which our spiritual life rests. Imagination arises out of consciousness, which itself blossoms from Hod, the mercurial magical sphere of language.
Kabballah is a venerable, originally verbal tradition, organizing the entirety of Hebrew thought, with its alphabet and numbers, into one knowledge system, represented by the Tree of Life glyph. Hod and Yesod are of special interest to the magician or shaman, being readily accessible through dreams, imaginative ritual meditations, or psychedelic drugs.
Using language, imagination, and will, we create reality moment by moment, weaving concepts and sensations, light and sound on the loom of our consciousness, just as you're doing now, being read this final episode of Promethea.
Will, situated above intellect and emotion at the solar sphere, Tippereth, is our highest self, our soul, the gold alchemist sought. It's the Christ and Apollo in us, our perfect fulcrum of spiritual harmony. In The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, John Allegro suggests that solar Christianity derives from psilocybin cult. Visionary Emanuel Swedenborg stated, "Angels know nothing of time. The solar consciousness of Tippereth is eternal, like Einstein's space-time, or Joyce's eternity embracing single day." Both lunar and serpentine, Promethea represents those fertile forces coupling within us, whereby we parthenogenetically conceive and birth the shining, redeeming child of our own sacred will.
I've enjoyed our dance. You are the perfect partner, and I'm going to miss you. But space-time is eternal, with everything in it. And you and me are always here, always now. You and me are forever.
Here at the end, I'd just like to say that I am myself an atheist, but I enjoy interacting with gods in this fictional concept, seeing them as ideas, representations, symbol forms. I can accept them much more easily that way and get past the real or not debate and think about what they actually mean and draw some use and knowledge from them. That's the gift Promethea gave me. Because I was a hardcore atheist, and Alan really opened my eyes and made me realize that spirituality doesn't have to be locked into some book or some system of thought. It's in us all. And it can take any form and have any meaning that we give it. So I hope you did more than just enjoy Promethea. I hope you got something meaningful out of the experience. I know I did. Till next time. Thanks for watching.